Greetings. Good afternoon. Happy Sunday. What a day, what a day. Greetings, greetings. Good afternoon. Welcome back to another exciting episode of the Magus Academy book study. Today we're going over the Kybalion, chapter 13, the principle of gender. Now, while this seems like something that may be very obvious, it actually is very obvious, but the implications here are that gender manifests on all planes, right? So, as occultists, as spiritual people, we know that obviously gender occurs in more than just a human body and more than just an animal body, more than just a plant body. Gender manifests on all planes. For something to exist as life, it must exhibit the qualities of gender. Um, Give me just a second. I'll be right back. Oh, goodness. Wow. I got something. But yeah, anyways, we were talking about the principle of gender and how it manifests in all things. So, I guess to really go into it, it's a symbolic thing also. When we talk about the principle of gender, we got to understand the function of gender. And the reason that consciousness manifests into two separate genders is because they become two parts of a functioning whole, right? Male and female exist together. Yo, what up, Stuff Dog?
What up, Trav? What's good with you, man? Trav, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay, okay. What's good?
What's up? What's up?
Not a thing, bro. It's on that gender.
So essentially, in understanding the function of gender, what we come to see is that the masculine principle across the board, the function of the masculine is to direct the flow, direction, where the function of the feminine principle is to be the flow, be the manifestation of the flow that is being directed. So, on one hand, we have intention that is being planted. On the other hand, we have development and evolution of that intention. So when I say they're two halves of one whole, that's what we're talking about with gender. One thing plants the seed, the other thing develops the seed and gives birth to the seed. So we've got to get out of our minds anything about one being more important than the other, one being less than the other, because, like I said, they're two functioning halves of the same whole. Uh, they don't operate without each other. Now, they operate on different levels with each other. For example, one seed can be planted in multiple gardens, right? And vice versa, one garden can contain multiple types of seeds. So again, it's not one better than the other. It's just what's going on in the specific relationship. Now, when we talk about this being manifested on the subtle layers, we're talking more of a mental thing. And we go more into that on the next chapter. But the same principle applies here. The directive force of consciousness would be the masculine principle, and the developing force of matter would be the feminine principle. So obviously, we're going back to the Vedic information where we see that Shiva would be consciousness and the masculine principle, and Shakti would be the feminine principle, which is matter. One directs the flow and one develops the flow. This is gender in a nutshell. I think it goes without saying that we see this manifested in human beings as well, right?
Yeah, definitely. I was reading ahead on the other chapter in what you were just talking about in the mental planes, but it seemed like it's reversed in the mental plane. It says that most people, like 90% of people, are just using the feminine aspect of the brain, and that's why they can be controlled by people that are using the masculine aspect or the will. Because one was like the will and the other was like, I can't remember what the other thing was, but it was just cool to see how it was reversed. And they was talking about how most people, don't have original thoughts, and those original thoughts come from, like, your willpower or your mental, the mental gender of the masculine principle. Now, I
Absolutely.
thought that was interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I know I've did at least 2 or 3 videos on that part alone because it's so the implications of it are so profound. Because, like you said, most people are only operating in the feminine aspect of the mental realm, which is, like I said, receiving and developing. Whereas when we deal with things like willpower and intention, that would be the masculine aspect.
Mm.
Everyone thinks that they have their own intentions, but truly, as we've hinted at and spoken at for the past few months, intention can. The question is, where do your intentions come from? Where do your
Hmm.
wants and needs come from? They come from somewhere else. So
Yes.
they're not really your intentions. They're intentions that you're developing. But that's the way of the world.
Yeah.
Nothing is categorized as better or worse. This is how things are.
Mm. Yeah, but when you say that's the way of the world. I mean, that's just how it works. And you could see that through. I mean, I've said it, several times. Just civilization and culture. You know what I mean? It's like I've realized within myself that the person that I've built and the person that goes under the moniker of stuff is an amalgamation of things that I saw that were outside of me, that resonated with me. But I'm trying to find the original things that was me, getting to the core of that, because all of that stuff is stuff that you got to shed anyway, because that's not you, that's not who I am. You know what I mean? Those are things that was generated under the name that I was given, or that was things that I took on under the name that I was given, but that's not me. That's almost like a character that I'm playing. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Absolutely. This is all a game, all a play. Now, it's a play that we're in, still has to be played, but
Yes.
it's a game. It's all a
Yeah.
game.
Yeah. And I think that was a big realization too, because that did make me realize that it was all a game. It's like, this is nothing but an avatar or a meat suit or a space suit, a a suit to walk around in this space. You know what I mean? And you attach all of these things to it, and most people think that's who they are. You know, and shit, I was in the same place. You know, I'm just, you know, recently realizing that over the past, you know, few years that, you know, that's not exactly who I am. You know, that's just the role that I'm playing right now. And I can see that in other people too, you know, the role that they're playing in my life, you know, in my swirl. You know what I mean? Like it's like they're playing a certain role in my world, you know, in my existence, you know, and I can see that. And you can almost like play with that a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's meant to be. That yeah, that's the function of it, to be played with, I suppose. Either that or you're going to be played. Like, again, it's a game. You know, as they say in some circles, uh, it's a game, and you're either playing it or you're being played. So recognizing the rules is of paramount importance.
Right. I mean, it's energy never. I mean, if you think about it in the form of energy, which it was, which this whole chapter was talking about, you know, the positive and negative, or the feminine and the masculine, which positive and negative is kind of obsolete now. But the feminine and the negative, those are just, you know, movements of the energy. And like you said, I mean, you are energy. So if you're not using your energy, something else is. But the energy will get used no matter if you want it to or not.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It will get used whether you want it to or not. Before you know anything about it, and after you're finished.
Oh yeah, yeah. Especially the monikers that we go under. I mean, look at Michael Jackson. You know, look at Martin Luther King. Look at those people. I mean, those people been gone for a long time, and those those you know, those not avatars, but those um characters that they built up, they still have power. You know, they still hold weight in this world today. You know what I mean? But those people, you know, the thing that was in them that made them, that is gone, but it was so powerful that it still is generating that energy right now, you know.
Well, I think that's because those are patterns. Those are patterns that play out. Like when we say that we're out of control, we really are out of control because all we are patterns. That's how the energy continues to get played out. It's just the same thing. It's just the same personas over and over and over again until that karma has been played out.
Good afternoon, Alora.
Hey, what's up?
Patterns upon patterns. What is control?
Yeah, because that's where you get your main functions of gender, right? Of masculine and feminine. Feminine's the action, masculine is the direction. Direction of what? Action of what? Your patterns, the patterns of energy, the way how these realms work.
Hence, how we have the real possibility to change our patterns, but it starts with implementing them, directing them. Otherwise, we're just playing out what's already the directives given to us already.
Right. I mean, we're already given a direction. It's a matter of, you know, I think we talked about this last time, but it's a matter of becoming aware of that and then making those small changes within yourself so you can become more of the navigator than of just the pawn.
Yes.
I agree.
How are you doing this afternoon, Aaliyah?
Hello? Can you?
Hello.
Hey, I'm doing great, guys. How are you?
Very well.
Can you hear me? Because I can't hear you. Let me see.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I can hear you now. Yeah, I'm doing great. How's everyone?
No complaints over here.
I found it was interesting that you chose this topic today because yesterday I was just researching about Ashleisha Nakshatra,
Hmm.
and it was talking about how the woman, seeks to be dominated by like a masculine energy, and if the male or the masculine energy is not up to the task, like she devours him back into nature, you
Absolutely.
know and then and it's like and it was talking about basically the dynamic between like um the person who wants to be dominated over, and like the dominatrix, and how it plays out in the moon. And it was funny how much it resonated with me, because it's like, and that's not even one of my luminaries. Like, it's not my sun, moon, or ascendant is in my chart. That's not really like I think I have Mars and Ashleisha or something like that.
Think it was.
So yeah, I just found that interesting. But it's like, where's the balance? It's like finding that balance in the middle, that middle ground.
Yeah, Aslacia's been a favorite, especially that aspect of how she relates to the masculine that she is approached by and that she approaches. Usually, because Aslacia is very magnetic, very attractive, all types of men come to her, but typically they can't stand up to how she
But
functions.
yeah, and it was like, it was saying something about how, like, with that, like they don't like want. It's not that they don't want it, but it's like physical, like penetration is not the goal. It's sort of the building up of the Kundalini.
Hmm.
And like the man, like if he's able to, I guess, withhold that and be still, and not, I guess, ejaculate, so to speak, but not just in sex, but just in the energy exchange. I can't really explain it, but something of that. But it's like she wants to be like, I don't know,
But
dominated.
keep in mind that Ashleisha, the idea of being pierced goes beyond just sex. It's
Right.
like I'm an Ashleisha moon, right? So like I love tattoos and piercings. Like I like to actually have that be part of my process of how I choose to express
Penetration.
myself. So it goes
And that's a form of
outside of
penetration.
relationships.
That's so funny because it was talking about penetration too, and just in different forms, like whether it's sacrifice, and especially in the form of a knife. That's so funny that you brought up the tattoo thing, because it's like that's the breaking of the veil. Like it's the penetrating of the innocence, or something, like wanting to receive, you know. But I don't know why it I don't know, it just resonated with me so much. But you see how you're a moon, Alora. That's not my, it's not my moon, sun, or ascendant. But in a lot of ways, like I find that in my character and my characteristics. But this is part isn't my Mars though.
Well, your Mars goes with your passions generally, right? Like, and it depends too on your placements. So you may have planets that are complementary to each other, or the way how they're placed is complementary to each other. And then also too, let's not forget that when we're looking at our astrological maps, there are maps. So at some point, I may be resonating with my Swati a hell of a lot more than my Ashlesha at times, and my Ashlesha may take the back burner. Or maybe at other times, I'll be resonating with my Hasta a lot more. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Huh.
it all resonates with us at different times,
Like
all the
depending on
time.
the transit, like on the transits, right?
Not just that, yeah, I mean, and not just that, but just where we are in our lives. Maybe this time in your life, your Mars is really taking the front end of things, of how you handle situations, or how you're perceiving things. And so you may be getting more sensitive to that energy now, or connecting more to that energy now than before. Like I know when I start practicing, because I do massage and Reiki and all of that. And so when I start doing that, I really tune into my hasta. And I can feel that coming out, even though I have this aslesha that's around, so it might just be too the mode that you're in.
Right. Because I was just trying to like really go through my chart with a fine-tooth comb, because I still don't, really get the houses like that. And so I was just looking at just the placements alone, and just in that one alone, it just brought up so much for me. It's and I find, and they say that you're most affected by like the moon and your sun and ascendant, but at the same time, like I get what you're saying, because like I might be working on that aspect, like on that Mars aspect in my life right now, that masculine aspect. So
yeah, I mean, you joined a chat on gender, so something's coming through, right?
yeah
Where we're dealing with that masculine and feminine and really breaking down what that is. And you're seeing it break down in your astrological chart. You're saying, oh, I have something that's predominantly feminine, but within a masculine planet. How does that play out in my life?
Right. And how to like not control it, but like balance it out.
Yeah. Well, Ashlesha has a lot to do with Kundalini, and has a lot to do with it's basically like the coiled serpent, right? So if you have that in a Mars aspect, I don't know, it depends. I would suggest just doing more research on your houses as well and seeing where it lays.
Right, that's the part. I don't know.
That'll give you more clarity.
I ordered none of my books came. I ordered, like, dealing with you guys, I ordered like 1,000 books. And I'm waiting for them to come. So then I'll be able to delve into like, the houses and really learning how to actually read my chart. Right now I'm just using basically what's this book? Google alongside with Beneath the Vedic Sky. It's been helping me a great deal. And Vata too. I'm definitely in my Vata right now, my Vata dosha, and balancing that out is interesting. Do the doshas have anything to do with planets? Because I'm Mars. I think I have a lot of Mars in my chart.
Yes,
I know that's fire and water.
Ayurvedic and astrology go hand in hand. Everything goes hand in hand.
So with Vata, is that like that deals with just Mars? It deals with a lot of Mars, because I know it's Mars. I know it's fire and water.
Yeah, and so you're all three. It just depends on which ones are take dominance in your life at certain points in your life. Again, it's all about balance, right? We're all of the signs, we're all of the nakshatras, we're all of it. But which ones are taking dominance in your life right now? And then how do you balance that out? How do you cool Vata?
I guess with earth and air and space.
Right. So maybe like less coffee.
Oh, that's a big one for me. I just I just stopped drinking coffee. I just quit drinking coffee like last week
Cool.
because everything that I was taking, I'm also big on turmeric too, but I was looking it up and I have to like stop all the hot foods, anything that's going to heat me up like cinnamon, turmeric and all that stuff, and drink and like cool down my body with like more cooling herbs and oils like coconut, stuff that is just calming to my nervous system. And Ashleisha also deals with nervous system, doesn't it? Because the coiled snake, it like restricts it or something like that.
From my understanding, it's the coiled snake represents the Kundalini. I'm not. I mean, sure, nervous system, yeah. I mean, it's all in there, right? It's all in there.
The nervous system is sort of like, it kind of like coils around us to like really draw like spirit to the body, to keep the spirit there. So I don't know. I'm just trying to connect the threads.
The thing to remember about the symbology and all of these things is that they reflect on all levels. So when we talk about the restriction that a Slaisha needs to function properly, that literally goes on all aspects of, an Aslaisha's life. From what I've gathered from my experience and also from what Christian has mentioned, Aslaisha seeks basically strong parameters to operate within. So if it's a female, she's seeking a strong male, not so much a guy who is going to be super simpy, so to speak, but someone who can provide the boundaries for her to operate within. Because we're talking about that coiled serpent. Well, that's energy that's moving upward. Why does it coil? Because it hits parameters and it keeps spinning around inside of it. You get what I'm saying? Almost like a tunnel that the energy has to move upward. If it doesn't have those parameters, then it's wild, it's loose, it isn't productive.
Right.
So this can be something mental, this can be something educational, right? Parameters to work within, study, that kind of thing. Otherwise, you'll be scattered all over the place. This can be literally physical, like we're talking about someone who's into bondage or corsets or that kind of thing. Yeah, on all levels.
Right. There's a lot
Travis.
of.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, you're good.
Just to be clear, Travis, are we talking about gender in this one, or are we introducing mental gender?
Mental gender is the next chapter.
What's that?
Mental gender is the next chapter.
Okay, I won't go into that. We'll save it.
If you'd like to, we can. Because I'm sure
we'll
get even more next week.
My bad, I read ahead. I'm sorry.
All good. These 2 chapters are very exciting, so I understand.
Well, especially because we're talking about like subconscious mind, how masculine and feminine kind of plays a role. And so that kind of goes hand in hand with the mental gender chapter, because we get into the masculine principle of mind that corresponds to the objective mind, conscious mind, voluntary, active mind, and like bringing up Ashleisha or these different levels of gender and how it plays a part in our subconscious, like we have to kind of break down as well where masculine and feminine plays a part in our levels of mind. So, when we talk about ethereal body, right, is that masculine or is that feminine?
You know the answer to that, or is that a figured rhetorical question?
I have, I guess it's more of an open question because, I like to answer stuff. And I'm kind of stumped on that one because I would almost want to say that it's a masculine because it's a thinking. But at the same time, Yeah, it's a thinking more so than doing. But ugh.
So we have to take a look at context. In the plant kingdom, we often see that when it comes to gender, how do plants function?
Through photosynthesis.
When it comes to gender,
Oh. Mhm. I believe it is masculine. No, the feminine plants. No, is it the masculine plants that give off or the male plants that give off like the pollen or something
right?
for the females to catch?
Right. But do you know how we tell the difference?
The flowers. One produces fruit, the other does not.
With okay. Um, Usually a plant has both, right? Usually a plant is both masculine and feminine.
Yeah.
And then when we deal with animals on like the lower scale, they also are both, depending on the context. It isn't until we get to really solid and concrete, complex organisms, physical organisms, that we become polarized. So the rest of existence, which is damn near 90% of existence, is not solid and concrete or polarized. In other words, it's mixed depending on the context. It serves a purpose. So when we're talking about the realms that are not physical, they're going to be either or depending on the relation of the realm that they're working with. For example, if we're talking about the etheric plane, it is going to be masculine to the physical plane. But if we're talking about the astral plane, the etheric is feminine to the astral. In other words, like Dion Fortune illustrated for us, this is actually Ophiel. The plane above is always going to be masculine to the plane below. The plane below is always going to be feminine to the plane above, almost as if the seed has to go down into the ground to produce. In other words, the etheric plane is going to be masculine to the physical, but it's feminine to the astral because the astral is above it, or more
That
so
makes
than.
sense.
But like Stuff was saying in the beginning, the way that we live our lives in a constant trance and not being aware of our circumstance, we find ourselves in a very receptive state. It's as if we're just walking around with our mental legs spread wide open for anything to come in. And that's usually what happens. As we scroll through our phones, we're not really aware and present. So we're getting a lot of mixed signals. There's a lot of different people who focus on subliminal messaging or subconscious messaging, but we're getting a lot of scattered implants. So look outside, the world's kind of crazy right now because everyone's getting all kinds of programming. And I guess it really depends on the reinforcement of the programming that you choose. That's what really manifests. But that's another good reason to limit the exposure that we have to just random humanity. That's why that isolation is so important. Not strict isolation to where you become, a weirdo, but there should be some kind of limitation, bringing into that Aslasia aspect. There should be some kind of limitation there in order for growth within to really happen. A little bit of vaccine propaganda, a little bit of Lil Nas X videos, a little bit of X videos, a little bit of all kinds of stuff. I wonder what kind of concoction that creates.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm reading this part because it's kind of going, to me, it's kind of sticking out because we're in every conversation we sort of, at least I made the mental note that polarities come up quite a bit, right? It's like not necessarily an us versus them, but it's like, this is the way how things are working. And, you don't always want to be to the both extremes. So in the Kybalion, there's a chapter that says the latest. So I'm just gonna read it. Says the latest word of science is that the atom is composed of a multitude of corpuscles, electrons, or ions, the various names being applied by different authorities, revolving around each other and vibrating at a high degree in intensity. But the accompanying statement is made that the formation of the atom is really due to the clustering of negative corpuscles around a positive one. The positive corpuscles seeming to exert a certain influence upon the negative corpuscles, causing the latter to assume certain combinations and thus create or generate an atom. This is in line with the most ancient Hermetic teachings, which have always identified the masculine principle of gender with the positive and the feminine with the negative poles of electricity, so-called. So when we're going into kind of the public mind, how do you think that relates to our perceptions of positivity and negativity?
If I catch your drift, that's a good question. I think are you saying that maybe what we're calling positive and negative subconsciously has less to do with good and bad and more to do with that which generates versus that which propagates?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good question. That's nice. Because when we look at the things that are so-called negative, they're usually things that can multiply pretty quickly. And then things that are positive are usually things that are moving in a specific direction. What's something society calls negative?
Here's one that involves gender too, or that social bias: hitting women.
Okay. Hitting women, that's a negative thing. Negative being on the feminine pole. Negative being magnetic, pulling in. What do you think about that?
I don't know, because we have to now redefine what negative and positive is, right? Yeah. Because it's movement. And so you can't really have a morality attached to it. Yet here we are in a society that attaches not only morality to a misdefinition of positive and negative charge, but also to masculine and feminine, which within itself creates a polarity.
Why is it that a man shouldn't hit a woman?
I don't know. Well, okay. So the common thing is that men are supposed to be stronger than women, and therefore they can do more damage.
Mm-hmm. And I believe I've also seen that it's, just with the traditional gender roles, that a man's role is supposed to be a protector and provider, not an abuser and an attacker.
Ah, yes.
Which is all social constructs.
Correct.
Yeah. So I guess that sounds like that's going more in the territory of morality and right versus wrong, according to the social construct.
Right. I mean, maybe we can't really comment on that kind of thing if we're to look at it within a true definition standpoint, because within itself, it's just all backwards. But it's interesting how these things get programmed into our minds. So then we think that the social construct is the actual definition of what we're saying.
Mm-hmm. So yeah,
Excuse me, Alex Becker's channel.
General confusion. So it sounds like positive and negative has become clouded with morality. And truly positive, negative should have nothing to do with morality whatsoever.
Or feminine and masculine.
Yeah. So positive and negative has more to do with masculine and feminine than it does morality.
Right. But if we're to take a viewpoint of things from actual positive to negative, right? So let's see, they were saying that the positive electron was the one, I don't have my book on me right now, but was the one that was being surrounded by the negative.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And the feminine aspects were the negative and the masculine aspect was the positive. And it's constantly in circulation. If it's not in circulation, the whole structure falls apart. But when it is in circulation, it creates an atom.
Gives birth to a new being.
Yep. When they come together. Yeah. Because I just read that, and it was like it almost reminded me of a family, because it said that when the positive and the negative, or the masculine and the feminine atom come together, they do make a new being, and that new being, which is feminine, goes out to seek another partner that's masculine, to create something else new. So it kind of reminded me of like a family group, and like the daughters don't leave until they get married. That kind of family, which is like my family. So it kind of reminded me of that. It was kind of cool.
Yeah, look at how easy that fell into against societal structure.
Mm-hmm.
That so easily fell into that.
Yep. Because that's what we mimicking anyway, isn't it? We mimicking the base. I mean, the base. Man, what is it? Structure of things. You know what I mean? It's like everything is. I'm sorry, what you say?
Falling into that pattern.
Yeah.
Falling into that circulation.
So who says that it's the right thing to do to go out and start a family? And the human tradition, it's not even a choice. That's what's expected because of the biology. That's what's expected because of being an incarnated entity. It's not right or wrong, although we're taught that it's right. And although this seems kind of arbitrary to even talk about, this is one of the pillars and the foundations of our society, right? Because we talk about, with the not hitting women, we talk about how we feel about children and babies, right? Nothing much has to be said, but the concept of someone hurting a child, it enrages you, or the average person, right? It enrages us because, well, it doesn't even have to be explained. It just is. But that has more to do with this programming of family structure and how, we think of abortion in the public eye. There's a big debate. Some people are really against that concept of abortion, and that has to do with this built-in mechanism of the family structure. It's nothing that we're even taught. We're literally born with that programming to want to have that family unit because we're following the pattern. It's a pattern. It's not a right thing to do. It's not a wrong thing to do. It's an unconscious pattern.
That's right. Exactly what I was trying to say. Yeah, I was my words was mixed up, but yeah, you said it perfect.
to want to have a big family. It what yeah, okay. Yeah, and I picked that up, what you're saying. And I just want to point out how deep that programming goes. The fact that a man wants to go and make a lot of money, whether that's on the street or that is going to college or military or whatever path he may see to do, why does he want to do that? He usually wants to do that because of that programming that's saying, hey, I want a beautiful woman to make, a good generation of children, to have that family structure and keep this thing going. So even our motives we're not even in control of that. If our motives are based on, I want a good job so I can have a beautiful family, that's not even an intention that's created by you. That's an intention given by the machine that we're operating here.
Hmm.
Yikes.
Yeah, I always say that too. Like everything that a man does is for a woman. I mean, and it's everything. You know what I mean? If you consider yourself a masculine man, you dress good, you want to smell good, you want to drive a nice car, you want a nice house, but it's all to attract. You know what I mean? It's all to attract. And you're right. It's an innate thing that you don't have to think about. It's there. You know what I mean? It's just there. Born with it.
We fight, we live, we die for that. We die for it. How many people have died over a woman, or over the desire, or that programming to yeah,
So many, man. I mean, how many wars have been started
that
over
part.
women? I mean, yeah, that part, it's crazy because all of those people that died in those wars died over that woman. You know what I mean? So it's crazy.
And I was doing some research. I made a post on Instagram yesterday about anchoring and sigils. And in my research, I was looking, it's funny you bring up war, but I was reading a story about, and we see this in movies and stuff where there's bombs exploding in World War II and the guy's in the trenches and he pulls out his little locket and he's got the picture of his beautiful wife, and he's got the inspiration to keep going again. There's that anchor at play. There's that sigil at work. He opens, he's in this moment of terror, of fear, the chaos going on. And he pulls out that locket and he sees a picture of his woman, of his wife at home. And he gets the inspiration. Okay, I got to go do this. I got to finish the job so I can get back home to propagate my biology. And he's put back in that state, ready to get the job done. But again, it's based on the programming. I've always seen that through history, woman has been the inspiration of man. I know that gender roles have, they've changed as far as society goes through the different cultures, but traditionally, you'll see that woman is inspiration for man in almost every way. What do people say? Behind every great man is a strong woman. I think there's something to that.
Yeah, I mean,
Muse.
even like incredible war generals were traditionally women in a lot of those roles because they were the ones that were because they were able to see beyond, sort of like in between the lines, I guess. But you had a lot of societies that had like war generals, and again, right, here comes our thing with positive and negative, right? Like you were bringing about masculinity, how men in general will identify as masculine, and a ton of women in general will identify as feminine, not identifying both within themselves first. And so this man or the woman will spend their entire lives trying to prove their femininity to what they perceive as the other half, or the masculinity. And to not do so would be considered negative, because we have in our minds that programmed, right? When we hear the trigger word positive, we think that means like something real and strong, but negative is like unreal or weak. And both of those are absolutely not true. Like those have nothing to do with the definitions.
Goodness gracious. So another yikes. What you said in the beginning of that, we don't acknowledge that both exist within us, we spend our lives trying to prove our masculinity, trying to prove our femininity.
It's 2 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxine. That in itself causes so much suffering. Look at all these dudes out here trying to prove their masculinity, all these women trying to prove their femininity. And here's the thing, it's not even proving what masculinity and femininity actually means, because these people don't know. We don't know. We're trying to prove the societal conception, the societal image of masculinity and femininity. How can you say that masculinity is big muscles and, you know, stone cold, tough attitude, somebody who's very aggressive? You know, how can we say that that's masculinity when we go to other cultures and it's not defined the same? If you look at, if you just do a scan of different cultures across the world, and not just the Western cultures, I'm talking about Eastern cultures, whether it be in the African continent, whether it be in the Indian continent, whether it be in the ancient world, in Australia and things like that, the gender roles don't look like they look here in America. So we have people here that are causing themselves so much pain trying to prove their masculinity and femininity. We're not trying to prove, we're basically just trying to prove that we can fit into society.
Which is interesting how that karma is playing out, right? How that part of the process plays out in so many of our lives. Like that is an aspect of, you know, some people spend their whole lives trying to figure out what is masculine and what is feminine, and how does that identify with me?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's their whole life.
You're absolutely right. We see it. We see it. Most of the people that we know have gone through or are going through that struggle. As opposed to being what you are, we're trying to fit into a mold. We're trying to be something. As opposed to being what we are already, we're trying our damnedest to be something. Ain't that something?
That goes into what I was saying earlier about the character. You know what I mean? About, you know, try like you know, you take on all of these things, and that's one of them. You know what I mean? Is being a strong man, you know, has all of these you know, connotations to it. You know what I mean? And vice versa. And if you don't have that, especially in the West, in this society, you know, they deem you, you know, they call you all of these bywords and things like that, you know. It's crazy.
Check that out. You said not being a strong man will cause all these negative repercussions. And it's not even being a strong man. It's just clicking those little checkpoints, those little symbolic gestures that signify to somebody else, oh, okay, that's a real man. Regardless of what's actually being done behind closed doors or what's actually being done in life, as long as we can sit up in front of somebody and check off that list, that's how simple the mind is. Yeah, that's
right.
Right there.
And that kind of plays a role too in the original definitions of and how we relate negative and positivity, going back to seeking union or whatever, because, you know, if we're looking at what positive and negative actually is in terms of using electrons and all that kind of stuff and their actual functions, right? Typically, the negative electrons are related to feminine and the positive are related to the masculine. So if you're using that in those terms, negative has and positive both have, they're both connotative towards good or bad or strong and weak. So that's where you get these roles that many people naturally want to try and fit into. If I'm masculine, I must be big and strong. If I'm feminine, I must be submissive to some end, to or at least submissive to a masculine who can prove himself to be masculine. So then I can prove my feminine because I am a negative charge and he is a positive charge. Like that's that goes into our social programming 100%. That's how they get you, is because we have these concepts of true vibratory existence, but we have no way of being able to identify it or conceptualize it. And so we spend our lives trying to conceptualize it within our communities, and it plays out in certain ways. And then in Western, because it shuns everything that has to do with real knowledge, we get confused in between that. And then next thing you know, we have all these different branches of what we think is naturally aligned. That makes sense.
It does make sense.
I mean, they talk about it in the Kybalion, like in this very chapter, they talk about, how they refuse to use the word negative anymore, because it's the mother principle of electrical phenomena and of the finest forms of matter as yet known to science. So they don't use negative in consideration of what they're trying to explain. They instead use the word feminine to try and describe best of the activity that negative actually has. Same with positive. Like, imagine if we started relating masculine and negative to those kinds of qualities. How would that change?
I think that would show us the error of our ways of using positive and negative in terms of morality. That's an erroneous thing to do. But yeah, you're right. If we do start to apply masculine and feminine in place of positive and negative, then we'll quickly see that those terms don't apply.
I mean, we already do that with nakshatras, right? We're like, oh, Trump, that's MAGA. Or that's some crazy mullah shit or whatever. That's this or that, right? Like we already relate characteristics to people or to events. What if we were to now relate feminine and masculine in place of positive and negative? Would we then consider each other more of a dual instead of like more of both instead of just one or the other? Or would we get even more separated?
I think it would help to blur the lines because we're coming out of an era of extreme polarization. Although it's known scientifically that we have characteristics of both masculine and feminine, it isn't really accepted. It isn't really known. You know what I'm saying? Like, any of us can sit up in here and say, "Oh, I got both," but that doesn't penetrate the mental level. Everyone can say it because that's what we're taught in school, but no one actually it isn't really integrated. But if we adjust the language as you're suggesting, then that integration will start to take place naturally. For example, even in the context of these conversations that we have, some take a more masculine approach and some take a more feminine approach. I think that relates more to what you were saying also in the words that you shared, how masculine and feminine in our modern society are stemming from the root of dominance and submission. When we think masculine, oftentimes that's coming from a seed of what we consider to be dominant. And then traditionally we think of feminine as something coming from a seed of what would be called feminine. So for someone trying to prove their masculinity, they're trying to prove their dominance. And when we're trying to prove for femininity, they're trying to prove, their submission. As you said, in relation to the masculine. But depending on context, because this is all contextual, just like the higher planes, it's contextual, what gender is chosen within the relationships that we're in. And we even see this, regardless if a person is biologically male or female, someone takes a more dominant role, someone takes a more submissive role. in the workplace, in our friend groups, in all sorts of anywhere there's human contact, there's going to be that masculine role and the feminine roles around it. Just like the book says here about the corpuscules, there's that positive atom was surrounded by the negative atoms. There's going to be that the most masculine surrounded by the feminine. That's literally how this universe operates. There's the sun surrounded by a bunch of planets who receive energy from that sun. There's the center of that Milky Way, and everything revolves around it. There's consciousness known as Shiva and Shakti surrounding him. That is literally how this universe operates.
Yeah, and everything's just a reflection of that. Literally.
Patterns, 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 playing out the mythology.
Yeah. So if we are in this current density that we're living through, right? If we are a accumulation of of masculine and feminine forces, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's how everything works. Do you think it would switch on another plane? Like, do you think perhaps they change roles?
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
I done seen it. But no, you're right. Even if we were to talk about the mental plane, because that's the plane of thought and ideas, without emotion, pure data. There is some data that is is seed data, right? And from that seed data, if this data meets fertile data, now something new is given birth to. Emotionally, right? There's some emotion. 1111, nice. On the emotional plane, right? The astral plane, there are feelings that are stronger than others, and if these certain strong feelings make their way to a fertile area, it can begin to propagate itself. And if we're talking about an individual's consciousness or a collection of what we think we are on these higher planes, once we leave these physical bodies, we're not male or female, black or white, or none of that stuff. All the stuff that people identify with, that stops here on this physical plane. Now we still have it on those higher planes only because we bring it with us, but it's even less real everywhere else than it is in the physical plane.
So if that's the case, right, and we're talking about karma as being the aspect or the part of the or a certain part of the process that's being played out, right?
Mm-hmm.
How do you think gender then plays a role in that manifesting again as another aspect?
As far as karma goes,
yeah, because it's all functioning within itself, right? So if we have like how do you think that, I guess my question is then what becomes the pervading thought that then creates the form?
what then becomes a pervading thought that then creates the form?
Yeah, like go ahead.
I guess you might have to be a bit more specific, because when we talk about planes other than the physical, things get less subtle and things get less concrete and less defined. So I guess you'll have to be a bit more specific as far as what you're talking about.
Okay, so say I die and I become the non-physical,
Mm-hmm.
right? So masculine and feminine still plays a part in the sense that the actions or the vibrations are still active, but they're on a different, they're working on a more subtle, would it be a more subtle level or would it be a more pervasive level because it's less dense. Like,
Not subtle and pervasive, like one and the same? Because we're talking about a kosh, which is extremely subtle, and it is all pervading.
true.
I mean, what we think we are as individuals is a collection of a lot of different things. So when we lose this body, and if we don't have something to anchor to, those lot of different things are going to separate in their own separate ways. We're all of this that we think we are is going to continue to dissipate until we get back down to the root of what we are, assuming we don't reincarnate again. Which is another reason why gender and race and stuff like that doesn't come with us past the body, because the race and physical gender belong to the physical plane.
Right. But mental gender still plays a role because that's right.
Right. And those things go to their respective places as well. But if we're talking about mental gender, you know, from my understanding, we're talking about types of data that is moving in a particular way in a certain direction that causes the data around it to follow it, versus other data that is more general and more contextual. So, okay, good. On a good way to kind of keep our bearings when dealing with multiple planes is always to remember that we're dealing with a separation of content and context. So context would be X plus Y equals Z. That is context, and it can be applied. You can fill it with whatever content. So you can say X is apples, B is a blender, Z is applesauce. But you can replace it with anything. So when we talk about the realm of content, that is feminine, that is Shakti. The realm of context, that is Shiva, that is masculine. That is direction. Context is going to direct the content. So no matter what plane you're on, that's what we're dealing with. So without a body, that's a good way to really get a hang of it. So if we're in the mental plane talking about gender, context is going to be the mental aspect. Content is going to be the feminine aspect. That's why I said mental thought on the masculine is going to direct other data, the other data being content. Does that make sense?
100%.
Okay. Does that do you think that fits in with what you were getting at?
Yeah, because I keep getting stuck on, because, in my head, I keep thinking like, well, mental plane, there is no context, right? But there's always context and content.
Absolutely. That's why we're dealing with things like etheric patterns. These patterns that you're talking about that replicate themselves, that's context, right? Like what Stuff mentioned, what the Kybalion mentioned, you got that male thing in the middle surrounded by the female, whether it's a pimp and his hoes, whether it's the sun surrounded by the planets, whether it's the lion and the lionesses of the pride. This is a pattern. That's a context. We can fill it with whatever content we want. If we can think about life in that way, we can see through a lot of the illusion. The illusion being that most of us only observe the surface level of reality, thinking that the content is what it is. But if you can see the context of things, now you can finesse and flow wherever you need to go. Now you can say real, recognize real, because you actually recognize what's going on.
Peace, everybody.
Peace.
Peace, Drive. So you saying peace, Alora, peace. So you saying that what you were saying, the content and the context, from when we talk about gender, people sometimes mix it up from the mental plane and the physical plane, taken into the mental plane sexuality or genetic makeup, being that what's considered a man, and then what's considered a woman, being that our sexual, our self, penis, vagina, those type of distinctions are being brought into the context of the mental plane. So as you said, when you go into the mental plane, it's masculine, it's feminine. It has nothing to do with penis or vagina. So I think, from just listening, just now coming in and listening to you two, that just came to my mind. Like, damn, so do people be mixing it up when they go into these different areas? They're still bringing the Malkuth into your side.
Yeah, trying their best to.
Right.
So instead of falling away, I think that's the hardest part, y'all. I'm telling, man, I don't even know how to verbalize it, but going through this process, going through this experience, and I don't even want to say relearning. It was actually, you had to tear down everything to rebuild it. Basically, you don't rebuild nothing on a foundation that was already there. So you had to tear the whole fucking thing apart. I'm just, so in doing all of that and listening to that, like, damn, it's always a misrepresentation of the content and context. Just that split little minute, just listening to you, I was like, damn. So we're always misunderstanding the understandings of each separate plane, subtle, gross, and I just lost the third one, but what is it? Subtle, gross, and astral. So it takes hard work to clean up the definitions of even those understandings, to get to the understanding of what that fucking means. Astral plane, mental plane, whatever plane, all of these new shit, Akasha, this, boom, 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 all these things. It takes a lot of fucking work to understand each one of those on their own plane. So was that the biggest thing with people and trying to learn? Because as you learn, just to use the term, learn and unlearn and relearn, that shit bubbles up. Everything that you got laying in the bottom of your lake. Like if they was take a big fucking magnet on a rope and drag it across the Hudson River, do you know what kind of metal shit they gonna fucking that's gonna stick to that magnet if you drag it across any type of water? So just think about, that's the process that we got to do. We got to take this renewing of information, that's restructuring pathways of comprehension. So we got to drudge it across this undercurrent and pull up anything that's out of there, not just to pull it up in inventory, but to get rid of it. So in doing that, how hard is it, man, to really come to these understandings, the difference of content and context and gender? Just even using that word conjures up a mental image of gender, a woman and a man.
Right? A connotation.
You see what I'm saying? How hard that shit is to even write that away.
In the chat, Nara makes the distinction. Greetings, Nara. Haven't seen you in forever. She says that man and woman is sex, masculine and feminine is gender. We got that confused.
Yes. You see what I'm saying? So think about just having to explain that to reach that level of understanding within your own self, and then having to break that down to another mind that was just like yours, or that is just like yours, stubborn and trying to get rid of these fucking definitions.
Right.
Think about how stubborn you are. Like, you know yourself. I know myself. Everybody knows what we consider ourselves or our personas or our persons. Think about how fucking stubborn we are with dealing with just somebody else, let alone the self.
What were you saying last week about how someone, you see them being an asshole, they're typically not just an asshole to you, they're an asshole to themselves as well.
They're an asshole to themselves.
So in our stubbornness to, understand this type of data, or even to do better, because hell, even sometimes I wake up and it's like, all right, gotta do these mantras, meditation, or I could just lay here a little bit longer or go do XYZ Fortnite or whatever. That's a stubbornness, even though I know better. So that again, that just shows me to have more compassion with anyone else, because it's not like I'm any different than anyone else.
Because we all vibrate on the same physical plane. That's one thing too. People, they always say, stop the orbit of the earth and let me off. If you was not supposed to be here, trust, you would not fucking be here. Period. So first of all, stop complaining about that shit. You're not going any fucking where until it's time for you to fucking go. When time for you to exit out of this motherfucker. Stage left. Curtain closed.
I'm not reincarnating again here, brother.
But the whole thing, we have to fight every single day, no matter what information has transformed you. You still got to, you can never stop training. That's the whole thing. The mantras, now that you started that shit, all of this new shit draft, we actually didn't set ourselves up.
It's true. Hey, let me ask you this. Have you ever stopped for a day or two?
You'd be feeling so weird and sick and questioning your whole existence. Like,
it's
damn,
true.
I am garbage. I knew I couldn't. I knew. You'd be whiny and you'd be feeling. Yeah. I stopped for a day, or even don't let it be 3 days. You didn't win 3 days. Now your whole guilt system is like, damn, I thought I eliminated guilt. Now I feel guilty for not. We're garbage, man.
That's nuts that you even said that. You're right. It's almost as if we set ourselves up. Once
we didn't did this stuff, man, shit. It ain't no going back, bro.
Literally. That's funny.
And I think that's why it'd be hard to get a grasp of understanding from a lot of people, because they're not really realizing how hard it is, how much of a great effort it takes to really basically redesign your motherboard. We are nothing but a computer system. So what we're doing is we're building our own computer, which is the person, the mind. You got different computer systems. If you a gamer and you play games on a computer, that's what your computer is for. You're not worried about nothing else but having the maximum amount of terabytes, so your computer never freezes up, and a top of the line Wi-Fi, a router, and all of that shit. So that's the same thing with us as a person. We don't, if a nigga got glitchy internal Wi-Fi, then how are you expecting this motherfucker to get the video clear?
Yeah.
Shit glitching every third word.
Time for an upgrade.
And that's what we're doing, constantly upgrading. But I'm just saying, it's just because coming in when y'all was saying that shit, just that little bit what I heard was profound to me. The content and the context, because we even us, even I, even people, all of us we're guilty of mixing up the context and content.
Mm-hmm.
And then wonder why we feel in some type of way. Now you got to go to yourself and go back to your own personal space and be like, damn, I was totally fucking wrong the way I took that earlier today.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where you fight against your own Ronald Bond. And now that's when Set has regained the throne. You know what I'm saying? Now another God is sitting on your throne now, whatever you want to call them. That's why they use that in the Bible, is a have no other gods before me because I'm a jealous God. That's fucking you. Once you allow something else to sit on your throne, you're not gonna like it. But you know what you're gonna be? You're gonna feel disenfranchised. It's gonna be gentrification. Now you got to regain your throne because you ain't nobody. So, and jealousy had a whole nother term. Jealousy meaning the quintessence of that word, that feeling of not wanting this person to be good as me. So that's the whole internal fight. Your multiple lords and devas and diva and all of that don't want the next one to be overruling. That's why we have to find an inner balance. All the gods supposed to be totally unseparated. No one is greater than the next. But once we take Shango or Yasin or any other god out of context, or Orisha out of context, now we're thinking one is working better than the other.
Yes. Yes. That's exactly what I mean by saying that to help me, what I found helps me navigate contemplating subtle realms or higher realms is to remember that I'm not dealing with anything physical or concrete or really even fully defined. To really keep in perspective at all times the difference between content and context. Because even dealing with these different gods and deities, they are context. They're contextual. This is why in our life, you know, when Kristen was talking to us about the astrology, and she said that she recognized that I was her Jupiter. I was the Jupiter in her chart. Well, I'm not Jupiter, duh, but I fit the context. I have become the content in the context for her. When we look at our astrological chart, our Vedic astrological chart, we're seeing context. We're seeing a formula. We're seeing a pattern, just like you guys have stated. Now, the content will shift. So just to keep it real as simple, if I see the chart and it says that I will meet a woman who will educate me, well, the content is going to change throughout the different stages of my life. There's going to be a woman that comes into my life. She's going to educate me. And when I learn that lesson, I'm going to move on. There's going to be another woman that comes into my life and educate me. Now it's just going to happen, just so happen that she's going to fit the description of whatever planet's right there, what nakshatra it's in, because that's the context. But if we're able to really look at these occult realms, these places, right, where we talk about the astral plane, mental plane, our chart, and that type of thing, to understand that there's context and content, and never confuse the two. Because obviously if we confuse the two, now we think that Jesus is coming back next week and I'm his messenger, or even worse, I am him, and you know, I got to save the people. Donald Trump is Christ, aliens coming, you know, all this stuff gets confused because we haven't separated context and content.
Which is also a very natural kind of pattern, I think, for us to fall into, because, you know, as they explain on the Tree of Life, if they didn't have that balance, we would all be meshed into just one big form of blob, right? So there has to be a division in order for it to balance out. So again, that's kind of where that balance comes in, that we also play out, I think.
And technically we are that mesh. We are that blob. We are that. It's just we exist, our consciousness is perceiving slices of time, so it doesn't seem like it. All of matter is one gray mass flowing together in a disgustingly sexy blob.
Bobbery.
It's horrifyingly attractive. It's everything, but we only see one piece of it at a time.
See, but that's the importance too of the path. See, I think people forget about the path to these other realms. You don't go anywhere. You don't go on a journey without first journeying along a path. The path has an experience as well as getting to the destination. The destination is going to have a separate experience from the journey to the destination. So that's what people be mixing up too. That's a whole nother thing with the context, you know, the contextual journey and the content of the ride, and vice versa. That's why, you know, when we talk about, if we talk about the Kabbalah and we go to the, remember the 31st path or Shin, the other thing with all that corresponds to the astrological correspondence of fire. So you got to burn away some shit before you really understand that. The Kybalion is even a heavy destination for people who haven't traveled well enough. You can travel, you can have a journey and the journey be garbage. Anybody ever been on a trip and the whole fucking journey to get there was horrible?
Yes.
You didn't even, you're supposed to enjoy the fucking ride. That's, you know what I'm saying? That's how we have to take each experience and then internalize that shit to know exactly how to take the context of the destination. So that's why the journey along the path to even understand the correspondence of gender, we gotta apply it to the previous law. The author of the Kybalion didn't haphazardly align those in a nilly-dilly form. Those things follow a pattern. The Kybalion is another fucking pattern. It's that's a downloaded pattern. You could NLP, the Kybalion is an NLP tool. Because it's anything that is capable of being utilized of morphifying or transmuting another form of information in the person's mind who forms their own information is neuro-linguistical.
And honestly, talking in such a way that is very contextual as opposed to strictly content based is inherently hypnotic and NLP-ish because it forces you to fill in the blanks, right?
Yeah. So that's why a lot of people are, and this may rub some people the wrong way or may sound crazy. A lot of people should have finished their journey in Christianity to understand, to have a supreme mastery understanding of worshiping something, of having an understanding of prayer, having an understanding of what it is to be reverent towards something, or even being highly disciplined and obedient to the rule of authority of somebody who's religious. Not all people in Christianity is homo. Well, I'm sorry to say that, but I guess that word we can't say that. Whatever. The pastor is speaking one thing, but totally living a shadow life, living the best shadow life of his life.
Hey,
all churches ain't really like that. You understand what I'm saying? Everybody in church is not really duped into this white Jesus thing. They're really in there because they're practicing bhakti. They're religious. That's all it is. They following this religious system. So some people haven't even learned that level within their own personal self to be capable of reverencing something. So now once they transmute their concentration into another form of a system, they bring all of this misunderstanding with them, and then they practice it wrongly and then justify practicing that way by saying, I can do as thou will. I can do it whatever way that I want to do it. That's true, but that's not the whole story, because everything follows these particular pathway. The pathway is the law. The law, there's a way to get there. So the only for you to go from Malkuth to Yesod, there's only one pathway. You can't say, well, nah, I don't go that way. It's not gonna get me there.
Well, it sounds to me like you're describing left-hand path and right-hand path.
All of that too, paths, yeah.
Because people who are still on the right-hand path, they may not even go to church, but they still are looking for something outside of themselves.
They're looking for, because it's inherent in the human being to be reverent towards something. That's within the genetic makeup of the human being, is to know that I am not the creator of my existence. Something created the existence of everything that I am experiencing. That's built into a person. When you sit at a fucking campfire long enough, that's why everybody stares at the fire, because then you go into a trance. Campfire is a trance. So you go in there, you start thinking, and you sitting out there in this dark. You look behind you, and it's pitch black dark. But right in front of you is all this light, this fire. People don't want, fear comes from knowing that something is always greater than yourself. That there's this sense of that I will not be able to protect myself if A or B happens to me. So we got that inherently in ourselves, and it's not all, and it has to be taken under self-analysis to really comprehend where is it that you're where is it and how is it that you're going to demonstrate that outwardly within your own personal life. So some people really need to go just to gain an understanding. You can become a scientist and understand what it means to be reverent. It should take patience, which most people do not have.
Yeah, patience and humility to some point, because you have to be willing to reprogram your entire being, like Gil were just talking about, like really down to your neurological linguistics.
You're absolutely right. What was I looking at yesterday? It was something that I found interesting. Just to speak the definitions, just how they, it's probably not on here. You know, is this frozen? Travis,
Frozen?
you there? Oh, I thought it was
No, I thought you were about to say something.
Oh, I thought my computer was for. Oh, because I was reading something interesting yesterday, and it was about I was reading something and I mentioned nervous tissue, right? So of course I had went to this I went and looked it up. You know what I mean? I went to this website. I think it was talking about cancer, but they had this definition for nervous tissue, and it was I liked how they put it together. How they said nervous tissue is found in the brain, spinal cord, and nerves. It is responsible for coordinating and controlling many body activities. It stimulates muscle contraction, creates an awareness of the environment, and plays a major role in emotions, memory, and reasoning. To do all these things, cells in nervous tissue may need to be able to communicate with each other by way of electrical nerve impulses. The cells in the nervous tissue that generate and conduct impulses are called neurons or nerve cells. These cells have three principal parts: the dendrites, the cell body, and the axon. The main part of the cell, the part that carries on the general functions, is the cell body. Dendrites are extensions or processes of the cytoplasm that carries impulses to the cell body. An extension or process called an axon carries impulses away from the cell body. Nervous tissue also includes cells that do not transmit impulses, but instead support the activities of the neurons. These are the glial cells, neuroglial cells, together termed the neuroglia, supporting or glia cells bind neurons together and insulate the neurons. Some are phagocytic and protect against bacterial invasion, while others provide nutrients by binding blood vessels to the neurons. When I read that, when I was reading that, my mind went into a visualization of went into my own type of my own body, and thought about how that answers all the questions when people ask, well, where does that feeling come from, and why do I feel like that, and why do I boom boom? It's all right there in your nervous tissue. So in the Vedic science, this body memory is called Rananbandha. So that just proves how on point that science is, because now that we have all of these tools that we can break the body down and actually see the nervous tissue, it explains it. That's where they all are, in the cell body. So when we do particular practice, this is how important that it is, and how I said earlier that doing these processes of meditation and changing your mental thoughts, you fight against your own self. That you are your own fucking enemy. No one is outside of you. So once you start changing the way that you think and how you do things, your body is not going to fucking like it. That's why when people go on diets, when they lose the battle of the diet, they gain more weight than they was trying to fucking lose, because their body fought back against them and won. So that's why it's even hard for people to comprehend this shit. That shit don't have no gender when they get to those levels. Those are whole different cells that create and compose what's considered gender. These are the internal compounds these cells don't have no gender.
Right. Like now you're talking about the properties of the physical body.
Properties of the physical body. Now, think about that. Properties of the physical body correlates to what? The astral body, because where is the information or the intelligence coming from that gives the cytoplasm, that gives the nerve cells, that gives the nervous tissue, the dendrites and the axon, designates their job? Where does that information come from? That's how far we got to go into it. That's where the comprehension of everything comes from. Going back into the nothingness that creates everything that is somethingness or thatness. How do you stop thatness?
Right. Because even if we get into that, right, we can only perceive the next level, not even the entirety of it. We can't actually conceptualize or identify the entirety of the all, because it's the all.
It's the all.
It cannot be identified.
You took the very words out of my mind. I was saying that it, like how it explained it, the cells and nervous tissue that generate and conduct impulses. What that has to be an intelligent process to know when to generate it and know when to conduct the impulse. So where does the intelligence for those processes, those tools, body tools to do that come from? It comes from the all. So that right there, once you have a reverence for that. So I'm going back to, like I said, when you go, you have to have gone through an experience of this religious type of thing So you can understand. So now when you be like, well, damn, God, oh shit, God, whatever you want to deem it or title it, is that intelligence. So now it brings you back to your inside self. That's where you worship. That's the fucking church. That's why they say the body of man or body is the fucking church, is the temple, because that's where everything is fucking happening. It's not my business to be in a battle against somebody else's fucking temple rules and regulations. They designate what's haram and lawful within their own temple, based off a law though, because it all has to operate off a law. So imagine if the dendrite just says, fuck it, I'm gonna do whatever I fucking feel like doing today and see what happens to the human body. So when a person begins to think like that outwardly in society, oh, I can do as thy will. Well, you're going against the law. You're going against many fucking laws. Cancer. Yeah, Travis said that's cancer. Because that's an intelligence as well. That's a dormant process within this physical form. That's clip off shit. That's a shell.
Yeah.
Because ain't all the ugly shit ugly? So we think cancer and all these sicknesses is ugly when they actually are really just a thinking process that's not conducive for healthy life, being that you then activated it by negative frequency and sound impulses. But I don't want to go up too much. I just found that interesting that, what I mean, I found it interesting how that broke that down and how it interplayed in my own internal dialogue, and how it's applied to all the particular levels of study right now.
Well, yeah, because that's kind of what we were talking about last time, about what exactly is the physical body and its connections that creates our density, and then what is the mind.
Mm-hmm. See, that's what, and that makes it important. We, what I'm saying, I'm just, and maybe by me offering, just we're not sharing with what I had just came across, it can offer some sort of, create an inner dialogue in somebody else. You'd be like, well, then that makes sense. It kind of gives you a broken down answer to what is, like you said, the physical body, and as it applies to the spiritual body. So even though this particular nervous tissue definition, it has nothing to do with spiritual information. Those who are wise enough and who already study the spiritual information will automatically scientifically apply that to the same world. Now you're mixing the body with the spirit. Now you're mixing the gross body with the subtle body. That's what's called the subtle body. The subtle body is those conduit impulses.
And hey, to comment on something that you mentioned earlier about the cells behaving on their own, I know there's a lot of different people in the chat, but for anyone who may be interested in cancer and that type of thing, as far as sound and yoga, Paulina from the group came across a few of the Bihar school yoga books where they do some intensive research on cancer and treating it with yoga. So if anyone may be dealing with something like that or interested, there's actually there's about 3 or 4 books that I've seen from Bihar School of Yoga that deal with the treatment of cancer with yoga.
You know what I found interesting? Have anybody else found it interesting of how much Germany was involved in the study of spiritual science?
Yes, that's funny you mentioned that.
Greetings, Christian.
Greetings, everybody.
Greetings, Christian.
It's funny you mentioned that. because I was studying some information on the origins of astrology in general.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not even what we're even told at all. But the whole entire concept of why Hitler himself was very interested in the Vedas is because it said that Indo-Aryan tribes are the authors of the Vedas. This is why he went there and traveled there. I sent Trav some information last night on it, but it's a whole thing. It initially started in Babylonia. They were using it in a different way. The way we see it today has been changed. But initially it was for, like how I talk about lunar gardening, like agriculture, for traveling, for worldly things, for, when you're on the water and you have to, dictate where you're going, things like that. And so it was more of an astronomy and astrology connected, but it was a lot to do with either the pharaoh or the king, only, and like auspicious times for him to do things, or like agriculture and growing things like that. It did not even turn into reading man's fate until Greece intertwined. They brought information back from Babylonia, and then they mixed it with their mathematics and their religious context and merged it into reading man's fate. And then there was, takeover where they took over, the lands, and then all the waters were drying up down to Egypt and everything. So you had lots of these tribes moving towards India, and these Aryan tribes took all of this information that way, and they were called Brahmas and stuff, Brahmist priests. And this is where all the ancient texts come from, and all the Vedas, basically. So
but they also hide out the whole like the Indo-Aryan is a mixture of people.
Right,
so
right. That's what I'm saying.
The people that they miss is the ancient people were the Dravidians.
Well, they came from the Russian area. These priests did, and mixed in with the culture. And these were the people who actually wrote the Vedas, though. So this is why Hitler was so interested in wondering the origins of the original whatever. This is why he was so interested in the Aryans and the Vedas, because this is where the information came from. This is where it merged to. And it said that it all came from up in the north, Mount Meru area, where those four rivers meet up in the center. So there's so much more to it than we're told. And every little bit, every culture has given it their own little thing and then repackaged it. But the whole concept of reading people, that was Greece implementing that. Although they put their own gods into it. And that's how we get the Pluto and Neptune and all that, those names. But this is in the, I got this huge Joytish book that came in, and I was reading it, and I was like, oh, okay, that makes perfect sense now why he was so obsessed with going over that way and to the Vedas, because I've heard of them speaking of the Aryans going into that area and mixing, but I wasn't aware that they were the ones who authored the Vedas. I was not aware of that.
That's why Hitler used as what was termed the swastika.
Yeah. It's their original symbol of the sun.
Yeah.
And what he did is he flipped it upside down for the black sun, the power of the black sun.
He spun it. He
Yes.
changed the orbital pattern. So if it was going clockwise, he changed it so it can go counterclockwise.
Well, and it wasn't really a change. It was just him using the symbol of the inverted black sun.
Yeah.
Which is the black sun rules intention. It rules, your intention. That's why you close your eyes
3
and you
o'clock.
look down and you pray and say amen. And amen was connected to the black sun. That's why, and then the white sun, or the sun that we see, is ruler of manifestation of that. So this symbol of intention was extremely powerful. That's why that thing is banned and it's looked upon negatively, because it's a powerful symbol. Very powerful.
The best thing to do too when you study those histories is get a globe and look at the maps.
Oh, I have an ancient one.
Yeah,
I have.
You look at these maps, because one thing about, and I'm gonna just keep it real. One thing about certain authors, they write the story to fit the narrative that they want it to be. So when you look at these globes and you see where like Saudi Arabia and Pakistan and India, and then you go, when you want to travel, what was once called the Union of Soviet Socialists, which is now Russia and all of that. You know there's Mongolia. So so when you travel across the mountain regions, that's where a lot of the information come. But it also goes on the 40th latitude line and stuff like that too. So when that information traveled, because it came through trade, the Greeks got their information, as we know, from ancient Kush, which is now called Ethiopia.
They got it from Babylonia.
Babylonia, and we know that Babylon is Sumeria, which we also know was once called Chaldea. So when you equivalent that to the biblical historical information, that's where they get Abraham and all of them shit. The Chaldeans, that word Chaldean means a fucking astronomer. So the whole Babylonian culture is based off of astrology. So that's why
but their astrology was way different than the one today. Way different.
Yeah, definitely.
It was mostly like astronomy.
Like Cosmo. It was, like you said, it was for no change. It was for survival.
Yeah, absolutely. Which, I mean, but that was our origins of it. So if it wasn't for that,
that shows you how man degraded.
Yeah,
that's why as you now read the Vedic charts, it's because man eventually, as they say, we fell from grace. We weren't living in tune with nature no more. As we progressed more and more in learning, we became more and more ignorant, more and more warful,
and that's when they become more interested in the individual's fate and
exactly.
worried about man's fate. Knock it off, as opposed to, just being in balance. And you could see that as the times went on, then they add more. I mean, to the typical person, it seems like they added more information. They added mathematics. They added the personification in the religious texts. They added all this extra to read detailed individuals, which, yes, they added a bunch, which is what we're reading today in both Vedic and tropical. All that came from the Greek meshing everything together. And then other cultures taking it and exploding it into other things. So
when the Greek weren't able to freaking break down high spiritual science anyway, their science, early Greek science, was called philosophy.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? So, and that was the misinterpretation of ancient science. They was getting, like one time I said that when they went over to Egypt and shit like that, these people they were highly advanced people. They didn't need all kind of weird laws and shit like that to govern them. They was
even in Egypt, their form of astrology was identical to the one in the Western society right now. They use the solar-based calendar, just like the one. That's why the United States rips off of Egypt all the time. You hear people talk about U.S. as Egypt because the U.S. rips off of all the ancient Egypt.
Well, that's what you got to also think with Egypt.
Yeah.
You got to think about the dynastic periods. For me, I should have made it clear. I don't deal with the dynastic periods of Egypt. Those are Hyksos, as the Greeks called them. Those were Greco-Romans. Those was about the time we got to that point. That part of Egypt, they were men. They weren't gods no more. You understand what I'm saying? They were in their collapse. They were a shadow of their former self.
Mm-hmm.
You got to think, because the information that was coming from what's considered North Egypt, that shit was, you got to think South Egypt, which is basically Egypt, like almost upside down. Like that was older than the area of where they built the pyramids of Giza.
Yeah. See, the Greek philosophers brought back all the information in like the 5th century, 331 BC. And then the Vedas were written sometime between 1500 to 1000 BC. That's when they were written. So, and I know that sometime before that is when Egypt was overtaken by Greece, and I know the issue was that all the waterways were drying up. And so people started moving that way, because the other thing is people forget that even in Egypt, there were Caucasian or light-skinned people in Egypt too. And a lot of them were slaves. So you had all these, like you were saying, all these people were moving towards the other area because the waters were being dried up. And then all the wars that were happening.
And that's when they started changing their gods. That's why Egypt has so many different gods, because as they traveled through the time periods, like you said, and the water started drying up, you got to maybe I need to pray to another god now.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So that right there is going into these periods where, as I said, mankind started to decline. They weren't living. They weren't at their peak no more. So once we started getting into where they started writing the Vedas, because the Vedas weren't originally written, that was because you got to think that
it was mouth to mouth at first.
Those are stories from the Akasha realm that they came back into, and then to a disciple or a follower, they recited information from it. So as man began to decline,
they wrote the Mahabharata
and that stuff down.
Yeah, they were writing the Mahabharata.
And what happens when you write something down, and that what you wrote down goes through 12 different hands? It's not gonna be the same as from the original author. You know what I'm saying?
Well, this is the original Vedas, like the Mahabharata and the Bhagavad Gita, and then the science with all of that. Those informations. Yeah, this is the things like this used to be passed down priest to priest, teacher to teacher, and you had to learn through experience. There was no writing it down. You weren't allowed to write it down. You had to have experience with it. But those things changed exactly when there was people were dying off, being killed off. There was no priest like that. There was no more mouth to mouth teaching. So you had to write these things so they wouldn't be lost forever. You had to start writing them down. Something that is something that's interesting that I learned a couple months back. My family, my mother's side, has Gypsy, Armenian and Hungarian blood. And when my mom had her blood test, the DNA test, it's from over in the they initiated over in India and moved this way. So I found that so interesting that there's bits of it in my ancestry in general. And they talk about the Gypsy people, how they don't really have a home because they've been wandering all over the place forever. And some of them settle in Hungary, some of them settle in France, some of them in Spain, some of them in all over the place, Morocco. And I just think that's real similar to this, where you have this mix of culture of people that just wandered, and these traditions, because the gypsies also were astrologers and palm readers. This is all the information that they have learned. So it all originated over there. Well, the one that we use today originated over there. But like this whole concept of using the stars to interpret as far as we can go back, the only place that we can see the original is Babylonia. And then it starts to spread out from there. We don't have any way to check, ancient Egypt's information, because they don't show us that stuff. But
some of it's out there. You gotta read Sheikh Anta Diop. You gotta go. You gotta.
No, yeah, I'm saying they say that the oldest written that they have that you can find is from Babylonia, from Babylon. That's the oldest written beginning of astrology, comes from there, out of everything that you can find in the world today.
That's why I'm indifferent with those type of writers. Of course, they want Babylon to be the oldest written population, but
well, that's just saying that we can even find. That's what they're saying, that they can find today. There might be stuff from Egypt, but we don't have it in hand. The ones that we have in hand are after Babylonians' time. So if we could find something, if we're able to dig under the Sphinx and find something, that could change.
The Museum of Britain, the British Museum, has a lot of that in the Oppenheimer.
Yeah, and the Smithsonian stuff.
But they don't. But being that they can't interpret it, because it wasn't a written language. It was a pictorial language, and a lot of the forms that were demonstrated in the writings, they can't interpret it. So they just go off of what's the oldest interpreted information that they have. So they'll go with Babylon, being the oldest interpretations of written information.
Well, the written information was the Vedas, but the use of astrology was the Babylonian. That's what they say. That the written was the Vedas, but the use of it, where it began from, how it ended up over there, was because of the Babylonian priests and travelers and farmers used it as a form of predicting weather, predicting the best time to seed something, to yield something for the king, whether it would be an auspicious day for him to do a certain thing, to have a war, those kinds of things. So that was more when it was all only learned through the advisors and the shamans and the priests, and it was all a learned thing, not written down. It didn't become written down until the Vedas.
Yeah. Well, I would say that's in my head, that's kind of up for debate, just because you also have the Aborigines from Tanzania, and you have these other peoples who have lived through generations, and they have pictorial graphs that essentially they use, and also actually, let's not forget America, the old world, like there's tons and tons of information here.
There is. When is it dated to? That's the thing, is when is it, how far back is it dated? I mean, I'm guaranteeing that the Babylonians didn't just start astrology, and the earth is older than that. And I'm sure that it's because there's nothing new under the sun. But from what all these scholars say and all these Jyotish books say that I've read so far, this is the supposed origins of where it came from, the Vedas.
Who were the books written by?
You've got the Guide to the Fundamentals of Jyotish, and hold on a minute. Also, Beneath a Vedic Sky. Hold on, let me grab my other one. Hold on a minute. Go grab my other book, hon. I'm sorry, I don't know where the other one is. But look up the book, A Guide to the Fundamentals of Jyotish. And then there is Beneath the Vedic Sky. And then there's a book called The Vedas. And you can, let me think. Ronnie Gale Dreyer is the one who wrote the Vedic Astrology, The Guide to the Fundamentals of Jyotish. William R. Levesey, he wrote the Beneath the Vedic Sky. He's got a couple other ones as well. I don't know the author to the Vedas book that I have. I don't have it on me with me right now, but it's huge. And also the Bhagavad Gita and the ancient texts themselves you can look into. But again, like I'm saying, this is the origins of Vedic astrology, where the Vedic astrology came from.
And they say it come from where?
Well, it initially started from Babylonia. This is how they say it started in Babylon and it moved out. And what it became today is because from Babylon, it moved to Greece, and from Greece that way, from Egypt over to that way, over towards India, when the tribes were being dispersed and moving around. And this is when the Vedas were written down. Here, I can read this whole passage to you if you want me to.
Because I know Babylon was Iraq.
Mesopotamia, yeah.
It was Iraq. It was what's modern day, which is modern day Iraq.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to, you know what I mean? When that's why I'm just looking at it as a discerning mind.
It says, sometime during the second millennia, India was accorded to some scholars inhabited by Indo-Aryan tribes from the Russian steppes who wrestled the Indus River Valley and formed their own communities in the Ganges River Valley. In the same way that the Akkadians overran the Sumerians and conquered southern Mesopotamia, the Indo-Europeans, more adventurous and aggressive than the earlier Indian farmers, are thought to have taken possession of the land, inherited their cities, and merged the two cultures. This period is famous for the Mahabharata and the Ramayana, two great epics of the earliest heroes of Hinduism. The epics were passed on by word of mouth. The longest of two epics, the Mahabharata, the longest poem in the world, the story of the great civil war in the region where now is located the city of Delhi. Its most famous portion is the Bhagavad Gita. And it's second of the two great epics. The Ramayana tells the story of Rama, a heroic Aryan king of Vedic times. It relates the adventures of Rama as he undertakes to rescue his wife Sita, who had been kidnapped by a devil king of Ceylon. Originally, the tales in the epics were told to preserve the memory of the deeds of famous Aryan warriors. However, as the stories were passed down from generation to generation, they began to take on religious significance. Many of the basic beliefs of modern Hinduism became embodied in these tales. These Indo-Aryans are also credited by scholars with authoring the Vedas, the primary source of religious knowledge, which were probably composed and orally transmitted as early as 1400 BC. Considered to be the Hindu Bible, the Vedas, a rich body of literature comprised of sacred hymns, poems, maps, out the basic creation myths and legends of people. These scriptures outline the origins, tenets of Hinduism, the religion of 4/5 of today's Indians' population. The Vedic hymns are said to have been revealed by the 7 stars or planets called the Rishis, literally meaning to shine. The priests who wrote the Vedas were called Brahmins, and they dictated the Vedas to their god Brahma, the source of life. The Vedas, as well as other religious or astrological scriptures that followed, were written in Sanskrit, the original language of Hindu people. The following passages from the Vedas illustrate some of the ideas which form the doctrine of Hinduism. And then they go into like different, passages, but I'm not going to go on to that.
Yeah.
Not that it matters where it came from, right? It really doesn't matter where the hell it came from. I'm just saying it's interesting you talk about the German aspect to it, because I was reading this and now I know why Hitler himself was so encapsulated with the Vedas, because it said that it's an Aryan authored, go over there, scriptures, book of work, Indo-Aryan. So it's like a mixture of the cultures. Bella. This damn dog. The dog is getting sick. Thank you. Grab that. Take him out of here.
When the funk hit the fan, smells like chitlin grits and ham. Gender, gender, gender. Who starts it? Who propagates it? Who can stake claim?
Mm-hmm.
What is true masculinity? What is true femininity? Can we define masculine and feminine beyond society's definitions? Can we imagine what gender is like without culture being involved, without the opinions of the deaf, dumb, and blind masses? Is it possible to come up with a definition of gender that can be applied to any situation, any circumstance across the board? If we can see the essence of what masculine and feminine is, then it can make a lot more sense to apply when we see these terms applied to things like astrology. We'll notice that the planets, the constellations, the nakshatras, and the signs are all given gender designations. But if we don't have a clear definition of what masculine and feminine is, it won't make sense to us. If we think of Saturn and Mars as masculine, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be cloudy and confused with whatever we identify masculinity as. So I say, is there a way for us to sit down and come up with the definition or an understanding of what masculine and feminine are beyond society's definition? Right? Feminine does not mean wearing a dress. Masculine does not mean being macho. What do you guys think in the chat? Are you guys what are some things that you think would define masculine or feminine without referring to culture and society?
You know what's interesting, really quick, Trav, I want to say is that even though I always say Saturn is he, because I see him as he, is actually a feminine planet. But I personally, I guess I see Saturn as he because I think of Saturn as in the religious text. But yeah.
Saturn correlates with Binah in the Tree of Life, which is found on the feminine pillar. Binah being the Great Mother.
Interesting.
The gate of death, because to come out of her womb is to be assigned a very certain destruction. Alora was talking a lot about negative and how, how that should also be kind of separated and cleaved away from wrong or bad, because negative is often equated with feminine. And then we look at the Tree of Life, the feminine pillar is the negative pillar. So of course, if we come at this thing thinking negative is bad, feminine is going to bring along that bad distinction with it. But all of the malefic planets find themselves on the negative pillar of the Tree of Life. The benefic planets find themselves on the masculine pillar, the positive pillar.
No, bring it back in the house. Oh shit.
Yeah, let's bring it back. Bring it back to the Kabbalah.
I'm sorry about that, Trav. My doors.
No problem.
You said someone was talking about Aslesha information earlier.
Is Aslesha feminine?
Well, Aslesha is flipped. For the male, Aslesha is flipped because it deals with the inversion, the god of inversion. So for the male, Aslesha is feminine. For the female, Aslesha becomes masculine.
I mean, don't each one of the nakshatras have are considered masculine and feminine?
Oh yes. Like you have, they do that by their animals and their gender. Like whether you're my husband, he is a female tiger and I am a male cat, and he's Chitra and I'm Aslesha. So but what I was saying with Aslesha, which is interesting, Aslesha men tend to become victimized by women. Think Johnny Depp, even Marilyn Manson right now, where the women can either victimize them or end up ruining them at some point in their life, turn against them or take advantage of them. Whereas the female Aslesha, she is the stronger one, and she, does the strangulation on her partners because she wants to grasp and grip them and hold on to them. And the men that are not strong enough to withstand her end up being crushed by her. So the Aslesha female becomes the masculine nature, whereas the Aslesha male becomes the female nature when it comes to the genders and astrology. I was thinking about if this kind of information really went mainstream, it would be totally canceled for all the gender talk.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Does anybody in this chat have the Nakshatras book?
I do. You talking about in a group chat?
Anyone who can respond.
You're talking about the Purple Nakshatras book, the one I told you about, or a different one?
Talking about the Purple Nakshatras book.
Yep.
Yeah, I got it.
On this, the section of the book that starts on page 119, I believe this is where I saw about the masculine and the feminine, and also about these animals here. I think this is something called the Yoni Kuta.
Yeah, certain animals that match up. You can cause like traumas if you have the wrong animals with the wrong people, and this is where you call, where you bring in like loss of children or poverty, and this is why it's important to do a compatibility test, specifically with the moons, and connect your animals and the you know, the yonis, the kind of yonis you have.
Well, yeah, this is a little bit advanced, so you know we're gonna have to start from somewhat of a beginning place. So this has a lot more to do with compatibility, as you just said. So we've got these nakshatras here, and just to get a bit more specific into how they play with each other, it seems that they are symbolized by male or female animals, and seems like what is being discussed here is that some animals go together better than others. Some are absolutely terrible together.
Yes.
So in other words, this is a good way to gauge compatibility in relationships of all types.
Yes.
Based on the lunar nakshatra or any of the nakshatras.
Yeah. Well, the thing is with the moon is the mind. So it'll connect on how your minds will mesh. But then you connect your Venuses to see like the sex compatibility. And then you connect other parts of your chart to really get a deeper read on, because some people will be good lovers, but not good friends. Some people would be good friends, not good lovers. Some people would be good colleagues and such. So, and then there's like a scoring system in there that, you know, depending on the level, the higher numbers are obviously the more beneficial. And when you match animals, like a male tiger and a female tiger are the best match. But my husband and I, he's a female tiger. I'm a male cat. We're still pretty good because we're both cats, although he's a tiger. But, and like a buffalo and a cow go good together. Things like that.
Yes.
What's the name of that book, Trav, that you was just speaking from?
It's called the Nakshatras. And the author is actually by Dennis Harness.
I could have swore I had that, because what you were saying sound exactly familiar. Yeah.
Now, I know I've seen it in another book also, but this is the one that came to mind first. They've got a little chart.
That sounded so familiar, what you just said.
It's got it is a little bit more advanced, at least shit for me, but it exists. Like there's the nakshatra stuff, it goes deeper than just, hey, I'm a this and I'm a that. There's so many more layers that connect contextually. Because we're talking about context versus content here.
Yeah. Django, we've talked about this before. Maybe that's why you are.
Yeah, because that sounded real familiar. I was like,
yeah,
you know, because I know I got a couple books on nakshatras, but I've recently like downloaded some stuff on some thumb drives and moved stuff around. Now I can't find any fucking thing now, so I don't even know.
Yeah,
you got your own Google Drive?
Huh?
You got your own Google Drive folder?
No, maybe I need to do that.
Yeah, organize your own.
So this right here, this nakshatra book, this part on page 119, 120, this is like a point system right here, and you add them up and then you see what the compatibility is. Is that how that works?
Yeah, especially 132. If you go to page 132, it lays it out for you. But starting at 119, it explains how that works. I'm by no means versed in it, but I went through it. I got to go through it a few more times, but
Oh yeah, this is serious.
very interesting to know. And you know, I got everybody's chart, so just for me, I kind of just went through and compared everybody, and just to kind of see how things worked out. And you know, obviously this stuff is accurate.
Yeah, this can bring in information like this. I don't remember if you guys remember a couple weeks back, we were talking about the nakshatras that should not be together because it can end up in tragedy, like a loss of a child or, you know, poverty, being someone who ends up roaming and never having their own like place. And this is the information in here in this page in these books. You'll see that certain signs, certain animals just don't go to good together, which the nakshatras, the certain nakshatras don't go to good together, and this is because of the animals underneath them. And then usually it's because the moons don't mesh well. The moon is the beginning for the compatibility, but then you go outward and compare your Venuses, your Mars, your Jupiter, and stuff like that, because that'll tell you, you know, how you're going to get along, in which way you're going to get along, because, you know, each planet rules different aspects of us.
Kristen, can you do this?
Yeah.
Okay.
In the chat, Narwa asks, how so is it advanced? Would you say generally that it deals along the lines of totems or familiars? So I think that from what I'm seeing here with this, it's a bit different than totems and familiars, because it's less symbolic than a lot of the Aboriginal sciences. It seems like this ranking system, so far to me, it seems the animals are kind of chosen arbitrarily, but used as reference points. So it's astrology, and it's based more on where things are and where they line up, as opposed to the animals that they represent. I think the animals are just like the titles of, you know, just to keep things categorized. But I say it's advanced because how the relationships deal with each other. It's advanced as far as it's advanced astrology. More things to remember.
Well, it you know, at the essence of each of us, we were represented by an animal, like for like Aslesha, the Naga, the serpents, but also the cat. So it represents our nature at our core. So going off of Aslesha, the cat is very finicky. Sometimes she wants love and she wants to immerse you in love, and sometimes she's grossed out and she's ill, don't touch me, and she's obsessed with grooming and keeping clean. And this is why the animals are picked and connected with the nakshatras, because they really represent them in their animal nature.
Yes.
Do you think that we represent the animal, or do the animal represent traits of the human?
The animal I mean, maybe a bit of both. We're representing personality at our core, the animalistic core of us. Our animal is our nakshatra. So for me, Aslesha, it's cat. So, but not just cat, because I'm not just moon. So we have a mix of these animals, but the mind being the very core of, you know, and the moon being the core of the Vedic astrology, they look at that first and foremost, because it's the center for everything. What we think and how we put, you know, things together in our brain is what the beginning start for everything else that we are. So they put most importance on the moon, but I think it's what our own personal animal nature is. And I think that that question about the animal spirit or totem is a valid one. It's just different, but it's more like for the nakshatra's specific animalistic tendency that, you know, at the basic core of it.
Allow me to correct myself. So I initially said that the animals were chosen arbitrarily. I think that might have been an erroneous and statement made too quickly. Absolutely not arbitrary. Narwa says vectors. So yeah, I can see that as well. How things line up. I'm looking at my animals here. I'm double serpent with an ascendant of a dog.
That's funny. Oh wow, that's so cool.
In the here in this Zoom group right here, Aaliyah was the one that was asking about Aslesha.
Aslesha, I see. Did she find stuff out about it, or was she asking in general?
I did a little bit of. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I did a little bit of research about it yesterday, and that aspect of it was the only part that I found. But I ordered that book. I didn't get it yet, so I'm just waiting. But now listening to you guys, I'm learning more about it. But that's my Mars.
Yeah,
that's not like the main part of my. Well, it's not my moon.
Right. It's your Mars.
Do you remember your moon, sun, and ascendant?
My
I've been
ascendant
logged out of my Astro account again, so
my ascendant is Jesta. My moon, yeah, my moon is, I believe it's Ravati. I believe it's Pisces.
Okay.
Because I'm a Aquarius sun.
Aquarius. What nakshatra?
I'll tell you right now. Hold up.
Okay.
So far, wait a minute. So far, you said Jesta and Ravati.
Yeah. So no. So all right. So my ascendant is Jesta.
Mm-hmm.
My sun is Satabhisha.
Okay.
Yeah. And my moon is Anuradha.
Oh, Anuradha. Okay.
So you're double hair horse. So rabbit, horse.
Rabbit, horse.
Jesta and Anuradha are hair.
Yeah.
And Shatabhisha is a horse.
The hair, that Jesta is a very good nakshatra to bring in money, because they're always seeding. Jesta, though, often is giving of themselves. It's mostly more so in the males, where they're seeding all the yonis, or they're seeding out in the earth. They tend to be, the male side tends to be super promiscuous, and so the seeding of that ends up bringing in all these like fruits. Whereas like something like Rohini, it they themselves. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, finish. I was going to ask you about the feminine aspect of Jesta, because I've heard I didn't hear too many good things about it.
Well, that's the thing. Jesta people can make a lot of money, and they're very goal oriented. They're very giving of themselves, not just in sexual nature, but in general. They give. They have lots of energy, but they expel it. So they can tend to be thin. They could tend to have they could tend to get sick at times, or overran, because they're always going. They have motivation and skill to bring in money. So there is, a lot of people see Jesta as like a slasher. They see those two in a negative light because they're sexual. They're very sexual. So I wouldn't see it as bad. There's so much more to it. There's a lot more to it than just the sexual nature of it. The whole concept of Jesta is being able to create things, so yes, they create through sex. So even if they don't have a baby, there's like a birth of something through sexual energy. And even if they don't release the orgasm, when the orgasm builds up within them, or the sexual power, their ideas come to fruition easy, because like Aslesha, they're really powerful in their sex centers. They're really able to manifest from that space. So, and it's nothing to be ashamed of or feel bad about, or sex.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Oh no, I don't. well, for me, what I wanted to find in my chart, because there was something, I don't know which one I was researching, but it was the whole reason why I even started looking up Ashlesha is because aspect of it dealt with repressed sexuality, and that's actually something that I struggle with. And that there's a buildup, and they were saying something about like there's a building up of Kundalini, and that you can use it to your benefit. And I didn't know where exactly to look in my chart for that.
Yes, and since your Ashlesha is in Mars, Jeshta is a Mars ruled nakshatra, so there is that connection, that you got that link there between the two. What thing is with Ashlesha, Ashlesha and Mars can be a little bit tumultuous, because it's a lot of it's a I don't want to say troublesome. It's just the energy becomes troublesome, or it becomes agitating. And this is because of this buildup and a need to release, but not knowing how to release in a way they're comfortable with. And Ashlesha, because often there is no nourishment from the mother, or there's some kind of lack when it comes to the mother, or parenting, or something that they didn't receive. And there's this thing where they control and hold them into this virginal state. So there's this crossover between purity and being grossed out and being overly sexual. And you find out once penetration once the penetration happens, whether it's like knives, tattoos, sex, once that first penetration happens to the Ashlesha, she is able to release, boom. But then if she doesn't balance this energy, it can become polluted waters. So if you think of Ashlesha like a spring water, and water is easily poisoned,
easily diluted, tainted. Right?
Yes. So it has to be cleansed. It has to continually be cleansed. Otherwise, it builds up, and here's all this stuff building up like a dam, and then it ends up exploding into toxic pus. So it's similar to that. And
toxic pus.
Yeah, toxic pus. So
toxic pus.
Yeah. So it's more. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry.
Because what that's something. Well, that's basically what I found. That was the gist of what I found yesterday. And the way I took it is, it really goes back to like what was said in the beginning too, about like the feminine aspect taking in so much energy, like as far as what you're receiving, or what you're watching, what you're listening to, or just anything, like just in everyday life, just taking in so much, and having to really be like cognizant of that nature, of that feminine aspect, and balancing it out, and discerning what, because the waters could get muddy of the subconscious mind, and just in every aspect of life, period. And Absolutely. That's why I guess it makes sense that the cat would be like that. But then there is like finding balance. So you could be too closed off and then too open as well. So it's finding the balance.
And that's what happens with the two. There's this, depending on, so if your gesture is making you feel, Ashlesha can pull in. It's very magnetic, okay? So it can pull in, but then the gesture is going to have you spilling it out. It's going to expel. So as soon as you pull in, gesture is going to want you to push it out. But the problem is what you're pulling in can end up causing a clog or a, like, the muddy waters, or a congestion. So you're not able to spill it out in a positive manner. Now you can spill it out through your sexual release to a point, and that also is going to drain the energy. There's a way to release and let your sexual energy build up to where then you can seed it for creativity, for something you want, as opposed to just losing your seed or losing your creative energy through release, a need to release all the time.
That's perfectly said, in alignment with the Kybalion. In the paragraph where it says it says it starts off saying the latest scientific teachings. Mine is on page 78. So I don't know if it's the same page on everybody's, but it says the latest scientific teachings are that the creative corpuscles or electrons are feminine. Now, then you got to stop and say, well, you got to really understand a corpuscle is a minute body or a cell in an organism. It's like it's basically a red or white cell, right? Red or white blood cell. So as you were saying that how you have these particular feelings, it goes back to basically like I was saying earlier when I was reading that definition of the nervous tissue. So all of that has to be a balance within ourselves, along with the masculine and feminine, because it goes on in the Kybalion saying that science says they are composed of negative electricity. Yeah. We say that they are composed of feminine energy. A feminine corpuscle becomes detached from, or rather leaves, a masculine corpuscle and starts on a new career. It actively seeks a union with a masculine corpuscle, being urged thereto by the natural impulse to create new forms of matter or energy. And that's the whole thing about the birth, the giving of the birth, or bringing forth something. That's the feminine energy, or the femininity of the galaxy is the womb. So it says it actively seeks a union, blah, blah. Okay. One writer goes on as far as to use the term, it at once seeks of its own volition, a union. This detachment and uniting form the basis of the greater part of the activities of the chemical world. So this thing goes much deeper. This, like, when we say the gender, it goes into the very activity of the action that needs to be demonstrated within this realm of existence. So as you said a little while ago, Leah, that women receive so much. Women internalize everything, and everything comes within a woman. Men don't even approach a relationship from the same perspective as a woman's perspective. But the men who do approach a relationship with the understanding of your perspective is balanced within his corpuscles, meaning that he's balanced within the very cellular structure of himself, meaning that he has balanced his feminine and his masculine. So his solar power doesn't overpower. So it in turn shines light. It's no different than the moon. If you want to take it to the supreme lesson, the moon reflects the light of the sun.
Yeah.
So the total activity that the feminine would be demonstrating or bringing forth her wisdom from the essence of the knowledge or something perceived is only going to demonstrate what she's going to bring forth is going to be from what's being absorbed. So if masculine energy is overpowering, outlandish, blah, 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 then she will, her demonstration or outward performance is going to be deformed. That's what we're seeing in society right now. We're seeing a mistranslated energy of the feminine.
Wait, can you repeat that last part?
What's happening in society today?
But right before you said that if the masculine energy is within you, is outlandish.
If the masculine energy within you is deformed, then it's going to be demonstrated in an outlandish representation. So if you take the activity of a lot of things in society that people's going through right now, it's actually an outlandish representation based off of an imbalance within the self. That's in turn because people are interacting, the corpuscles are interacting, as it just said in the Kybalion, because the corpuscles, they urge with a natural impulse to create or form a new matter because they seek union. They seek yoga. So without the union and the understanding and balance of these masculine, feminine forces, the gender identification is going to be off balance.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So that's why us as the Magus and those who are wise enough, we should be able to realize this is why so much things are put out there within the public eye to stir up unbalance in people.
A reaction.
You know, so it goes. It just goes and it goes on. And in this chapter, it says the feminine particles vibrate rapidly under the influence of the masculine energy. Basically, Shakti has now been activated, and is rising up through the workings of the lotus flowers of the chakra. Then it hits Shiva. Now they in union, and it draws back down. Is basically what this is all saying, that the vibration and circle rapidly around the ladder. The result is the birth of a new atom. So basically, when we balance ourselves and we utilize it, if you was to go, like you said, that you said you have a reverse where you're kind of like your sexuality is more introverted. It might be something that you don't demonstrate, or I'm not speaking for it, but maybe in a love life, a person is holding back, because that's such a powerful force that the end of that another person that you sharing this force with, you may internally feel that you can't bring forth all of this, and the person may not handle it, or they may not understand it.
Well,
that's why Durga kills niggas.
I don't connect with, I just find it hard to connect with people because it's just I really do feel that finicky, the cat
yes.
makes sense that it would be the cat, because it's like
that makes perfect sense.
I don't really connect with the opposite sex that well, and it's not out of, I don't think it's out of I don't know if it's out of misunderstanding or out of, it's too much energy. It's like I got more important shit to do, like all of these structures and the imbalances, like, and that's where I find it, like, everything that I'm talking about, like with my moon placement and with Mars, these are things that's happening internally. I have a lot of Scorpio in my chart. Just I'm just learning Vedic, but in my Western, it's just a lot of Scorpio. So everything is internal with me.
A lot of Mars.
I internalize everything, So yeah. And
so it's just basically finding that inner balance. Whatever, that so you have a platform of stance. You stand on a particular platform. So it's basically that in all actions of yourself, be strong in that. Don't you know what I'm saying? There should be no faltering in any activity that you do, especially if it's aligning with your chart.
Your Mars. I guess what I have a no, you can go ahead. I just want to say that it's just like balancing the masculine within me, like, because it's no outward representation of that, for real. Like I don't have men in my life. I just don't have time or the energy, for real. But in my previous relationship, how it was, I guess you could say it was never much of a power dynamic, but it's just I don't submit easily. I can't submit to anybody. Exactly. I can't. The only men that I'm attracted to, I'm definitely like
powerful
sapiosexual.
Men, right?
Yeah, like I'm a sapiosexual. So I don't, and it's hard to meet people, just not even only in relationships, friendships, and everything. It's just hard to meet people who I resonate with. Until now. People that I can't talk to, people that I'm surrounded by, I can't talk to about stuff like this. Like, that's just the reality of it. Like, I just can't have conversations about things that matters to me. And I find it hard to connect with people just in general, because it's like, I don't care what you're talking about. Like, I don't care.
Because it's not deep. Like, it's not.
Yeah.
You're
and and it's like I have a problem, like, and the only thing that I feel, well, not the only thing, but it's involving gender with me is like knowing when to be masculine in the aspect of like putting out, and when to just like take in, like, just finding the balance within that itself.
Right. And right there, what you're saying is everything. So your Mars is the men. It's a male aspect. So Mars is, a soldier, right? So you become this Mars, the soldier type of Slesha person in your relationships. And that means if the man is not Mars, if he is not Mars, where he's strong, where he can handle, if he's not Sun or Mars, where he's like powerful, who can take it, who is not going to break underneath your will, then if he breaks into your will, it's not going to last. It's going to be, you're going to deplete him quickly, and you're going to be bored of him and then move away from it or move on. And this could also be in relationships where there might feel like there's always a war, or it's always a back and forth, or a competition,
a battle of the wits. Yeah.
Yes. Right. And then people usually never probably come to where you want to bring them up. You want them to be high. You want them to be witted and strong, but they're usually weak and they break. And so it's like, okay, bye-bye. And there's no fulfillment in that. And like you're saying, there's the balance between pulling in or pushing out could be, could be a thing there, because you have so much Mars going on. So you want to look where your Mars is, and your Mars is in Aslesha. So Aslesha really is important in your chart, because you have
hard,
Mars.
It's a hard placement.
Yeah. So it's front and center in a lot of the things you do, and even in your you said Justia was your ascendant, right?
Yeah.
So it's aspecting your ascendant that way. So you're still dealing, even though it's in your Mars, because Mars is in Aslesha, wherever you have Mars, it's going to be aspecting. So you're going to have aspects of Aslesha going into your ascendant as well. So there's this battlefield that happens. And with Aslesha women, the men that they take on tend to be, if they're Aslesha men, it's not going to work, because Aslesha men are the weaker of the two. The Aslesha female is the strong one. The Aslesha male, I don't want to say weaker in that way, like they're weak, but they're in comparison, because the female becomes the male and the male becomes the female there, and the male doesn't do well in this Aslesha always. You find out they end up becoming, they feel like everything is attacking them, or they're being taken advantage of, or that things are like gross, or women will eventually at some point in their life try to ruin them or come out against them. This happens a lot. Johnny Depp and Marilyn Manson are going through that. They're both Aslesha, and they both are going through that kind of thing. And with Johnny Depp, if you think about him in his movies, he's always making those oh my God sounds in his movies. This surprise. This is a cat-like thing to do. Like, oh my God, don't touch me. Gross. Oh yuck. Those kind of things. That's very male Aslesha, but it can also show up in the woman too, but it's very, very common in the men. Excuse me. I had to drink some water. But you said your sun is in Shatapahisha, right?
Yeah, that's Aquarius, right?
You said that that is a hold on a minute. What did I just do? I want to look something up for you really quick. It's a Rahu ruled nakshatra, but I wanted to see something. So yeah, it has to do with the water bearer. Well, yeah, that's the Aquarius, but it has to do with the position of the gods. That's right. So, the Shadabahisha is like a has to do with the god of rain and the cosmic waters. So this is a good thing because you have we talked about Aslesha being the waters, needs to be purified. So and having the Shadabahisha there, I would and then you said this was your son, right? I would try to channel some aspects of your sun sign, your nakshatra in there, because it is the waters, because it is the rains. Maybe do the Bij mantra for Shadabahisha to help clear out the energy of the Jeshta Aslesha back and forth. This will help you to cleanse yourself. So, are you familiar with the Bij mantras?
Yeah, I am. Not that one. I did it, and I didn't feel anything. Like I did it, and then I guess it was the specific one that I did. I'm not even sure which one it is at this point because I've just been doing the other ones, the gesture one, and as well as one that's not even for my like specific placement.
Mm-hmm.
But I if it doesn't, like, I don't know, I didn't keep it up. If it doesn't feel like, if I don't feel anything, if it's not magnetizing for me, I kind of don't do it, but I probably should anyway.
Yeah, it's not going to be like you're not going to get a result like you're taking a drug or something. You might not even notice it for a while. Think about it like you're clearing a dam, but you're taking it piece by piece. At first, you can't tell, right? You can't tell that shit's being moved. But after momentum is built, oh, okay, something's flowing now. And it keeps going. If you build, because it takes a while to build up.
Yeah, I definitely feel it with one. But this is like the only one that along with a Saturn one that I really like. And I can't remember the name of it, but it's the Triambage Jajamahe Zagantam Pushte Fantanam. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that one, Urva, yeah. So that's the only one that I've been doing, along with probably Jesta I do sometimes, and this Saturn one. And that's, none of that is from my placements. I don't. It's just the ones that I gravitate towards. So maybe I should just do specifically for my placements.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I guess I'll try that out.
Yeah, try to stick with it for a while because it's like a dam and it's slowly taking piece by piece. And because it's a big clutter, it's going to take a while to keep pulling it away. Imagine every time you're doing the mantra, a hand scoops one pile away, bit of the pile. So keep going. And as you keep going and build up, it's going to build up. And then all of a sudden, one day the dam's cleared away. And now the free flowing energy comes through, and you can benefit from that in clearing away the rest. So if you've got a blockage somewhere, it can affect all the rest. It can affect every other aspect to your chart.
Yeah, like the kind of like the waters that flow through the chakras. Like when one is flooded, it clogs all the other ones.
Yeah, absolutely.
Think about all of the stuff that we're currently on the path of this discovery is all for just the physical plane. The more time you spend in the subtle planes, you don't even be your natal chart anymore. Those planes, the subtler plane or the finer planes there's no identification with any of that planetary nakshatra. There is no physical representation in those planes. So as I was just thinking about how that along the path, the more and more you spend within, the less and less things become important that's without. So I see that's why the guru goes into sannyasin, or he particularly goes into a recluse stage at his point in travel, because they separate from even that. That's the total. If anybody, I'm just speaking from a perspective of anybody traveling on that particular pathway, that eventually those going within, you leave everything else that's outside. Even the identification with what we become. So always see it in reverse, because that's what stage I am on now, speaking personally, that in discovery of particular things that attracted me to take it deeper into research and practice, now going more of an internalized study and self-analysis. That's those things are just jackets you put on for the atmosphere of this earthly environment. The more I separate myself from the environment, the less and less I need those, and the less and less I identify with those. That's like I made a post. I said, I don't identify with my age anymore. I don't identify with my birthday. I can't define my experience my experience, and who the true self is beyond the experience of the numerical value of how long I've been here within the physical on the gross level. So just speaking from personally, that's really where this science really takes an individual to a more internal calm place. How we're going through the Kybalion, and then everything. So the more we study, because everybody has whatever particular path, even these yogas, the ones that we're gonna, we're studying the top with Shuddhi and all they all are traveling a particular school of yogic study, that they will one day renounce all of the shit that they've done. They won't identify with none of it no more. They won't identify with the name Swami. They won't identify with the name Satyananda. They will only be as it is.
I was reading this. I can't remember the name of it, but it's what explains that mantra that I was saying earlier. And it was talking about how, like, the first, it was talking about the different layers of consciousness, and about how you stop identifying as human, and then you go to the planets. Then you identify, as the planets, and then beyond that, just with the cosmos, and then beyond that, it basically gets higher, and you just disassociate. It's like taking off layers, taking off suits or clothing, as you were saying.
What happens as you go higher? If you're in an airplane and you keep going higher and higher, what happens? The oxygen gets thinner and thinner.
It's going to break down, right?
The air gets thinner, meaning that you're entering a more refined and colder state. So that's the whole thing. It's like the more, and I can only speak from my, like I said, my own personal experience and just sharing, that it gets to a point where it starts getting thinner and thinner, and the identification and explanation and all of that stuff becomes a tedious task to interact with, because it keeps dragging you back down to the material form, logic, right, and intellect, and feeling, and even being invigorated by something to feel good is all a physical experience.
For me, I'm not there yet. Like, I know that I'm not there yet. Like, I cannot say that I'm there yet at that point. For me, is what I am starting to see is like the patterns, and is like basically not being influenced by these patterns, like seeing the patterns that influence me, and that's like by looking at what's in my chart, and just not being pushed around so much by it now that I'm aware of it, you know. And then I guess that's the starting of the climbing of the ladder or the tree.
You perfectly hit it direct. That's why we identify with me, as you know, as you said. You know, I'm not there yet because you know and you realize and Shanta, that relates to me. Once you the more you're trained, you keep going because it's like a train, a big heavy ass train with a big heavy ass load. The more you keep trucking, the more you keep going, eventually you will hear yourself say that stuff, me and I, and you will start pondering that. Who is this me that's affected by my natal chart?
Right.
Who is the me being affected by these nakshatras? Am I identifying with this?
With the body. Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. It's the identification with the gross level of existence, which is this physical. So the more we all keep going, this stuff starts getting thinner and thinner and thinner to the point there is no identification.
Like dissociation from the character.
And that's kind of like how you say you don't, you know, how you that being a woman you're not particularly attracted to, whatever. That's the same thing. As a being, you start becoming not attracted to being around humans. These fucking troglodytes. You get sick of being around imps and fairies. It's just not cute anymore.
But you know, it's also difficult. You know, it's not, well, everything is difficult, hell, but you know, it ain't easy because that's basically everybody. People that don't, like, you know, just take the time out. And I understand, like, it does take time. Like, you know, we got bills, we got kids, you know, and everyday life and stuff like that. But it's like, for people who just don't have the I guess the will to want to or whatever, and it's like most of the people in my life that I'm surrounded by is just not, like I said, like I can't talk to about these things, or I can't build on or learn things that matter to me specifically. I can learn from everything, and the way that I do learn from people in my everyday life is all symbolic. You know, I basically, it consists of just breaking down my interactions with people and the subtle meaning of things, and the symbolic representation of it, you know, because energies act through them, you know, but they might not necessarily be aware of it. And then, you know, I'm interacting with the energy that's being represented through them. But it would be nice if they were aware of it.
You might be the effect and the cause for them to one day now, because what you're doing, or what whoever is up gets to experience your reality as you put it into action, they may be because their consciousness is never turned off. So people are observing, people are listening, whether they say it or not. They may not be looking in your direction, but they're looking at you the whole time. So that stuff is being absorbed. So it may whatever the time frame for their if they're a planet, it may take them a little while for your sunlight to reach their surface. You know, it may take somebody 3 years, but they'll eventually
that's everybody.
Get it.
That's everybody. I'm sure that there's people who, you know, there's probably people in my life who I have no idea who's like that, who looks at, you know, who's like that with me. Like, you know, there's always higher levels of consciousness, or always someone who's better or more advanced in a different regard. You know, I was saying that
applied to you. I was saying it applied to you, that you are, by what you are doing, you're basically inspiring someone else, whether they know it or not. You understand what I'm saying? That we indirectly influence people that we may be trying to get away from.
So can I ask you a question? So so at these higher levels of awareness, right? Do you find yourself like because I know that this path includes isolation, right? But is there like a point where that's like not good? Because I find that happening like as I delve deeper, I just find that happening with me and people in my life, and I don't know if that's necessarily like healthy to that extent, because at the same time, like, we are here to indulge, and you know what I mean, like, we are here to indulge and then work out whatever karmas or whatever. But is that like just prevalent throughout the whole thing, like constant like detachment from people and everything and everyone? And because that's is yeah,
It depends on something primarily, and that something would be your values, because I like to distill my systems personally to make them very simple so I don't have to dwell on them for too long. And for me, I ask myself two questions. Is it appropriate? Is it useful? Is it useful? Is it appropriate? Right? And those depend on my values. We touched on this a little bit on Sunday. So depending on what your values are for this whole thing, is isolation useful to your values? Is isolation appropriate to your values? When I say your values, I mean your whole core purpose for doing this, for the study. You got to ask yourself, why are you doing this? Why are you buying all these books? You came to the meetings and you bought all these books. There's a reason for that. If you identify what that core reason is, and then you talk about isolation, is it useful according to that core reason? Is it appropriate to that core reason?
I want to interject I want to interject that again, we applying the a time frame to isolation. So when we say the word isolation, that's like I had said earlier, even when we hear that word isolation, what did your mind do? Your mind went through whatever channels it went through to define it through a time-based system. So we're saying, do we need to isolate forever? So we looking at our minds unconsciously do that, or are we when we go into an isolation, it may be for 8 hours, it may be for 3 hours. So the inner work that you've done within your isolation was powerful enough that when you do come out into what we call the active awareness cognitive world amongst people in society, that we have empowered ourselves up through the 3-hour isolation, that the society does not stick to us. Nothing even comes in your direction. You're in a constant, you become what? You become the mantra. You become the frequency of whatever inner energy work that you've been doing in isolation, so that when you go out in public, everything just pings off of you. You understand? You know what I'm saying? Some practices, if you read, they call it the diamond body. That's what I'm saying, that when I say isolation, and when I speak on Satyananda and all of them and the sannyasin, of course, those gurus in that particular area, they go into a permanent, and they don't really use isolation. They call it a renouncing. That's one thing it is. They don't call their ultimate goal isolation. They basically go into, they renounce the whole attachment, because that's basically what it is. The last attachment is even your attachment to society. So you totally detach. That's a whole nother level. But
yeah, I was, because it's not something that I'm like trying to do. It's just something that I see that's like happening as I'm going further and further into it, and it's kind of involuntary in a way,
because that's your natural state. That right there is something you should meditate on the why, because if you're not consciously doing it, that means that it's not you who's doing it.
But there has to be a balance, right? Like Like there has to be a balance when, I mean, you still have family and,
That's
you know.
that's your inner work. That's your individual inner work. I can say no, that they don't have to be balanced, but that no is going to be based off of my experience within my life. So you have to find the individual balance within you on your path. I'm just saying that if you already operating within this realm of that you're being led to a particular way, and then once you cognitively become aware, like, damn, I didn't even mean to even isolate myself. That means that you are being guided in your natural form. So that's just something that you would contemplate the experience of that happening. And then as you continue to take it into context, because that's self-analysis, you're really not just doing it just because, you're actually doing it because that's a process of self-awareness or self-analytical study. And then because you are the object of study and the subject as well, so you have to take that and be like, well, how do I balance me going into these states of isolation and being a mother, being an employee,
Right.
being a sister, or whatever, you know?
Right. All of this is balanced for real. So yeah.
I just laughed at Trav the way he tossed that. It was like you just twisted the cap off a bottle of liquor and just threw it somewhere just now. But I think everybody, like, from listening to each individual speak, everybody is on the path they should be on, to be totally honest. The only thing that the person does, we cross-reference from what we're doing individually with somebody else. That's what this platform is. The Trav said it gives us an opportunity to basically cross-reference what I'm doing with what somebody else is doing. So maybe they might add on something to my cipher, because that's basically what life is. And that goes back to the planetary influences, being that of Trav and Christian and Stuffed Dog and Aaliyah and Night Creatures and Curve. All of y'all are planets. So as above, so below, you represent planetary influences to Shango. You influencing me. That's the reason why we all here together. If no one liked each other, if no one didn't like me, I think somebody would have went to Trav a long time ago, but like, yo, man, didn't we have a disturbance in the force field at one time, and that shit was ended that very fucking day?
Yeah.
Dolph was fucking tossed out on his ass and given a refund. I just got to bring it back up because it was hilarious, and I'm using it as a teaching moment. I'm just saying that we are all here because we actually supposed to be here, and we all are planets, and we're having a greater influence on each other as earthly manifestations of vibratory energy that then came from the all in the form of people. Who does go and hang with who? Let me see. 45 people in the YouTube chat. Have them they not every one of them ain't going back to regular people. Who wants to go back to regular people after building on some shit like this?
You can't.
What's gonna do? Go barbecue fucking pork hot dogs in the backyard with
pork.
Somebody? You know what I'm saying? You can't go do that shit.
Pork hot dogs. Yeah, somebody just commented he can't even watch TV anymore because it's so boring.
You can't do it because you didn't because people are doing, we're all having our own inner dialogue right now. So whatever we don't hear verbally being said, you don't think the auditory system didn't suck that shit right into your brain, and then later on at 9:15 tonight, you might hear something Trav like, oh, should I didn't hear Trav? Did Trav say that, or am I just? That should come right back to you, and now you reflect on it, and you can either add it on, or you get rid of it.
Stop.
like fucking vegetables. Everybody, that's why it's good to know your physical self, even genetically and DNA wise, because there's particular things that certain people's not supposed to eat that shit. And that goes into when you do like Vedic astrology, Christian will tell you that there's certain things in chart that tell you that you can't eat.
Yeah.
And that goes into Ayurveda. And most people may not realize the Ayurveda is a spiritual written a system. That's a part of the fucking Shasta, the Vedas.
Yep.
Ayurveda, life science. Or life words.
The breath of life. Yes.
Breath of life. That's what I was trying to get. So the whole thing, that's what I'm saying. Once you give yourself the opportunity, and that's what I mean by isolating yourself, giving yourself the opportunity to hear the shit that you're studying internally.
Yeah.
No different than either you're going to do an out loud mantra or you're going to do a silent internal mantra. You got to go internally and you got to start having fucking meetings with the self.
Yeah. I do. Sometimes it be straight out war for real. Like
always, mama.
With me.
You don't think we at war?
Like for real.
Trav make it look good like he ain't at war, huh? Trav be looking all shiny. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I'm coming.
Beads on, opening books and shit all the time. It's looking real good. I guarantee you there be days Trav be like, man, what the fuck is the purpose of me even doing this shit? Because that's the self, because that's the dense, gross matter. It's gonna bubble up sometimes.
You did make a really good point.
Death stinks.
Yeah. You made a really good point also about this silence and hearing yourself. Like, I also would like to point out a distinction here because a lot of us, I know, are using these mantras as a way to escape silence. You know, I'm not going to meditate. I'm just going to listen to mantras all day long. Silence still has to happen. There's still got to be those
guilty,
right? And I know
not guilty.
I've been there too. I'm like, I'm gonna just listen to mantras. I don't have to meditate. No, you still have to have that time of silence because just like what Shango was talking about, we're busy uploading and downloading all the time. I have to step away sometimes, and it's in those silent moments that those seeds planted. Now I can actually see them growing. I can actually hear them growing. I can actually make sense of and process what's been going on. So the mind is constantly running from trance state to trance state. This is a fact, right?
Non-stop.
So really silent. We've got the good tools. Listening to mantras all day is way better than listening to Lil Nas X or whatever y'all listening to these days all day. Trippie Redd and all that shit. It's still better, but there does have to be those times where we're silent and still, because that's when we actually see what we're studying. Just want to point that out.
You will really see it when you grow something. I'll give a personal recommendation. Somebody, whatever plant, get the seed, grow something, and you will learn a whole lesson that what you plant, that shit just don't grow by itself. You know, you got to do something. It's called cultivation. You have to cultivate what you grow. Not what you grow, cultivate what you plant. I tell this story to people, right? I grew a garden a couple of years ago down here in Florida. I was amazed. That shit was abundant. Like the whole word. It was so much peas, okra, cucumber, all kind of stuff I grew. But the process of me doing this garden, I had to go back in my memory when I was a little boy, hanging out with my great uncle, because he taught me, because I used to go with him, hang out with him at the garden. So I remembered him doing that. But what I learned from gardening, that you have imitation plants that are come amongst the shit that you cultivated that's useful. Meaning that as I was planting these seeds, you know what I'm saying, you'll drop 3 seeds, you know, in a particular spot and keep it moving down the row. So once this stuff starts growing and all of that, you got to keep things away from them. You got to go make sure ain't no anthill growing all around your shoots and stuff like this. So as I continue to, be this gardener and experience and learning, I thought that these plants, I thought it was a whole bunch of plants growing in one area. But I kept watching it and I was like, damn, why these ain't growing no flowers? Because the peas, anything that's gonna sprout starts out like a flower. Then the flower will close, and then that will go through a process of becoming the actual bean. So as I'm watching these plants grow, I'm noticing that some of these flowers, some of these shoots were growing. It'll grow the flower, but then the flower would just fall off and nothing would happen. So what I started noticing is them shits was weeds. I had to ask this older man to come take a look. I'm like, why some of these are not growing, but they growing in the same place? He was like, oh man, he said those are weeds. I said, it look just like the stuff. He said, yeah, the more they grow with alongside the beans, they imitate to look like it. So because they know you're gonna come give water, they know you're gonna keep everything away from it. So you taking care of the weeds. So I was like, ain't this some shit?
That's crazy.
So even in the plant world, you got people that hang amongst it. These weeds are hang amongst the real deal, looking just like it, but they really not the real fucking thing. So that's what I'm saying. In observation, that's no different than growing a cannabis plant. That shit, you can cultivate a plant and that should be looking beautiful, and then you take a look at it and it'd be a male plant.
Like, that should be the worst.
You're like, damn, I can't do nothing with that unless you're going to pollinate female plants with it. And then you got to
throw that shit out.
Then you got to take it away, like you said, because that shit will start spreading motherfucking seeds all over. It'll just be reaching out in energy, trying to impregnate every fucking plant.
Everything.
So that's what I'm saying. That you gotta. And I can only speak for myself, and I go back to myself. Those are the kind of things that, because I was in my life, I've had the opportunity to not really work for other people because I chose to live a particular lifestyle, and then you can make money from these lifestyles, and then you reinvest it, go to school, and blah, 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 live life happy ever after, and not get killed. But the whole thing is, in that process, I always had the time. I was in control of my own timing that I was able to read and read. Just like Trav, he's a master of his own time. So he can read as many books as he likes, as at whatever time that he wants to, and do whatever he want, wake up when he want, go to sleep when he want. So he's kind of, if you can take Trav as a plant, you can study how he's cultivating his garden, and you can kind of say, you know what, if I want to be on a particular level like Trav, then you have to follow the blueprint of him as a gardener of self. That you first thing you got to do is you got to be in control of your own time. So that'd be a lot of things too. So like we asked the question, well, how do we live our life? So that's the whole thing. That's not an obstacle, but in the same word, it is an obstacle. If you got to be to work tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning, but you want to do the after, because tonight, if you do ritual, magic, tonight the moon is more powerful than it was last night. Especially if you know how to do whatever you know how to do. And I just put a little secret out there. If you know how to do particular magic, you could draw down all the fucking wishes that was put up there last night. So I'm just throwing that out there for the magic world. So, but what I'm saying is, you gotta cultivate the process for yourself and control your time. So if you wanted to do that ritual tonight after the full moon, and you have to realize some of these rituals, you work it during the night hours and you end it during the first light or sunrise. You can't do that because you got to go to fucking work tomorrow. So that's your own obstacle that you have to fight along your path of enlightenment, along your path of elevation. So you have to eventually, we all who live a spiritual path, As D said to me when I brought the Dharana Darshan to him, dude, I don't have time to do that kind of stuff. I have to open this gas station and work. I can't be praying and meditating all day. And that's from the mouth of an Indian. So if you don't have the time to invest to complete the process of cultivation and elevation and blah, 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 then you will be missing out. You won't really miss out. You just have to redevelop how you're absorbing this information and how you're going to utilize it. And if you're sincere and steadfast in what you're personally doing, you're going to eventually see the benefits, and the time will present itself. So it all works out. Time is important upon this earth plane.
I think the Bible had it right when they would compare spirituality to gardening and stuff like that. I think that's probably the best analogy. If you
I'm telling you, man, that shit was crazy when I grew some stuff. It made me look at life totally different.
I don't think I've had experience with gardening personally, but just from what I do know about it, it makes perfect sense. Because like you said, that the time aspect of things and also the consistency. You can't just start it. Number one, you can't hope to just get a bunch of tomatoes tomorrow. Number two, you have to follow through even after you see a little blossom, because it's not ready. You see a little bud, it's not ready. You have to keep doing what you were doing.
Because it's law, Trav. Because before we got to the law of gender, we had to learn about cause and effect. Mm-hmm. You can't, just like you said, you can't start some shit, put it into spiritual motion, and then forget about that shit. Don't think that's called what? Karma.
What's really cool with the lunar gardening is you follow based on the magnetism of the moon or the earth. So when the moon is full and is pulling stronger and it's waxing, it's when you want your plants to grow. It's when plants are being pulled upward. So you don't cut the grass then. You don't mess with, you plant your seeds. There's certain times you plant your bulbs. You also do not plant your seeds or bulbs on the infertile days. So the days of fertility are earth and water, but not fire and air. If you plant things on fire and air days, you're not going to get fruit of that. So it breaks.
Christian.
Yeah, it breaks down into, and the thing is, I was doing lunar gardening. I've been doing it for many years, but I was using tropical, right? And when I started getting deeper into the Vedic, I'm like, wait, let me move over to the Vedic and see how much better the results are. And they were almost, instant. I saw a serious increase. Tropical, I was getting lots of benefits from it. And it was more than just shooting it in the dark and just doing it any old day. I was getting lots of benefits from it. But when I switched over to using the Vedic alignments, I couldn't believe the night and day of how I didn't lose a single plant. I didn't have a single one that didn't bud, didn't produce fruit.
You're gonna make me grow something else and do it on the Vedic. I never thought about that, because I did utilize, like you said, certain things you can't play. You can't plant like anything like that's all like cucumbers and potatoes and stuff like that. You use the moon to plant that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
You really use the whole for all of gardening. You use the moon for all of it, and you'll even know when the rains are going to come by the moon. You'll know. Mm-hmm. You will know the weather. When I got into the lunar gardening, I never had to look at the weather. I knew it was coming and knew what days were going to rain. When you start growing your own, because I do urban gardening, and when you start getting into that, you just know days ahead. You go, oh no, it's going to be raining these next, this day, that day, next week. So,
and don't the plants talk to you and communicate? Don't what you grow communicate with you?
They do. And you also want to collect the rainwater. and use the rainwater. Nothing grows plants like rainwater, and not just plants, for your own hair. Use it on your own hair. If you're trying to grow your hair, collect the rainwater and use it on your hair. It's electrically charged.
Hitting it. See, that's what I mean about this group. See what I'm saying about this group, Christian? You just did exactly what I'm saying. There's going to always be something that somebody can add on to themselves. That's valuable growing information, especially that rain. I was collecting. I had a rain collection thing. I had made big barrels and blah blah blah. That when you put the rainwater on there, and I always in the water at night, because nothing, because that's when things grow. The things grow at night. Plants grow at night. They don't grow in the daytime. They basically go into like a now I want to say stagnant, but they go into their stage when they're transforming light into energy. So they're in they're not growing. But you hit it with that water, because I used to use it on my like the house plants I had.
Yes.
Man, that stuff would change it. I was using it for this cannabis plant that I was growing. It was unbelievable. When it's cloudy, the plants would group a certain way. They would you could tell when weather was coming. It was unbelievable how
they tell
nature
you
is the best teacher.
It is. I'm telling you, if you have a question about something, go fucking look at nature. Nature will tell you always. Nature has the answer. I tell everybody that. Look to nature.
They asked George Washington Carver in an interview, because he ain't go to agriculture school to learn the shit that he just ain't do shit with the peanut. He did it with a whole bunch of stuff. So they asked him, well, how do you know this? He told them the plants tell me how to do it.
Yeah, they do. They will. They'll tell you what you should give them, what you shouldn't give them. I did a experiment with I also grow in enclosures, because anyone who knows, when you inside a greenhouse or inside an enclosed space, the plant creates its own atmosphere, and it'll grow huge. So I was doing experiments for a couple of different reasons, but I won't get into those. But I was doing experiments on them to explain people how the rainwater is better than just using your fucking hose water. So what I did is I would grab these big bags of fertilized Miracle Grow or organic Miracle Grow, or like the soil, and I would cut little holes into the bags, little holes. Then I'd put the seeds in the holes. Okay, I wouldn't put this on the ground. I'd make it all enclosed, and then I would set it out on my steps where there was a rain trough that would spill right onto it. So every time it rained, and we get tons of rain right here, it would get the bag. Then I did another one in the same kind of bag, and I kept it on the porch, and I used hose water for it. I got pictures of it. I did this huge experiment, posted on Facebook. My plants, they were vegetables. They were like romaine lettuce and spinach and broccoli, and they got huge. Everyone used to stop by my house and go, "What are those?" And they got so big, they were flowering, big yellow flowers out the top. My bees love them the most out of all the flowers in my.
And that's another thing too about growing stuff outside. You bring back bees.
Yeah. I have a beehive, so it's.
Oh, no way.
Yeah. I love the whole thing. I want to have lots more bees, but I don't have the room right now. But when I do move into a bigger place with a bigger yard, I'm going to have a lot more bees. But the difference, the night and day difference, and how fast they grew. Not just that, I left them bitches out all winter, and they continued to grow in the winter.
Yeah.
They didn't have I got pictures of this. I couldn't believe it. My other ones, though, that I gave tap water to, they didn't even make it through half the season. They were very small and nothing compared to the other ones. People were like, "What are those?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's broccoli, that's kale, that's romaine lettuce." They're like, they're huge. And then they're like, "What do you got them inside of bags?" "Oh, that's interesting." I'm like, "Yeah, because when you keep them in the bag, the roots themselves are enclosed, so they don't lose a lot of moisture. You give them a little bit of drainage. You put a hole underneath so that you can have drainage where you're not going to have any mold buildup. But all you got to do is put a little cap of peroxide in the rainwater one time and pour it in there so it keeps bad bacteria away. And then also put ormus. I have powdered ormus that I would put on the soil. And oh my God, if your plant's dying, put ormus on the soil and give them some water. They will be alive the next day.
Did you ever use diatomaceous earth?
Diatomaceous earth? Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I was doing when I had to use tap water? I would put it in a container and I would put a bunch of quartz inside of there and I would leave it overnight. So I would try to, and then I would literally speak to it, but like, you're gonna get all this
reprogram it.
You speak to the water and basically let it know, like, I gotta use you for this plants, but you're not gonna be toxic towards my garden. And then I will put the quartz in there and I will leave it overnight, and it will be, like I said, that shit changes your whole. Like people laugh at me. They be like
no,
my
it's
back home. I was showing pictures to people that was like, yo, you down there growing a garden, my nigga? Like, what happened to you? I was like, yo, man, I feel great. Like, I don't feel anger. That shit changes your whole life to grow something.
It does. This is what I tell people that are newly sober: start growing plants. Before you get in a relationship, before you have a puppy, start growing plants. It's so rewarding and it's just something therapeutic about it. And not everyone is good at growing, but there are certain plants that you can get that are almost, foolproof where you won't kill them. So like the snake plant, for instance, it takes a lot to kill that. So you can get that. And I wanted to recommend something for when you're talking into the water, instead of, it's good what you're doing, but instead of saying don't be toxic, because the word toxic has got a vibration, it can go through it. I would say something like you're pure or you're cleansed, something like that.
That makes sense. You're right. And that right there, what we're speaking about, that's what I mean. You gotta have the proper. There is a method. You have to have proper things that you're doing that actually, what the word is shuddhi.
Yeah.
Purification. You have to shuddhi yourself while you're trying to change yourself. If you're not doing some sort of shuddhi gardening, that shit it takes work. You have to go out there and go in the sun, the elements. You got to then you start being emotional, being that if something is eating caterpillars and shit like that, eating your leaves off of there.
Yeah. Oh God.
So so you have to find a balance on how to be calm, and you have to let yourself know, like, this is my calm place. Why would I come out here and be an angry gardener? You can't.
Yep.
Who have heard of an angry gardener? What I'm saying?
Right.
So that's what I'm saying to people. I tell people from that perspective, you have to do things that will balance you out, keep you calm, and then you'll be able to have the inner dialogue and contemplation that's conducive for higher change and stability.
Yeah. Well, that didn't come out very good. Damn.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
That.
Damn, I had to unmold something that I made yesterday with some resin, and it doesn't look very good. Got to make a new one. Well, trial and error.
It's interesting. You guys are talking about the trees and stuff, and then I see Isaac just popped up in the chat. I remember when we were studying Tree of Life, for his personal work, he went ahead and purchased a tree that he planted and was going to tend to it alongside working. I just asked him how he was doing with it, but yeah, that just you guys are talking about trees, and he just showed up at the same time.
That's funny.
Interesting. That made perfect sense. Even when I grow the cannabis plant, you can do with bending. You have to bend these branches. You have to bend the stems and tie them off so that it grows a particular way. So you have to learn how to redirect the energy to upward to a certain part of this plant. You got to know how to prune it and cut useless branches off the whole branch. It may look beautiful. You cut them off because there's too much energy being used growing all of that stuff. So because you want the energy to go to where?
Yes,
to your
exactly.
buds.
You don't want them, they're suckers. You don't want them to suck the life out of.
Just wasting, just being just useless. It's like if you said you have a beehive, you know that if a beehive get too many drones, that's not good. They kick out too many bees because the beehive still needs drones. Drones don't do shit.
Right, and they come in and eat all the fucking honey.
They come in and eat all the shit in there. So after a while, they got to kick them motherfuckers out. Be like, yo, man, we love y'all, but you got to
you gotta go.
So you see how nature, you can learn so much from nature.
It is funny. I'm telling you, there is not one thing that you can't learn from nature. If you have a question and you're not sure, and you go to these books and they're conflicting and people are conflicting, just look to nature where there's a similar pattern and watch what it does. If it's not happening in nature, it's probably not happening anywhere. It's you know what I'm saying? If you can't have a recreated thing that nature's doing it all on its own, there's not something new happening somewhere that is, this is the whole
that there's nothing new under the sun, Kristen.
Nothing new under the sun.
What?
If there's no spinning rocks sitting here on Earth just spinning around, why the fuck would they be anywhere else? I don't see that anywhere else in nature. Do you? I mean, I don't see that.
So the Kybalion is talking about in masculinity and femininity, the principle of gender, I should say, how it talks about there's the masculine center and there's a bunch of the feminine around it, and together that makes a thing. Well, what you guys are talking about with the bees, I think that just goes to show as an example that the principle of gender doesn't necessarily have to do with the sexuality of male and female, because the bee queen is a female, but she's manifesting that masculine principle of being the center, the sun. And then the male drones that are buzzing around her in this large mass, they're representing the feminine aspect of the bee species. So it would help us so much to get out of our heads locking in masculine male and male sex with gender versus female femininity and sex, right? Because
that's why
sex has to do with the body. Gender has to do with something else.
Exactly. And that's why in the animal kingdom, a lot of the relationships are not exclusive to just one partner. And I'm just gonna say that, I'm gonna say it as it is.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the person is not, some people, even humans, some people are not built just to be exclusive to one partner for the rest of their life. Even though they have to speak that up front to the people that they interact with. It can't be no sneaking about the shit. They're like, yo, I'm cool kicking it with you, but yo, I'm gonna date other people. In Animal Kingdom, the beehive, it definitely ain't just one king. There ain't no king bee.
Nah, queen.
There's only a queen. There is no fucking king bee.
Right, and it happens with ants too.
Ants too. Ain't no king ant.
And the point that I'm making here is, sure, it's a different gender, but it's the same thing that's happening with the lions or with anything. Like even with the job, there's one CEO, male or female. He represents the masculine aspect because he's that sperm cell.
Exactly.
All the employees that surround him are the feminine aspect.
He plants the way of the he plants the work day.
Right.
This is how we're going to manifest what we need to do today.
Right. He charts the course, sets the direction. Shiva Shakti, consciousness directs matter. So one thing that I really want everyone to really get from this that's watching, if you haven't gotten it already, the principle of gender has nothing to do with body man or body woman. It has everything to do with how the energy expresses itself. Nothing to do with penis, vagina. Nothing to do with that. The principle of gender has everything to do with how the energy is interplaying.
Correct. Yeah.
Manifestation, the consciousness is directing. Matter is what is directed. Masculine, feminine. sperm, egg.
Do you know how much work it takes for these dudes that have all them waves? You know what I'm saying? Nigga be coming through like, damn, man, your shit is seasick right now. That's feminine energy that makes him take all that time to groom himself. I love grooming myself. You know, not that I have waves, but that is what you would call a feminine energy. That's it's not a gender energy. It's a softness, and feminine energy represents. It's a representative word of actions. Beautification. That's feminine energy.
Yep.
Yep.
Again, look at how in the animal kingdom, especially with ducks and birds, the male bird be motherfucking looking so beautiful with all of these colors and all of that shit be looking awesome. The female bird be fucking brown.
It's
just brown.
The only special other color be having white tips on the tail, but like, damn, that's the, you know what I'm saying? So that right there shows you that the male has the they even call it peacocking. Somebody always got to always be fluffed out, and so everybody can see you.
Yes. So again, the distinction has nothing to do with having a dick or some titties or a vagina. It has everything to do with how the expression is pressed out.
Every time you say vagina, I see a vagina. In my mind.
In my mind.
In my mind.
I would ask questions, but I really try not to be too vulgar.
How have you been feeling? Have you been feeling any kind of no, don't play with that lighter. Put that down. Have you been feeling any kind of moodiness or irritability or special dreams, Django?
I've been feeling like the word luxury just keeps coming to my mind.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
I'm feeling like there's it's about to be, there's money for everybody right now. It's just like this is like, it feels like whatever your specialty is, you're capable of making money from it right now.
Absolutely.
I feel money energy.
Absolutely.
I'm feeling that too. Hard.
And I'm not talking about I'm not just talking about no STEMI check. So I'll use that as an example. I think the STEMI checks represent what the energy is about any fucking way.
Yes.
Everything's about to be fucking STEMI.
Yeah, definitely. Yes. But I'm asking specifically because of the full moon in Hasta coming up. While there is a lot of things to do with money and luxuries and abundance, which is fantastic. Anytime that Rahu, especially Rahu and Mars, are in Rohini, anytime in the past, it's triggered wars, riots, religious uprisings, and events that have changed the reality. And this is something that's supposed to be happening by the end of March. That's going to change things for everybody. So what that'll be for sure, because see, me personally, I feel like it has something to do with money and land and stuff and home, of course, because it's in Rohini and Taurus, Mars and Rahu. But there's a lot of people that are making gains right now. And I feel like most of the people are saying it's going to be in a bad sense, especially because of the 19 degrees. 19 degrees, there's always some shit that pops off. But for what I have seen so far, for the most part, but again, it's not the end of March, is all this abundance people are having. So I feel like there's the triggering aspect of the luxuries, money, and abundance are happening. But towards the end, after Hasta, the full moon in Hasta happens, there's an aspect where there can be irritability and moodiness and hidden agendas coming to the forefront, which can cause wars, or arguments or
That
conflict.
makes sense because I feel that too. Well, I always feel an uneasiness. You know what I'm saying? That's just something with me. Even in my
That's a hostage thing.
calmness, that's my thing. Yeah, I always feel like
because you're
that
on guard because you've always had to be probably.
I'm hyper vigilant.
Yes.
It's like, you know, it's ready. If you ready to pop it off, let's just go ahead and pop it off because I'm tired of feeling like you want to pop it off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I always feel that. But you are exactly right that it do. Yeah, you know, because I've been like really thinking about that energy as you know, like I said, it feels like there's luxury coming.
Yes.
But at the same time, you have to protect it because it's always anything can happen at any moment.
Yes, that's perfect what you say right here. I feel like what's happening right now where people are getting money and abundance, it is preparing. You people should hold on to what they can or use it wisely because there is going to by the 5th of April, there's going to probably be a significant drop in the stock market, but not just in the stock market. There's going to be some kind of issue around money.
It's that Bitcoin, Christian, because they running up Bitcoin right now. They buying buying a lot. So actually, what's happening to the price when people buy too much of anything, what happened? It becomes devalued.
Yep.
So the value is coming down, and now we got, because you know what I'm saying, old Joey boy is just now getting his shit together in the White House. So he has to come with his agenda because you know they have to do. So if we look at that, might be something I want you to look into. Look into the dates of when whenever he does his State of the Union address.
Okay, did he already done it?
I don't think so. I don't think he's done the State of the Union.
Oh no, he has not. He wasn't. He can't even speak for 5 minutes very well. He has a hard time with.
That's why I said old Joey boy. You know.
Well, yeah, his chart. He's in the end of his Saturn dasha. That tells us.
But I'm saying I wonder if that's. I'm just wondering if that's going to play into, like you said, with the hostile energy, war and shit like that. Based off,
it also has to deal with China or Pakistan over there. The war directly is linked specifically with over there, China or Pakistan.
Christian, you hitting it. You're making me think a whole bunch. What about all of these fucking boats over there in the isn't it the Suez Canal?
That canal, the Suez Canal or something like that.
You know what's on
Panama Canal, right?
Yes. You know what's on them boats that can't go? Everything that's needed for commerce is stuck.
I was wondering because food could be an issue too, where there's
all of that shit is on it. They're losing $10 billion. It's been a loss of that calculated at $10 billion every day because them boats can't go through.
And did you see that the boat was just
making me think,
sitting there?
Huh?
The way the boat was, it was just sitting there and making these loops that it's not stuck. What people were saying, it was stuck. What is the issue? Why is it not moving? Why wasn't it moving?
It wasn't because the water went low in the particular area. So it wasn't. So you know them boats take a lot of water for the buoyancy. So it wasn't buoyant enough to get out of the channel. So that's why that's why they call it berthing. You know what I'm saying?
The berthing, absolutely.
So when a ship is in the channel, it's at berth, and when it moves, it's berthing. Yep. So that's why they say it's stuck. So if a baby is in the channel, can't come out, boom,
right?
So the whole thing, so it's not able to move out the way, so the rest of these ships can go through the weighing stations and all of that. You know what that's doing to the. I'm gonna keep it real on a whole level when I know about global commerce. You know how much drugs ain't getting to where it need to be at right now?
I can imagine. Yep.
That shit, that's why they had to, when they throw out, anytime the news media throws out money numbers, That should never be right. So if they say that commerce has lost a value of $10 billion every day with them boats being jammed up, let's go ahead and kick that up to 100 billion. Let's just an infinite amount of numbers being lost every day. Down to a nickel bag of weed on the black market. So I was thinking that you just made me think, because if it's coming up, is all of that the precursor to the upcoming saying fall down. So I was just saying, with the whole State of the Union address is basically the president presenting his agenda. You know what I'm saying?
I'll say that it's definitely surrounded things to do with health, which probably is COVID. So something about finding out about secrets about COVID, or about, it's because Hasta, remember, it's hidden thing, like the hidden secret mafias and the secret things. So, and it's also about healings and medicines. So this also would be represent, and then having the other aspects here are showing there's going to be, especially within the media, there's going to be things that are coming out, things that we'll be learning. But Neptune and Mercury are together, which is also, deceptive. So there's going to be deception behind it, like always. And it's, it's said to cause some kind of big change, some kind of big event. But I mean, I don't know how, like I said, I don't know how serious an event, how much it'll affect us directly, but it's supposed to change things for us by the end of March. And so far, it's not too bad. But like I said, it's not the end of the March yet. So,
and we entering in this thing. It's just spring is really just blooming right now. Some places spring, as far as nature, meaning spring.
Yeah, it's holy.
A lot of places haven't even felt any effects of that spring is here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you might be right. So it's like a bubbling under the surface right now. So that's the only reason why whenever I come into contact with like worldly news, I try to correlate it, just like how you said, by you doing it. If you correlate it to the stars, like, well, what is this playing out in the grand scheme of the cosmos? What is this really saying right now? Exactly. So when you said when it's going to be a money, because like I said, I feel like there's an influx of money coming, but at the same time, all money really is not good money. Just because you get a bunch of money,
there's some devaluing that's going to be taking place.
Yeah,
they're giving away a lot of money.
We're gonna find out who's the real donors behind Johnson and Johnson's COVID vaccine. We're gonna find out the Russia mafia been financing the fucking COVID vaccine.
Exactly, man. Right?
You're like Putin. Putin is it owns a company, and the company has a whole different name, and it traces back to him, and he's the one. So that's what I'm saying. It can be undermining. So I guess that's what it is. The word undermining is always that play. So Hasta represents undermining.
Well,
is that an aspect of it?
It can, because remember, Hasta has a lot to do with some of it, like fraudulent things, or fraud, or getting over on people, manipulating people, illusions. But that could also be in a plethora of ways. Like, you can be an illusionist on stage who is manipulating for entertainment. You could be a psychic claiming that you're talking to the dead, and you could be bullshitting people and you're good at it. But you could be in the mafia, and you can make money that way, or it could be in the government.
So what about it being like an illusion, like Maya? Does it correlate with Maya illusion?
Well, that will be more with Swati. That's more of a Swati thing. But I mean, it can correlate. Oh, hold on a minute. I just got that stuck to the steps. It can correlate. It's more or less the manipulation of it. So whereas Swati is like the ruler of the of Maya. She is the creator of the Maya. So Hasta is more like a manipulator of it.
It'll be a tool that Swati uses.
Sure. Well, Swati creates the Maya, right? So then
Yeah.
Hasta would be the tool or the one manipulating. So let's say I make this bread dough, right? I make this bread dough. Now I hand it over to you to turn it into a pizza.
Yeah, yeah.
So Swati would be me, and then the Hasta would be the one turning it into manipulating it into whatever.
That's interesting.
Remember, they're the hands.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, there's I don't know. I feel like when I was reading about Mars and Rahu going into Rohini, to me, I'm like, ooh, that's I only saw a bunch of good. So, and that's the only what I've seen so far. But I'm not gonna forego the fact that, it can definitely bring some issues. But for the most part, it's been a good thing. Rahu is in the excess. So we want the excess of money and land and luxuries. That's nice. And Mars is action, the planet of action. Whether it might be a soldier, but if you can use the Mars in a good way, you can get a lot of shit done.
Some people are not prepared for the very things that they asked for or are given. They've only saw the desire to want something, but they never visualize how are they going to utilize it once they get it.
Yeah.
They never map the plan out.
Yeah, that's a good point. It really is. And that's a lot of times what steps in our way of keeping what we end up manifesting. Like the people who win the lottery, they still got the poor man's mindset, so they lose it all.
You know what I'm saying? And that's exactly what happens. Like I said, these people play the lottery. People who win the lottery, they've been playing the lottery for fucking 100 years. The same, if you know any lottery players, you know that they do not deter from that motherfucking lottery schedule that they got. So when they hit, like you said, when they hit, but they never prepared, they never thought about the reality of winning $100 million fucking dollars.
Right.
They go, first of all, they start giving money out to everybody. Y'all give us 20,000 here, 30,000, 40,000. Them 20s and 30,000s end up to be, you didn't spend millions of dollars real
quick. You know what's funny? When I was younger, and when I would end up with a large amount of money, it would stress me out. And I would say, why the hell am I stressed about this? I was used to functioning more in a, methodical method, planning everything out. When I had less money, this had to go here, this had to go here, this had to go here. And I had to make this stretch. But when I would get large amounts of money, like super large, I'd be like stressed out. And I would I don't know. I know I need this. All these things would pop up in my head of what I needed. And then I would be overwhelmed. I'm like, I'm going to just end up spending it all. So then I don't spend it at all. And then I leave it in the bank. And then I end up using it for stupid shit. Like
that money bother you.
That
money be bothering you the whole time. You can put it in the bank. You can put it in a Swiss account, all kind of shit. You're never not thinking about that.
Yeah, and and that's the truth. And when I realized that right there, that was keeping me from staying in a position of where I always had money, and I was okay with it. I was like, why am I not okay with having money? Where is that coming from?
You know who speaks about that? That's what damn, how could I forget his name? That's what Reverend Ike talk about all the time. He said you got it begins with your mind, as he said. Yeah. If you think about, he said, I think about money.
Yep.
Why would you not? See, that's the whole thing, going back to people saying that, but isolation and renouncing and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We do have to interact with the world. So as I said, as a path, if you're not traveling that path and you want to, because that's a path as well. That's a yogic path. So, to experience money and lavishness and blow it and drinking, that's a path to enlightenment. Anything could lead to enlightenment. Anything. A murderer can terrorize families and break hearts, and one day become the motherfucking Dalai Lama.
Yeah, that's true.
Speaking of llamas, here's the Dhamma Rama coming in right now.
Django, they say that Hasta in their younger years usually experiences poverty, which will lead them to enlightenment, to where they will end up, and because a spirituality will actually end up bringing them in money. So people who have Hasta in their charts, who are experiencing poverty, if they were to move towards the spiritual aspect and learning, and they could end up making a career for themselves out of it, and they usually get money out of it. This is where you get people like Blavatsky. She was Hasta Moon, and people that they tried all these other careers, and they didn't make any money. They didn't do well until they moved over into the spiritual world. That's why you also have a lot of those Hasta people who are called frauds, fraudulent. They're saying that they're doing cold readings and of really speaking to the dead, and they're making lots of money with this. So it's a Hasta thing to be able to make money through spirituality.
So the energy presents itself the way that Hasta is, whether you're going to be one who really has sleight of hand, or a person who's gonna fuck. This is the difference between David Copperfield magic and Aleister Crowley magic.
Yes.
So we know David Copperfield putting that bullshit on us.
Exactly.
But Aleister and his homeboys, we may not agree with everything, but they're gonna still do some phenomenal shit that we be like, he blew me away with that.
Right.
So that's Hasta. Now, does it matter whatever planet and sign is in? Does that affect, how does that affect Hasta?
Well, yeah, it could affect what planet. So, and also what house. So if you have Hasta in the 10th house, and it's like Venus and Hasta in the 10th house, or Mars and Hasta in the 10th house, something like that, that is even Moon. That's going to definitely affect your career. So it'll be even more so in the career. Now you can also have Hasta in the 4th house. That'll just typically show that growing up, you didn't have money. The mom wasn't, she didn't have mom or father, but usually mom, because it's the 4th house. Mom didn't have money growing up. So also you can have Hasta in the 2nd house, and that's also young childhood, not having money, or and eventually making money through alternative means, whether that's spirituality, fraudulent acting, music, or magic. There's a number of things that Hasta is good at. They're great with their hands in a number of ways. You get a lot of Reiki healers and massage therapists they have Hasta. So, it's always gonna, depending on what house it's in, gonna hit you in that different house.
Interesting. I got a book, if I can find it. 27 Stars. I think this is the one. 27 Gods. It says 27 Stars, 27 Gods. Have you heard of that one?
Say it again, hon.
27 Stars, 27 Gods, the astrological mythology of ancient Egypt.
I have not. So those are the nakshatras.
These are the nakshatras, and I just remembered that, and you was Hasta.
Is it ancient Egypt?
No, it's 27 Gods, 27 Stars, the astrological mythology of ancient India.
Oh, India. I thought you said Egypt. Okay. Okay. I have the Nakshatra's book, and I have a couple other books, but I don't have that. I'll have to get that. Is it good?
That's good. Like, because I just remembered I had it, and you hit it right in the head what you said, because it says hasta, dexterity, and it said meaning hand or grasp, and the symbol is the hand. The deity is Savita, god of sunrise. And
isn't that cool considering it's sunrise and it's a moon nakshatra? Isn't that interesting?
To the main stars, the hand-like Corvus constellation. And it says the word hasta refers to a hand, the part of the body that grasps, moves, manipulates, and utilizes things. So the symbol of hasta, a hand, simply illustrates its direct meaning. Hasta is a star of heightened awareness and dexterity. That's interesting. Savita is Hasta's deity. He is the god of sunrise who wakes us up and inspires us to use our hands. The word Savita means the awakener. It is made from the roots su, which means to inspire. Savita inspires our awakening to awareness. Savita is connected with the sunrise because the sun rises. We wake up. Light floods the world, and we become aware of our surroundings. Rig Veda consistently treats Savita, the ancient bestowing cognition, as the sun, particularly the rising sun. 11 hymns in Rig Veda are entirely in honor of Savita, and he is mentioned about 170 times throughout the book. Here are some that are relevant. Divine Savita gives us sight as if from the mountaintop and enables us to create. I never even read this before. This is I was just about you.
That's almost the same passage I have in my nakshatra book. It's almost the same.
Damn.
Yeah, Hasta. You know who Hasta? Leo DiCaprio is a Hasta. And if you think about him, his amazing mimicking skills, because Hasta, they're also really good at mimicking, at impersonating. Also, Ariana Grande is a Hasta. She's spot on with her impersonations. But Leo DiCaprio, if you think of the movie Wolf of Wall Street, Jordan Belfort, he was also a Hasta native. And what did he's famous for getting over on people in, he was fraudulent, but he was skilled. He was a master at it. Like, he's good. And now he's doing better. He's doing things legally, but he grew up with no money, but then made himself and many other people a lot of it. So, and it was intuitive for the director to choose Leo DiCaprio for that. Also a Hasta native, because, and it's funny, people have no idea. They have no idea about astrology or Vedic astrology, yet there's this innate knowing this person fits. Yeah, you know why? Because the nakshatras are the same. Because this is who they emulate. There's this intuitiveness that we all have. There is no randomness. If you look up people's artwork or look into their artwork or what they're doing, you'll see that they mirror their nakshatras always. There is no deterring from the past. They are this person or this, character. It's just amazing how the patterns just keep showing up. One of, I always talk about Freddy Krueger because specifically the Ardra nakshatra, that's the first, I guess before I even knew about astrology, I would recognize this kind of person all the time. I had someone who looks like that who abused me as a kid. And I never knew that Freddy Krueger was a child molester until I was an adult. So it was crazy that I became obsessed with him. I was like fearful of him, but I always watched all of the movies and I would have nightmares about him. And the connection between this other person and him, they are both Ardra. And they look alike. They have that same nose, that Rahu nose that points down. and just the same blue eyes. And now I could, and if you ever take a picture of, what's his name? Jeffrey Dahmer, and set it next to Robert Englund, who played Freddy Krueger, you will see how much they look like. Also, Lane Staley from Alice in Chains, there's this look that they have. It's just unmistakable. It's just unmistakable. And then the lifestyles that they live, it's all Ardra. It's just in their whole life, whether it's in their art or in their real life, it will come out. And it's just amazing when you see all these patterns playing out without people being aware of it. Like, there's no choice in it. You don't make it happen. It's just happening.
Kristen, how do you know when you see a pattern in, like, recognize patterns between other nakshatras?
How do I know? How do I know when I see it?
How do you basically, if you come to a conclusion like, all right, this person is let's say, like for me, like a Mula nakshatra.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's your process of like?
They're okay. So the way they look, the way they're acting, the things they're talking about, any history I might know about them. But first and foremost, it's the way they look. So the way they look is the first thing that hits me. And then hearing them talk, the way they're dressed, the things they're into, it just immediately gives it away. Within the first couple of minutes, you're like, oh, okay, yep, this person has, hold on, I gotta decline that. This person has this going on in their chart for sure. And then usually I will ask the person or just look the person up, and it's always right. It's always there. The funny thing is each nakshatra or the lords have certain looks. They give a certain kind of look, or a range of looks that will come with that. And so it'll start to be easy to pick people out just by looks. And then you get into deeper by what they're talking about, the things that they do in life. Excuse me. You can almost bet that someone who is a Reiki healer or a massage therapist has got Hasta in their chart somewhere.
That's funny.
Yeah. They're going to always have something like that in there. You can.
So doesn't that almost sounds like the tools of NLP and reading body language.
It's true. It's similar, very similar. Just like, because you can read the face, you can read the hands, the face, the body, you can read everything. There's a science to it on top of their, being the metaphysical part to it. But sorry, I got a voice now. But just like if someone is in martial arts, most likely there's going to be Swati in there somewhere. There's certain, the more you get into really understanding the nakshatras, and you'll just start seeing it in people. And then you're going to start asking people their charts or their birth information. You arrange their chart and you go, and you see, oh, all of these people do this and they are all this. It's like the more charts you do, the more people you look into, the more. That's why celebrities are really awesome, because most of them have their birth info up and time, and then you can relate, because what they're doing with their artwork, the kind of what they look like, the things that they've done. It's really easy. But and then you got times where you won't have the exact time, but you could still tell by what they're doing, by the way they look. So then you can get a range of time where they're at by just knowing. Like someone, if Lane Staley, if we didn't know his time, I would know for sure he was fucking Ardra. I mean, there's no denying it. He looks just like the Ardra natives, the Kurt Cobains, the Heath Ledgers, the Freddy Kruegers, the Jeffrey Dahmers. They all have that same look. And then the drug use issue, I might not know the specific PADA, but you can break things down. You know what I mean? There is, it starts to just become evident, especially because you start looking at people and go, I wonder what their nakshatras are. It'll just start being everything you think about. And so you just start always analyzing people the minute you look at them. And if you can get people's charts information to check your information, it helps. And most people want to give it to you because they're interested too. They're like, sure, tell me what you find.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
I met somebody who
talking
was,
about them stuff.
Yeah.
At least I do. Shit.
Yeah. Whenever I meet someone interesting or they have an interesting story, I say, is it cool if I do your chart? I'm really interested in your chart because it's unique. Your story is unique. I've not heard this before, or I'm not sure about you, which is, not typical. Usually I can tell what's going on. So if there's something new or something interesting, I ask, and then I map it out, and then I find the pattern in there of what's going on. I say the more people that you connect with, the better. And then even do just a quick chart, and you'll see, oh, okay, this is what's going on. Just to even know their nakshatras can give you, can really help with your insight on learning how to clock people by their nakshatras.
Kristen, did you say you're an Ashlesha moon?
Yes.
So one of the tendencies of appearances that a friend and I were talking about recently was a lot of Ashleshas appear to have kind of a thing for like rope hair, or like he was noticing like some Ashlesha females would have like, we were just kind of wondering if that was a repeated habit, like because I had like dreadlocks for a really long time. I love braids, that kind of stuff, like rope hair.
Anything to deal with
like hair.
Yeah, well, absolutely it could, especially since the tying up aspect. Ashlesha loves binding, tying, ropes. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense that they would like braiding and dreadlocks and anything that's binding. That would definitely make sense.
Yeah, those are one of the characteristics that I've been noticing within people that I've been trying to kind of guess out, is like their nakshatra is the face off of their physical expression.
Yeah, a lot of Ashleshas, a lot of them have this specific brown, straight, silky hair, kind of like very Megan Fox, and magnetic eyes. They draw you in. They're usually bright or light magnetic eyes, and high cheekbones, and it's very cat-like. They look like a cat. I don't know if you've ever seen the show Sabrina on Netflix, the actress that plays Lilith.
Mm-hmm.
She embodies Ashlesha perfectly. She is perfect. She's the cat woman, and all cat women have been Ashlesha natives. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Every cat woman's been an Ashlesha. And something else about what was I gonna say about her? She was and all the Ashlesha women tend to be witchy, very witchy in nature, or so it's no coincidence she plays Lilith. So you have
so that means that Hollywood could be using that as how they picking characters.
They do, for sure.
Yeah, well, but a lot of people in Hollywood don't even know they might not even know. People do this intuitively. Like the lady who put Megan Fox in Jennifer's Body, she also was a Ashlesha, and she also she has no idea of astrology, but she has obviously an intuitive ability to pick out someone who was like her, who would fit perfect in that movie, which is very Ashlesha who plays around with the thought of being powerful, and she literally gets pierced and killed, but not really killed, by these men who want to sell her, give her to the devil so they become rich and famous, but she wasn't a virgin. So she became this demon who started eating boys. This is very Aslesha. And she turned into this serpent-like woman. So she went from this virginal, innocent person, and when she was pierced, then she became this demon. So this is an Aslesha mythology playing out, and she doesn't have any clue about the astrological aspects of this. So sometimes you just got people who, like I'm saying, always people will play out their mythology whether they know it or not. There's no a way to get away from it. So I'm sure there's people I know there is in Hollywood that are aware of the Vedas, like Madonna and other people who are into all of that. But I'm not so certain how many people are doing people's charts and then saying, okay, this person I want for this role. It's usually an intuitive thing. It happens naturally. Whether we are looking into it or not, it's going to play out.
So we can't be manipulated.
Yeah, there's no way around it. Is that my, oh, that's my soap mold. Thank you.
That's interesting. So we are.
Silicone liner soap mode.
Yeah.
75. Okay, cool.
But people that are making lots of money, like they talk about millionaires don't need astrologers, billionaires do. That's a true ass statement. It's true. If you can figure out the algorithms, you know what I mean, in your own life, you can really hack the system. But the thing is if you're meant to do that, it's going to be in your chart. Some people are not meant to hack the system and learn astrology, and even though they still live out their astrology without knowing it.
So was that called predictive astrology?
Is what called predictive astrology?
Like that's basically what that is. If knowing someone's characterization by their nakshatras, you can predict their movement. So that's predictive astrology.
I mean, you can predict anything with this.
That's
with
some
astrology.
pretty heavy shit for an individual to have that knowledge of the stars and influences so that you look at somebody and know. That means that the gurus, that's why there's really not flooded with gurus and shit like that coming from lineages, because there might have been a lot of people that came to them and they just looked at them and knew their nakshatras and shit and didn't rock with it.
I mean, I'm sure there's no avoiding. You're not, if you come in contact with someone that knows how to read just by looking at you, and before I even knew astrology, I was able to read people just by looking at them. This just added to it, made it that much stronger. So you got people that can do that, and you're not going to avoid that. There's no need to hide from it. It is what it is, right?
So you're saying that everything that we're doing in the cognitive aware world is all nakshatras at play, all planetary actions at play that we have.
Yeah, it's all the mythology
that we couldn't change it if we wanted to.
The way you change it is not really like changing it. It's the inside. What you're doing is you're changing your perspective. That's all you can really do. You change your perspective and how you experience it, right? Because the play has already been written. The play has already been written. Now you're acting your part. It's already been written. Now all you can do is decide to experience that from a higher perspective. Yes, it's this illusion that I can move my hand. I'm making this choice, but there's something behind it that is influencing that, right? There's some kind of strings pulling it, some kind of thing like that, right? So an unseen force, whatever you want to call it. The illusion of free will. But the way to change anything is by changing your own perspective of it, changing how you see it. Like the whole concept of Mercury retrograde is bad. It's not bad. It doesn't have to be bad unless you decide it's bad. But your Mercury retrograde is still going to happen in your second house, and this theme is going to take out, and these things are going to happen. There's no changing the way the stars are moving, but you can choose to feel the way you want about them. You can, how you perceive them.
So Kristen.
Yes.
Talking about like inherent stuff that we do and how we play out in our astrology and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. I've been looking at combinations of planets in someone's chart. Do they change? Does their influence or anything like that? Is there a difference between Western and Vedic?
Like the influences of the planets?
Yeah.
No, they're similar. So like what Pluto means there, it means for us too. What Jupiter means for them, it means for us too.
So like say, like for example, someone has like a mutable sun and fixed moon. That could mean like a lot more like their job is to be a lot more fluid in security, to like have ideas on how to get out of unnecessary stubbornness or anything like that. Like, would that kind of play out also in Vedic, or does it kind of touch on a different aspect?
No, it definitely can. It absolutely can. This is what I say, to merge the two, because you can get, by diving deep and using the deeper of science, the Vedic science with the Western, but also taking the Western aspects and including it, you can get a real deep read. And yeah, it's all the same. Just like the astral. Hold on a minute. Bruno, enough. Sorry about that.
You're fine.
But well, yeah. So if you connect the two, like with astrocartography, it's done in the Western, but you could take that and add, use the Vedic placements with that and get a new read. You can do you can mix the sciences and it'll still cross over. Absolutely. You could definitely. So a lot of it crosses over just fine.
Okay, so in that case, like say when looking at compatibility or how others play out in your life or something like that, since we're dealing with different perspectives, because I would like, for example, if I were looking at my Western, my sun is Libra, my moon is Leo, and my rising is Scorpio. Like that changes my that kind of changes the perspective on how I have my relationships with people or something like that. But in Vedic, right, like I have completely different signs. So how can you necessarily mix the two or get a clearer understanding when you mix the two if they're dealing with different
because they're both aspects of you. They're still both aspects of you. And when you're relating your tropical chart, you relate tropical with tropical. So you won't mix someone's Vedic chart and tropical information because it's not going to connect. So a lot of times, you're going to do a compatibility with your tropical and tropical. So if you're doing a compatibility comparison, you use two tropical charts. Okay, when you cross over to the Vedic, all it is an extra aspect of you. You're going to have aspects of both of these things. So now it's like you're making a conjunction of of all of that. So if you've got planets in the tropical in this specific sign, and then in the next one it's in another sign, you conjunct that, you connect that. So this is, and they're both in your sun sign. This is what this means. This is what that means. So now you're aspects of both, and now you connect them, and how, just like you would connect two planets and what that means. They're still going to have, and a lot of times when you have your alignments in tropical, they line up with the ones in Vedic. So when you have, let's say you have a transit happening, hold on, let me think of it next. Your Gemini sun in tropical, right? Most obviously you're going to be a tropical, a Vedic Taurus most of the time. Most people, like, they usually have a fit about that. Like, I really resonate with my Gemini. I don't relate with Taurus at all. But that's because they've never even had a look into it to really connect. But once you start opening that door and looking, you're like, yeah, actually, this does fit me. This does fit me. But I still also have aspects of this Gemini in here. So it's a merging of the two. It's a mix of the two. And a lot of times it has to deal with where the timing of your life and where the planets are transiting on which side you relate with more. Sometimes your tropical is more active, and sometimes the Vedic is more active. I've experienced times when I had none of the Vedic were relating to me, none of the transits, but all of the tropical were. And that has a lot to do with the actual degrees of where the actual planets are at that moment. So if you just dig into it and connect it, you'll see how they both relate. You'll see the connections.
Yeah. So, like, if looking at your chart, like, it's probably best to look at it from both systems.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. That's, I do. And there'll be time. And the thing, it's just like a puzzle, right? It's a puzzle, and one side is telling you one thing and the one side's telling you the other. And it's just a big puzzle coming together. And you can even add other astrologies. You can, the Mayan astrology, the Irish, you can, the Chinese, the feng shui, it all like paints a huge picture of you, right? So one might say one and one might say the next. And all this, just like in your Vedic, you'll have one alignment telling you one thing, and then the other alignment totally telling you something the opposite. And what do? You merge the two to bring out the new pattern. So what these two together actually mean this now. So it's like, a conjunct, you're conjuncting things, you're connecting things, piecing them together. It's not just one thing, because you're not just one thing. Western is very solar based, okay? And Vedic is lunar based. So think of it like that. You've got this lunar aspect of you and the solar aspect of you.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Maybe I'm just like my mother, but she's never satisfied.
Have you ever tried comparing charts or exploring charts based off of the tree of life, like lining up the houses with the different parts of tree of life and try to narrate the story that way?
No, but I know you can definitely do that. But no, I haven't done it personally.
I did that with mine, and for me, it showed up as like really big significators that changed my life in different ways. Like that's what kind of came up mainly. It wasn't based off of like, who I'm generally attracted to or what my personality is necessarily like, but it was like events that took place. So I'm I'm curious to see if other people had done that and like what kind of came up for them.
Yeah.
That's like my own thing. I know we're probably way off a subject because we're supposed to be talking about gender. And I came in a little bit late and started asking astrology questions, so my bad.
No, you're good.
So Laura, we always end up so off topic sometimes.
Sometimes.
The way
Did you
Chris
change your hair or something like that? Is something different about
Yeah.
it? Did you have a different?
Yeah.
Did she change her hair? Is something different going on over there?
I'm glad you caught that. Yeah, that's what happened.
Didn't you change it like last week?
No, I changed it today.
What's
Oh,
that?
you're saying last time I changed it? No, I didn't change it last week.
That's a skill I have. I may forget a person's birthday or their name, but I will remember them, their face, detail, and everything. I never forget. I never forget a person. I forget the name, but like I don't know what her name is, but her hair was different. She wasn't like that last. Yeah, man.
That reminds me of this part in this movie. God, I cannot remember the movie. It's an African film. I forget
Why
the
it's gotta
name.
be
Oh,
African film?
Huh? What did you say? Someone's snoring.
Keep on going. Keep going.
But anyway, I'm gonna go with it. I'm gonna go. Anyway, so these two girls are in school or whatever. One of them is like about to get in trouble, and no, she calls this girl a name, and the girl's like, "I'm gonna go tell the principal on you." And the girl's like, "How? You don't even know what I look like." And the girl's like, "I'll remember your face." And the little girl goes, "How do you know this is my face?" And it's like walks off the thing, making all these different faces.
Wow.
Oh, I wish I remembered that movie, but that's what that reminded me of.
You know what I just thought about? You speaking of faces. We must be driving these facial recognition cameras batty while we're all wearing these masks now and stuff like that. Or is it just done on the eyes? Can they just now identify us by our eyes now?
Well, and by our, yeah, I mean, they already can identify us if we're around windows. Like if they were really looking for us, if you're being really searched for, just off of the way how our way of speech vibrates off of the windows, they're able to pick that up and identify who you are.
But at that point, if they're already looking for you, then there's nothing you can do. So
no, they're gonna find you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
bad boys.
Unless we're well versed at living off the grid on a regular basis, that stuff don't really matter.
Nah. Like, oh, they're meditating too much.
Coming. That might save you. That might be the only chance that you have.
Oh yeah, if this 5G shit is real, this mantra stuff is the only thing that's gonna save you.
That might be the only chance you got. You know what I'm saying? To not be found is to do the right mantra, and you better do it correctly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's Buva, not Buva. Buva. It's very hard.
Other than that, you don't get it right, in goes your door by the boys.
Mm-hmm. Out. Just be out.
Trav, I think I'm gonna purchase my I haven't bought a book in a long time, so I've decided on which book is going to be the first in a line of physical books that I'm going to buy, and it's going to be the yantra, tantra, and yantra, mantra, and tantra book.
Yes.
Wait. That's the one.
I think I need to have that as a physical copy.
The David Frawley one?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Let me make sure, because I might have.
Why'd you pick that one out of all the other ones?
You talking about this one?
Pick first.
I'm talking about the hold on, let me secrets of yantra, mantra, and tantra. That's the book by L.R. Chaudhry.
Ooh. I think Amar asked a great question there. What makes you choose that one?
Say it again, Amar. Or why did I choose that one?
Yeah, because you said you had like
that
a,
one
like out of a list of other books.
Yeah, I got a list of books that I see now that I need the physical copy, and that right there was the first one, because it gave such a good breakdown of each one of those topics. It was really precise, and it has some good mantras in there.
Yeah, I gotta get because from the Kawashuti chapter, like it's only a couple of pages, but she goes in on that yantras, mantras, and mandalas.
Which book?
Kawashuti. I think it's chapter like 11, maybe.
Oh yeah, 10. You're right. Yeah, you are right. That's another one. That's on my list. I need the actual Tatwashuti. I got a PDF copy, and it goes, yeah. But that's another one. Mantra Yoga and Primal Sound. You need to have that as a physical copy.
Absolutely, that one. That one went way deeper than I thought, because he's getting into the meaning of the beiges. Like you see. I haven't seen that anywhere else. He actually goes, what is
that's one that mean? One? Yeah, man.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't touch too much on it. I said, that's something you got to let people read for themselves. Because he does, that's a well put together book right there.
Very much.
I see the importance, Trav. I can only speak from like my own experience. That's the only thing I can say. You have to be doing this to experience your own position. And bij and mantra is very important to me right now. It's very important. I know myself. I know my mind. My mind is in a constant state of communication. I'm a master of mind chatter, and even when I'm doing stuff, like when I'm working or out and about, I'm in a constant dialogue. By continuously doing these mantras, I'm refocusing and rededicating my mind to something above just always thinking about organizing and shit like that all the time, I know that the greatest way of transformation is to constantly be on your bij or your mantras. And it don't even have to be long, elaborate ones. It can be one, lam, whatever one you choose.
Yes. Have you ever experimented with yourself where
for Durga mantra?
You ever gone through the process where you normally have the mind chatter, but you decide to do the mantra instead? Like sometimes I catch myself like I want to be processing a certain thing, like, oh, let me plan out the next week. But then instead I'm like, well, let me try to do the mantra instead and see how that turns out. Have you done anything like that yet?
I have. That's what I mean about just reshaping your thought. But that's what the mantra trains you to have another pattern of, another quality of thought. Mm-hmm. So that's whenever it becomes
that smell.
Whenever my mind
my bad, guys.
He's like, what is
Someone's
that
burning
smell?
something.
It was hosta. You smell hosta burning right now.
I don't know. Something's burning somewhere. I could smell it. Sorry, guys.
I thought somebody was barbecuing. But yeah, Trav, I definitely utilizing it, not because first I would think I was overdoing it with too many mantras.
Mm-hmm.
But now I'm just doing the mother mantra, Gayatri mantra.
Yes.
And for particular purposes, I'll choose one word. I'll choose the one letter mantras as they're calling them, because we know each letter of the Sanskrit alphabet is a mantra, is a vibrational sound. So with that, doing mantras, I'm now going back and revisiting the Hebrew alphabet now too. So I'm using those as focus sounds.
I'm glad that people that are watching these streams are actually taking advantage of this and doing the mantras. And I can tell because people are asking me questions like, is it okay to do multiple mantras? Should I focus on just one? That goes to show that you're actually doing them, because you start to see the conflict of, well, damn, if I got to do this 100,000 times, then maybe I should only focus on one. But I think that's what happens. It's almost as if we've introduced the smorgasbord, and you come up here and you eat and you pick the one you like the most and you keep going in that direction. That's why I say it kind of finds you, because there's so many mantras, way more than what we've even spoken of.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on your lifestyle and what you're here to do, you're gonna find the one that's right for you.
Hey, Trav, I wanted to
Because
ask
each
you a question.
individual's life has their own purpose.
Was that Aaliyah?
Yeah, my bad. You can go ahead. I didn't. Wait, were you saying something?
Shango said that everyone's life has an individual purpose.
Oh, that's all I was saying. Because I was just saying that.
I had wanted to ask a question about. Are you still doing that? The other one. I can't remember the name of it for the life of
When
me.
you mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Mrityunjaya mantra.
Okay.
Me doing that one. You gotta learn the name of it now.
I know. I never just pay attention to the names. I need to though. But I wanted to ask you a question about it. Because that one I have been doing. And did you notice any like as you were doing it for like a long period of time, did your tone change? Because for me, I had to like change my tone, the tone that I was using when I was saying it, because I literally like couldn't say it anymore. Is that something that you experienced too?
When you say you couldn't say it anymore, like, what do you mean?
Okay, so when I was doing it in the beginning, like I started, like after I was doing it for like what over an hour, I started like crying a lot, and it was like too much to the point where I couldn't say it. I couldn't say it anymore. And because I gave myself a specific time, and I'm like, I'm going to do it for this X amount of time. And the goal was to not stop, but I literally like couldn't say it until I changed my tone. Like I changed the tone in what I was saying, because it starts out it starts out like very low. And I had to change my tonality, and then I was able to like continue going, even though all this stuff was coming up and stuff like that. And I don't know if it was because of the tone that I was using, or if I was just butchering it or saying it the wrong. I don't think I was saying it the wrong way, but my tone changed at least twice. Is that something that happens when you're like doing one or that one?
Yeah. especially if you've been doing it for an hour straight. One of the things that happened with me when I was doing it for a super long time was the words started getting jumbled. You know, I had to actually stop and listen so I could say it right again. But as far as like the tone thing, I can't really say that exactly happened to me because I listened to a bunch of different ones. Like the one I have going now is different from the one that I usually meditate to.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Because I had. No, go ahead.
sounds like work is taking place though. Especially if you're accessing the emotional parts of yourself.
I don't know. I just don't know what it means. But now is like now continuing forward. Should I just continue the same tone, the second tone that I had to do, like with that tone, like the second one?
The one that comes easier to you, the one that's more natural.
Because my voice, okay, because at first when I first learned the mantra, like I wasn't able to say it until I was mimicking him properly. So it was like Triambage Jajamahe Zagandam Pushte Fantanam Udva Ukamera Banhanan Mirto Michim Natate, that like I had to like use a man voice, like, you know. And
what's funny is when I first played this one, that one that you just did, I was kind of saying it with it, and Shango mentioned that because he pointed out that I was doing that. He asked the same question. He's like, "Do you notice you have to change your tone sometimes when you're doing these?" You remember that, Shango?
Yeah.
It was this exact one that you're talking about.
This one, it's something with this one, man. Like, cause I literally, like, I got to the, like, my son, I guess I was scaring him because he came in the room. He's like, "Mommy, are you okay?" And then like he left out, but because I yeah, for real. Because as I was saying it, I'm like, I couldn't say it.
No.
And then until I changed my tone, and then it was like, it was more so of a singing tone, like a higher tone, and it came out more almost sexual, like, but it was more so singing rather than coming out how they were saying. And as I raised my tone, I found the tone, because at first I'm thinking, well, I knew it was more than one person, but as I said, that second tone is like I heard that, whatever, like I heard that mimic back to me, if that makes sense, like that specific tone. Like, I don't know.
Can I chime in? Because it happened to me too, doing the Mahu Machandraya. My tone changed automatically. It wasn't something that I tried to do. It was like I couldn't say it in the deep tone anymore, and so it kind of got muted, and then it kind of went up an octave. So I just wanted to chime in and say, because I experienced the same thing, and I was wondering what it was.
Like, too. I don't know. I don't know. It became, and then I was like, and it was like a level of, it was just, I said it with a certain level of power. Like, it was very, like, it's like I started singing it. It was weird. And I was seeing all these things too. I was having like a whole experience as I was doing it, but I don't want to like talk about it.
That's a deep one, man.
You know why it's doing that? What, you ever been to a performance of an orchestra?
No,
you ever seen it on TV?
I've listened to it. Yeah.
What do orchestras do before they begin to play? They all just making that noise. They're tuning their instrument until all the instruments come together as one. So what happens to us when we're doing these mantras, we're being taught these from whatever source that we're getting it from. So we have no choice but to monkey mind it. We're monkey see, monkey do. So we imitate the vibration of the frequency that's coming into us from when we're here. So when you say like you was doing the guy's voice, and then you say the sun came on, eventually you switched it. That's why that's how we also get different mantras, and women doing it from another perspective, or That's how you're going to find your frequency. That's how you're going to tune yourself as an instrument. You're gonna be, it's like a violin. You're gonna be playing some notes, and you're gonna be figuring out how to play around with it. I know Trav probably do it. You probably do it. You start playing around with these boo boo swaha. You start switching that thing up, making a whole hip hop show with them things.
That's so fact. Like I was making a whole song.
You start mixing them. I don't, but then if you want to go,
That's
if you want to bhakti, you want to reverence that, you want to be, then you like,
It's so funny that you say
down
that.
and slowing a mantra down and getting really, really, I just use the word reverent with it. That's the inner spiritual practice. When you say that, you say it out, you vibing with it. It's a vibe.
Yeah, no, that's a fact. For real, it really is a vibe. My neighbor,
I'm making my neighbor mantra. What does it mean? It means the primal sound, the physical body, the physical realm, the life force, the mental realm, the soul, spiritual realm. So once you break it all down, like the Supreme Lord, meditate, the intellect, this may light our or illuminate our spirit. That shit sounds like some lit lyrics to me.
Yep. This is all one big orchestra in the first place.
It's the orchestra. My neighbor, we ain't never played this kind of music before.
Nah, not like this. Not like this. It's crazy. I need space though, because my neighbor, I don't know. I guess they can hear it when I'm doing it. And that's another thing too. Like I don't know. I just gotta change stuff around because
you do know there's mantras.
She drew the devil in front of my door.
She what?
She drew a picture of the devil in front of my door.
The mantra don't pull that up out of her?
Yeah, like she drew a devil in front of my door. Like, cause I came out, cause she usually she's first of all, she's an artist, like, so she draws, and usually she does, her and her son, like, cause my son plays with her son, usually she does a lot of art with the chalk in front of like our apartment, and it's cool because she can draw, so I don't give a damn. It looks nice. But she, after that, because I guess I was really loud, that specific one, I did that for at least, like, I did it for 3 hours. I set my timer and I did it for 3 hours. And I guess as my tone changed, like when my tone changed the second time, like I got really loud because it went from Triambake, and I was like Triambake, and then it just got louder, I guess, and I was like entranced at that point, so I didn't really care that I was being loud. And she drew, like, I came outside and the devil was drawn like in front of my door. It's like, really? Like, wow, okay. Thank you.
But that's lit though. That's all good. But there's also mantras that you can do to confound your neighbor as well. There's mantras to counteract that.
I mean, I don't care because the devil don't offend me, but it's just it was just funny. It was just funny to me. It doesn't bother me though. I wouldn't even waste energy on that. Yeah.
I think.
But yeah,
I have reason to believe. I'm not sure, but I think me starting the mantras might have caused one of my roommates to leave.
Really?
I had a feeling because she lives, across from me, or she used to at least. She came up one time and I was like, are you offended by any of the sounds, or is anything kind of, feeling any kind of way? And she's just like, oh, well, it scared my friend the other day. Like, what? And she's like, oh, nothing.
Your beads could be a thing doing that too, because it's said to separate you from people and family.
Yeah. It wasn't shortly after that. She hasn't been back in over a month. And then she recently came, picked up her shit and left. But I mean, it more than just that one comment. Like,
yeah,
whenever it would start, I could hear shuffling, and I heard a comment one time. I don't know. I'm sure there's other things related to it, but
I noticed that some people in my environment, it makes them calm, and like others, like my immediate family, people who are around me, first off, they expect stuff like this from me, so they don't really care. But it makes them calm and question too. So it's a teaching experience for some people around me, but others, it completely repulses them, and they think it's like devil worship or something. And it's like, that's fine too.
We do know though on an energetic level what really is happening, regardless of what the conscious mind is thinking. Like, yeah, I can dig it, or that's the devil. Regardless of what the conscious mind is thinking, we know what's actually happening vibrationally.
Right.
These, especially the mantra that we've chosen to do here, or rather that has chosen us, it's causing harmony and balance, leading towards a specific destination, which is immortality. So anything that is contrary, anything that's not useful and inappropriate towards that value is removed. My house has been extremely quiet and calm looking back after I started doing it. I'll say that. That's funny that she went out of her way to draw a whole devil sigil in front of your door. Was it like on chalk or something?
It was definitely, yeah, it was chalk.
So she had to sit there, put in some,
and it was nice too. As a matter of fact, when I get home, I'll take a picture and I'll put it in the chat. Because she's a great artist. I'll give her that.
She never even said anything about it. She just drew it and that was it.
Yeah, basically.
That's good. Maybe that was the image that she saw within herself by you, because you got to think it's not just about what the mantra is doing to you, it's what the mantra is doing to her as well. So it also that's what samskara came up in her mind. She just did nothing but reflect her own inner fear. She tried to reflect that onto you.
That's deep.
And you didn't even respond to it, did you?
No, because it don't.
And that's what she wanted you to do. She wanted you to respond. So by you not responding, you overcame what she was trying to do. So now it just puts the ball back on her. Like, you got to go check your own self. That ain't for me to be fucking draw some more. Draw all the demons down that motherfucker. Get
right, thank you. There's a whole army in this bitch. Well, at first she always questioned, because I had a few sigils in my window. Like, I had my own that I made, and I had Lucifer, and I had Tiamat too. And like, she would ask me questions, and I would just tell her what they were. And at first, like, it seemed like she didn't mind, or she didn't care, but eventually she just started, I guess, feeling the type of way, or I don't know. I think she's curious. I think she's curious and scared, which is a normal reaction. It's not like something out of.
Some people don't even know how to ask for help to teach. They just react.
Right.
But
right.
is anybody else noticing that Lucifer is getting a lot of light nowadays? Like, he's making a strong comeback.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, definitely. What light does he represent in the spectrum? Isn't that like the floor, what is the black light called that you use to see and stuff? Because there's how there's different. He's like the highest, isn't it? Like the high, what is it called? Fluorescent light or something like that? Like the black
iridescent. Fluorescent light.
Some would correlate in with multi-light, like how they say his body was polyphonic, meaning that multiple sounds emanated from his form. So what the sound really was the vibration of his light energy. So that's why he was the bright morning star, because he was so bright, all you could see was just bright light, but what you really was seeing was like rainbow colors.
Because black holds the rainbow, so that makes sense.
Yeah,
it holds the whole rainbow. And they were talking about,
we see a yellow sun through diffusion of light, because the sun, some scientists say it's not yellow as we think it is. It's actually black.
This sun or the one that's empowering
this one that we see here.
Wow.
As science studies the color spectrum, the infrared lighting and stuff like that, They say from what they've discovered that the sun is not the color that we think it is.
Exactly.
Wow. Just because of what we can perceive.
Just because of what we're perceiving, and what we're perceiving is filtered through multiple atmospheres. It's no different than seeing the sky blue. The sky's really not blue. We're seeing a reflection. We're seeing a chemical vibrational process going on.
I was for some reason I just went into like a like the rabbit hole when I was looking up like histories of copper and the different metals and how they used them in ancient cultures. And I don't know how it led me to this, but it has something to do with like how back like thousands of years ago the people were like bluish in color or even green, and they were talking about basically how where was I reading this? It was one of some PDF online, but basically about how, you know, people being that colors and back in that time, they were able to take on higher spectrums of light or different spectrums of lights, because when they were coming down into this sphere, they had to what is it? They had to be able to withhold that level of radiation and that level of light. They needed
or
to
copper blood.
And I don't know how that relates to copper, but I think it like coats you or help. Well, for an avert, I know that it helps you absorb like your minerals along with iron.
It helps cell
and stuff
turnover
like that.
too. It helps cell turnover as well.
It's through the process of oxidation.
Yeah.
We started breaking down the ones who are blue. They represent a chlorophyll type of essence. That's why, you know, like basically that's they represent the color of sea life, sea
aquatic
moss,
beings, right?
Aquatic beings. So it's a representation, just like no different in the Vedic. Got that? They got Tara the Black. You know what I'm saying? They got different deities that have different colors that represent. Basically, like that's you broke it down. You broke it down into copper. Those are elements. So that color represents the
essence of that spectrum right here on this lower level. Right. Yeah. I get you. Yeah. And then the wheats that they ate, like the stuff that they ate, it was so rich. Like I know nowadays a lot of people like take like colloidal silver, the gold, you know, I take that as well here and there too. But it used to be, you know, just abundant in our like wheats and grains or something like that. And now it's just nowhere, it's not in our soil anymore for some reason. Like it's just it's not there.
Yeah, colloidal silver will make you turn blue also.
Wow.
Yeah, if look up the man who turned blue, look up the colloidal silver man. He drinks it every day and he was blue as a Smurf.
I saw that. They call that that's a toxic effect of taking too much.
Yeah, that's what they say, but he lived well into his 90s.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I actually saw that before. His skin was fucking blue.
He was blue as hell. He looked like the dude off of
got
Willy
the blues.
Wonka, man.
He got the blues. That's crazy.
Oh yeah, he's got the blues.
Literally.
That's funny. That's so funny.
That's why we can't place times upon certain things, because it's the human species been here, but it's been through multiple levels of scientific evolution and different strands of DNA, and it was like we really went through the process of experimenting. DNA shit, that's nothing new. That's why
they was able to live 300, 400, 500 years
exactly,
on the surface.
A thousand years. There's humans that's still in a scientific process of what you would call sea creatures and shit like that. That's
I connect to them. Those are the ones that the aquatic beings. I definitely connect to them.
Same.
I definitely.
Yeah.
I
you have water in your chart, like Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio.
Scorpio, Pisces. Scorpio is too much. It's too much water in my chart for real. I need to balance that out.
Oof, that was crazy. Do you live by a body of water?
No, and I think that's the problem. That's probably the problem for me. I'm in a desert. I'm in Arizona. I'm in the fucking
That's
desert.
so weird, you know.
And that's when I got vitiligo, when I moved here.
That's crazy because I'm supposed to be moving to Vegas here at the end of the year. I live by water now. I've always lived by water. I need to be by water. I just love
You're gonna miss it.
Me too.
I know.
Yeah.
But I'll be 3 hours away from the California coast, but also Lake Mead is in Nevada. But I know I'm going to miss the water, man.
I mean, don't get me wrong. There's rivers, there's lakes, you know, but it's nothing like having access to the ocean. Like, I need that. And I didn't think it was a big deal for me, but it is. Water is, it just, I need it.
You know,
I need
water specifically for you is so important to help purify you.
Yep.
I love the beach.
And it's funny.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The
What you were saying?
wind never stops when you're on the beach. The wind never stops blowing, and you smell that salt water. That salt. Your body really need that. You know what I'm saying? That's a part of a health regimen. Is to be. Sometimes you may not be near the beach, but you need to find some sort of a large body of whether it be a lake or some kind of a local fucking park with a little bit of water.
Like just being close to it. And what is so funny is the apartment that I ended up in is right in front of the pool in my complex. Like they put me right in front of the pool. Like
that's
right
funny.
in front of it. Yeah.
That's your water
and
element.
So I could constantly hear it. Like the drainage that is right by my window. Like I can constantly hear it. And that might be annoying for some people, but for me it is soothing, you know?
Yeah, soothing. Yeah. Absolutely. You can also get like an aquarium will help. Anyone that has to bring water into their home, a small aquarium that makes this, you know, that has a pump in it so you can hear it moving.
Yeah.
That can do a lot, not just for yourself, but it also, feng shui speaking, it helps to bring money in. And especially if you put it in the south corner of your home.
And I'll add in, get you a saltwater tank so you can have
if you can afford that. Yeah. If you can afford a saltwater tank, get that.
Because those fish have a different energy than the regular Tetra that you buy. So if you're able to get some exotic fish,
so get exotic fish with salt water.
Yes.
Yeah.
Something like a clownfish, you know, a dory fish, things like that, and a little coral reef. Even if you get a small one.
Christian said, they'll be a little pricey. Like Christian said, like one fish may cost you like $50 or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And you know, but to me, I think it's worth it. Them fish.
That's not bad.
No, you can make it work. You got to have at least 35 to 50 gallon tank for a salt water.
For salt
you got to have a certain size. But no, it'll really help. And if you put it in the south corner of your home, because that's the one that represents the mother, the woman of the house, it'll directly affect you, and it'll also help with money. It'll bring in money. So
I'm gonna have to do that.
I didn't know South. I didn't know South represents the mother aspect.
The female of the house in feng shui. In the Bagua, the south of the house. The South Bagua. Yeah. So that's the head of the household mother. The mother, the female head of household. And because you got a corner for daughter, the oldest daughter, the middle daughter, the youngest daughter, the son, all of that. One for the husband. The husband is the northwest corner of the house. The man of the house. Yeah.
And it's so funny. Wow. Now that I think about that, the South in my house, because when I do the what's that ritual? What's the name ritual?
The lesser
the lesser banishing ritual. I had to use my phone to get the north, east, south of my house. And now I think about it, that part is the part that's facing the window, which is facing the pool.
That's
funny.
Awesome. That's a good
Did you ever get the directions of that Kybalion in that tree?
No, I'm actually standing under it right now. No, I didn't.
You might need to open up that app.
How do you get the direction of a tree? How do you
The same way you get it for your lesser banishing ritual.
Oh, just basically measure. Okay, from my phone.
You got a compass?
Okay. Yeah.
Use a compass. Yeah, you just stand right there facing them trees when you're in that compass. You know, either the tree's gonna be facing north, east or whatever.
I'm do that right now. Hold on.
It'll let you know.
Okay, so I'm standing the direction of the tree. Okay, of one of the trees, the one to the left, right? And it looks like this tree is facing. Do I stand in front of the tree?
Or just look at your compass and look at where east
perpendicular?
is. Look at where east is, and then determine everything from that point.
So the tree to my right, it looks like that's southwest. And let me see. And the other one, is northwest.
Did Damien want us to come pick that up?
Let's see. Hold on.
I think.
Okay.
Ask him.
191 south. And
here's something that's interesting to know also.
169 south.
There's mantras for each of the directions as well.
Yeah.
A mantra for each direction.
Yeah. In the Mantra Yoga and Primal Sound book, it lists the mantras not only for the different directions, but also the specific parts of your body for when you're purifying your body, which is a ritual that's going to be done much later. But
I kind of thought about that, Trav, I kind of thought about when you had asked the question of what's the next study, and I kind of, my mind said mantra.
Yeah.
So we need to go into a deeper study of mantras, man.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm doing it right. When I'm standing in the middle, I'm standing right in like the middle of it.
Yeah.
Of the
Okay,
both
you know
of
what
them.
I was thinking? You're talking about those two trees that you showed us the last time you was on camera, right?
Yes.
Remember how you were standing on the back porch?
I'm in the backyard, yeah.
Okay, well, go back to where you had showed us. It looked like you were on a porch. Face those trees. Face those trees and hold your phone just directly in front of you. And what is the direction that those trees are in? Because I believe you said northwest, and it looked like the sun was heading in that. That looked like.
So the one to the left of me, I'm standing directly in front of it. Is it says 169 south. At the bottom, it has north and west though. So it has the 33, 27, 53 north, 112, 17, 46 west.
Northwest. Om Yam
Northwest.
Namaha.
Okay, now hold on. Let me do the right.
Those trees are facing northwest.
Northwest. So they both facing. So yeah, northwest.
Forget about the numbers. That's just letting you. That's just designating. Where you at on a global positioning of longitude and latitude. You just wanted to know. You wanted to know the actual direction facing those trees. So those trees are from your visual. When you walk towards those trees, you're walking in a northwest direction.
Northwest. Okay. And
Trav, you hit the north, and he had the northwest mantra. Yeah.
Where'd you get that from?
You might open up something in that portal if you do that now.
They already told me come. They told me come to the.
You hit it with the disclaimer.
You're looking at that tree, talk about Om Yam Vayave Namaha. Something gonna come out of them trees.
They were already like come to the edge.
Put an egg in between them.
I went in the house.
You said in the Kokopelli, that little altar was southwest or southeast.
I didn't do the altar. Let me see the altar because there's two.
Do that one now.
Let me show y'all. Hold on, wait. I'm gonna just do the video real quick because I want y'all to see this real quick. So, okay, I'm standing here, right? These are the two trees, right? Okay, here's here's a little altar right here.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's the two, right? And then
Mhm.
here, that shit looks like something is buried there. And then here, some other shit look like it's buried right here. And then you got the lizards.
Are we sure about the origin of this place?
That looks like some foundation. That right there is
Look at,
some
It looks
look
like
at
a garden
architecture.
bed.
I could
Yeah.
not figure out what this is on the tree. Like, it's like, I don't even want to, it looks soppy. I don't know
It's a
what this
burn
is.
mark.
A burn mark?
It could be a
Yeah, so
tumor.
sometimes the sun hits out there because remember we're in Arizona, so sometimes the sun hits certain parts and then the trees start to bleed sap.
So maybe, okay, so maybe that's it. But it's
My
shaped.
mind
Do you see
is
the shape of it?
ridiculous.
Do you see the shape of it? It's exactly
Yes,
the shape
Yes,
of
it's
this.
great.
It's exactly the shape of this.
And that's exactly the shape of where that Kokopelli is at as well.
Hell yeah.
I'm looking at the arch. I'm looking at the arch of the branches as it's creating that open way in between right there. So
And then
you
the bird,
turn around and face that that Kokopelli, like don't move.
this is facing Kokopelli.
All right, where you are right
Don't-
now, in between everything, that's where you look at the compass.
The direction, just right there.
Okay.
Don't walk to it.
All right, hold on. Wait.
Now look at your compass right now.
Okay, so Kokopelli is northwest. It says 96 east.
So
At
where
the
the
bottom,
trees are.
where the trees are.
So
the
Kokopelli's
left-
West and that Kokopelli's east. No,
Yeah.
she made a mistake
So-
on that. That's
okay, so
east.
the tree. Yeah, this is east. This is east. The Kokopelli is east.
That's what I was thinking. That's the altar right
Corner,
there. That's the altar.
cornerstone. That's yeah.
And then do you see these tombs? Hold up, because I don't know if they're tombs, but it's like one here, right? Because this is the Kokopelli, and there's one
You said
here,
tombs.
and there's one here.
A garden bed.
Now walk backwards. Walk backwards from
And
that.
then-
I want to see the
then-
broad picture of
And then I think that's the sun. This these
Yeah,
tombs
that's
is
the
like
sun.
Is that
this
in
is
the
an
west?
old sun.
Is that in the west?
And then look at the tiles. Like look at this shit. I don't know what they
the
were doing back
checkerboard.
here. Like look at
Oh, that's
look at this shit. I don't know. And then on the tiles, look at this. Look at him. He's all over.
That's not a water stain, is it now? Tell me that's a
No,
design.
that's Kokopelli.
No, it's him. Because
That's a design.
And then there's a
Okay,
lizard.
all right.
And the lizard. So
I'm
it's a
about to say,
design. So
That's getting too
yeah,
much.
yeah, it's not. It's not. It's like they were.
That's
definitely-
Masonic construction right there.
It must be. I don't know.
That's a major alignment right there. I knew that thing was gonna be east right there. I knew it. That's the important part right there.
And whose place is this?
Work. Speaking of which, hold on. I need to check on my clients.
Oh no.
This is a lot. In Arizona.
Yeah,
So
that's Arizona, all right.
The front
Where
door
y'all-
is facing east.
Hi, Ms. Rob.
Basically, the back of the house is west. The front of the house is east.
Yeah, they're good. So
Hey, Laura, this is where y'all film the Mars landing and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah.
Except that's like way out there.
Are
Like
you in Arizona too, Laura?
I am, but I'm in Tucson. So there's
Jeez.
like right now there's a lot more green.
Yeah,
She's got trees over there, I see, but it looks like her work is like out on one of those open lots. It's just like
it's a house and they're all like I don't know. It's like a little community. I don't fucking know.
mm-hmm.
But where you at is probably less hot here because it gets up to over 120 degrees here.
Yeah, it's like 10 degrees less.
Yeah, and Amar too, right? Is it Amar in Tucson or?
Yeah, he left recently to go back home.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went back to California like a week and a half ago,
Oh
But he'll
damn.
still visit.
but I'm about to be moving. I have to move out by like April 30th. So like, but
What
yeah,
part of California you in, Damarama?
I'm like 50 miles southwest of LA. It's called like Inland Empire. The city's called Corona.
Corona.
It's
Yeah.
called Corona.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called Corona.
How ironic is that?
Yeah. But
Jeez, that's a lot of so Arizona, California. I'm in Florida. No, Curve isn't Curve in Nevada too?
yeah.
No, he's in
Las
Las
Vegas.
Las Vegas.
Yeah, Nevada.
Right?
Yeah.
Just see one big ass desert and then California over there.
Jeez, man.
Like Texas, a bunch of desert, and then California.
When Kristen comes, we're about to do a link up.
It's dangerous.
West Conference. Travis Magis Western Conference.
I was posting live through video chat.
That's right. And Christian is moving to. Did she say she moving to Nevada? Or she said, what did she say she going?
Yeah, she said that she's gonna. I guess what I heard was moving to Nevada, and then she's gonna be coming to the beaches in California.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about to go tonight to the beach.
To the beach. Have you ever spent the night? Have you ever spent the night on the beach?
I mean, I've not the whole night, but I mean, I've been there for like a couple of hours.
Yeah,
that's one of the most awesome things you can do to yourself.
Agreed.
I might try that tonight, actually.
You just don't see one shooting star. The night shows out for your ass.
Ooh,
like, you thought you was gonna just see one. Look at all 100 of them go by.
Whoa.
Like, does anyone watch stars? Because when I was back home in New York, I would watch the stars, right? And like they was, and I don't think I was watching stars. I really do think I was watching ships, because once I observed them, they started to move like in a pattern. Does anybody notice that?
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And you know, and have you noticed that they noticed that you noticing?
They know that I know. Yeah. Yep.
That shows the mental connection. So what's really happening is the inner workings of your inner self, of yourself, showing you the outside. Yo, and Mad New Yorkers moved to Arizona.
It was random when we moved here. It was so random, because I moved here originally with my family, and then we all just sort of like, got separated little by little, but we all here still, my immediate family, like my mom and my sisters.
I know a couple of people from NY, some people from Connecticut moved to Arizona, like, and never left. They love it, so I'll be like, yo, don't it get mad hot? Like, I'm in Florida, it get hot enough.
Other than a blizzard.
It don't get Arizona. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, it's too fucking hot here. And somebody had sent me something earlier. They said that the sun is, I think the sun is mad at me. Something.
You said the sun's mad at you?
Yeah. With one of these mythologies, I think it's true. It would explain, because before you guys introduced me to Vedic, I was looking into the Orishas, and she got burned by the sun too. And I wanted to know like the correlation of like with the overlap with that mythology over to one of the ones here, because they were saying that basically, like my relationship with the sun is not good, which would make sense. I probably have a debilitated sun. But when I moved here is when the vitiligo started. But it was a shock to the body, and most people that I do know is usually after moving to a really hot place. So I don't know.
Hey, Aaliyah.
Yeah. Tree Marie said you was that you? Because her name was Jessica on Instagram. She said I can mention. Was that Tree Marie?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it was Tree Marie.
They're twins. They're twins, so it's like.
You said they're twins?
Yeah. They just switch. They just switch on Jessica and Tree. They be switching on and off.
Oh, okay. Oh no, really? Like, are you fucking around, or are they twins?
No, yeah, I'm fucking around.
Oh, okay.
You just confused me.
His humor's horrendous.
Yeah, I'm confused. Thank you for that. Because basically, you know, maybe I do, even like how we were saying earlier, I was just doing the mantra that I was doing, and I probably should start doing my specific ones for my alignments, even though I don't really feel, even though I'm not drawn towards it, I should probably just do it anyway. I spilled turmeric on me, sorry.
That book that Trav showed, Prime Mantra book.
Yeah.
You, and also secrets of mantra, tantra, and yantra. So I always think I say it in the wrong order, but that would be a good book too.
Secrets of Mantra, Tantra, and Yana.
Yantra. I know Trav, but I think he'll show it on the screen. You have it, right, Trav?
Yes. This one's gonna get pretty in depth, but you are not going to be missing any information. You're gonna learn about some mantras if you go this way.
I think you'll fall in. I think how Dhammaramas asked me why, I think I have a love for that book. It's just something about it. It's so, I like meaty stuff, and that book is meaty. It's not really long, but that shit is hefty
and to the point. Reading this one, you really get the sense that you don't have to look in too many other places.
Yes,
I like that.
Thank you.
I like that. I got that same thing.
And I think that would be good.
That one is coming. I don't. The one you just showed.
That's a good little hit. Tot was shooty. That one that Trav just showed, and then that other one, Primal Sound, and yeah, those are bangers right there.
Okay. More money for Amazon.
Mine came very incensed, and it still smells like, as soon as I open the pages, this Indian perfume hits me.
Yo, there's a bookstore in Philly, King Noble. I'm gonna contact King Noble. It might be time for our inner city bookstores to step their game up, man. And so we might try to give y'all some business out here.
That would be dope. I think all of us that are in whatever.
But you definitely want to hit it with some of that flavor. I'm missing the smell.
There's no bookstores out here. I could get that from. The cult stores that's out here. Is just I could find the like the demonology stuff, but that's pretty much it. Like the tantric and Vedic. No, tantra is easy to get, but the Vedic stuff.
Leah, do you have Bookmans over there?
Yeah, I have Bookmans.
Check out the Bookmans they have a section for like Hindu religions. They mix in the Vedic shit in that and all the stuff that we look for. Like Tattva Shuddhi and those books, you'll have to buy, I think, from the yogi schools. But I found like mad books written by the same authors at Bookmans, but you have to look in the Hindu religious section because they don't know where to put them.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, check those places out. Because the occult stores, they'll have just like basic shit.
Yeah. I'm gonna hit them up.
In any of the tantra books that they sell in these basic stores, that ain't even real tantra. So you can find that shit all day long.
Mm-hmm. It's
And
like
never buy the-
superficial stuff.
Yes, never buy the Tantra book that has the man and woman hugging on the front cover. That right there is those are the worst.
I was about to. That's funny.
With the
Don't buy
exception of the
those.
one that Kerr was talking about. They got titties on the back cover, so that one's legit.
David Frawley has one with titties on the front.
What?
Yeah. This one right here.
It'd be like a deity, though. Yeah, I was about to say it's a deity.
Tantra yoga and the wisdom goddesses.
Oh, those are holy titties. Those aren't sinful titties.
Those aren't. There's no lust in those breasts.
Yeah, those are divine breasts.
The divine whore.
They're definitely divine.
There's an chakra for that too.
And then once you read that book, it has nothing to do with that. It educates you on Tantra from a whole nother perspective. These modern books, this modern new agers, that shit don't have nothing to do with real, true Tantra at all.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna, I have a tendency to start things and not finish them. So I'm not gonna purchase any more books. The ones that I have or that's coming, I'm gonna just delve into those and then just like, wait it out because I already.
You don't have an accountability buddy?
No.
You got one for Talk with you, Daily.
Yeah. Yeah.
You gotta have that one person until we're able to be strong enough to do it. That one friend that always get on our ass. Who don't when you're not doing something, so it gets you pulling. Like,
Who wants to be my accountability buddy?
Amar's good at that shit, man. He fucked me up. Oh, that was good. And then he's like, oh, well, I'm 6 books in. I'm like,
Amar
no,
he's good though. He's good.
Over Amar because he probably the way he probably sift through those books, I don't know.
No, you know what though? He breaks it down really well.
I have to say about Amar, you probably spoiled me on that because I was kind of getting used to giving reminders for people to read and shit, but chatting with you, I got used to someone who is always in it, so I kind of slowed down. Here I'm thinking, oh yeah, everybody's reading.
Yeah, I thought everyone was reading too. That was like one of the shits that hit me was that like not everyone is doing this shit all the time.
Right. Easy to forget because we got different lifestyles going on, and of course everybody can't do it like that. But
and I mean, to be honest, I've been
that's the goal to free up the time.
What'd you say? I didn't hear that.
I said that's one of the main goals to free up my time, like free it up.
Yeah, that's all of ours. I think that is the goal.
Yeah,
because you need the time to study. Like you need to make time. So yeah, I think that's all of us.
Something that
you can make time, but you're gonna have to sacrifice.
Yeah, that's like something that I switched around was that like I don't have to change, and like the only thing I have to change is my perception and how I'm viewing things. Like I don't have to like there's no freeing up my time. Like all that is an illusion that I'm saying to myself that my time is trapped and all that shit.
Yes, we're making
spoken like a true person. Spoken like a true person without children.
For real.
That's not my karma. I don't have karma for children right now.
That's not my karma.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I could definitely make more time though. I can. If I'm being 100%, I could.
That's where like you just gotta do like
time. If you schedule, that time is going to be at 3:00 in the morning.
I'm up at that time anyway. That's really when I'm able to even research. That's what I was doing last night with that Schleischer stuff. I don't even know why I focused in on that one anyway, but I'm usually up around that time, even when I really shouldn't be on the weekends, because I got to be here. I leave late, really work, and I come here really early on the weekends. But yeah, that's when I have the most time is at night and the most energy.
Because that timing, like 3 to 5, that's in I mean, it's in like the Hinduism. But Django, you said that you were into like Islam for a little bit too before, right?
Yeah.
Well, I was never into Islam, but my family is, my father's side.
So both, basically, because there's that like a hadith that during that time, like 4 a.m., it's like when Allah comes down to the lowest heaven, like from on top of the seventh heaven, he comes down to the lowest heaven, and he's like asking, like, which of my like people like need anything. But I mean, obviously, it's esoteric. Like, just that timing is the best to connect with your higher self, quote unquote.
Yeah, and like in the Vedic sciences, the Brahma Muhurti hour.
Yeah, exactly. That's what. Yeah.
Excuse me, as I have peanut butter crackers in my mouth.
Django, check out my story. I put Surah Yusuf in the Quran is an allegorical story of like the chakras, like ascending up the chakras.
7 o'clock.
Of the body.
Okay.
It's like basically like I started to decode like the Quran, and it's like, man, like I think like you like because you said that you were into it before a little bit, so it's like it's all the things that we're learning in Vedic, it's all in Sufism too. The exact same thing.
It's hard to find information, good information on Sufism because I tried, but it's like I don't know Arabic. You know, I don't know how to read it.
That's the thing. Like it's in Arabic. Like I don't know I could like decode like I can know how to read Arabic and recite Arabic, but my writing is shitty. So it's like I have to like teach myself it again, basically.
That's the same thing with the Ayurveda stuff because the when I was researching all the Ayurvedic doctors, a lot of them the books that they recommend are in Sanskrit, and they say that's the stuff is watered down, and it's like damn, like you have to learn Sanskrit. At some point, you have to learn these languages if you're gonna be really dealing with this knowledge. Like for real, you gotta. English is not gonna cut it because it's just certain words that you're not even gonna even be able to even put in a human language. So
yeah, and like the same thing you got in before about like how the mantras are supposed to be pronounced a certain way. There's like different recitations of the Quran. Like they have like 7 different dialects that you can recite it in.
I know my family, Khartoum, they speak fast. Like their Arabic is fast. And Sudanese people, they tend to say that when they speak Arabic to like one from like a different country, they usually don't really understand each other that much because of dialect.
Yeah.
They have their own broken down versions of Islam, like it's like the
Spanish,
Islam
like speaking proper Spaniard and speaking like Puerto Rican's gonna speak different from Dominicans, like
Islam, Quranic, Arabic from the Quran is not even they don't speak that kind of
exactly. That's the only
Arabic. It's just like in Hebrew, they don't you have Hebrew that's only spoken for the Talmud. They don't speak that same classical Hebrew as they would do day to day communication. But a good author with writings about Sufism is Idris Shah.
Yeah. Oh man, hell yeah.
Idris Elba was named after Idris Shah.
Oh, so really?
Idris Shah is an awesome author. I got several of his books. Seeker After Truth. A whole
Inayat Khan is good too.
Yeah.
Is it Shah? Is Idris Shah?
Idris Shah. SHAH.
SHAH. Okay. And who else, Amar?
Hazrat Inayat Khan. And I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, because I ain't gonna even try to spell that right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm making a mixtape of like Vedic mantras and then like Quranic lines. I'm about to mix them together. I mean, I've already
You're about
been
to mix what?
in my head, but like I think I'm gonna like write it out like an actual one.
Is there a specific way to do that?
I don't think so. I mean, I've never heard of it before. Like,
in these types
what was that, Chad?
In these types of work where it's called, the way it feels itself.
Yeah. Because I guess the tonality of them are different. Like, Arabic is harsher in the pronunciation of the words. Like the kha and the ta and the ra.
Yeah, like my name. So I don't Bahab. That's how they say it. So I was Bahab. Alia. When my family called it Alia.
Oh, they say yeah. It's with an
Alia.
Alia.
They use parts that they use muscles in their throats that I didn't even know was there until I started doing this stuff.
Like if I recite the Quran, like people have told me that I don't sound like how I talk, because how you guys were talking about the tonalities, like I have to take on a different tone when I'm speaking Arabic.
Yeah.
You know why? Another thing that they say, when you read the Vedas or any of the scriptures, you are actually speaking basically in the tone of God.
Yeah.
So any of those words, for whatever you want to call the highest deity, basically you are speaking. So as Aliyah said earlier, that she was reading it, doing a mantra in the man voice. It really wasn't a man voice. It was an authoritative voice, a voice of power. How words are going to be powerful if you can't speak them with power?
Yeah.
Squeaky shit don't get you nothing.
I mean, that's what I think Jen, you brought up. Oh, you go.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. You could go.
Oh no, I was just you go.
I was just saying that I didn't really feel I felt good. The mantra, that's why it stuck to me. It made me feel good, but I didn't feel like power until after like I had my little crying session, and then my tonality changed and it became like, I don't know, like womanly. And I was kind of singing almost. That's when I felt like the power of it. When I raised my tonality, that's when I felt like the power of it, and it was experiencing it when like through what I was experiencing through trance. That's when I felt the power. I didn't feel it when I was saying it in my man voice.
So that because eventually you spoke in the real voice of the mantra. That was your imitative voice. Remember, like I said, you heard.
Yeah.
You were imitating. That's why I said earlier, the monkey mind. You imitated what you heard on the video. You said it the way they said it. But then once you you internalized it, because you know you were saying it internally, and then once you got focused on it, like the truth hit you, that's the voice. Like I said, that's the voice of deity. It came out in your voice, which came out in truth and purity. That's why you cried. You experienced yourself at your most highest self through ritual and basic worship.
That make a lot of sense.
Remember, I asked the question, how many people anoint? We don't be anointing ourselves. We don't be giving ourselves enough reverence and worship and giving ourselves, speaking into ourselves that you're doing a good job and shit sometimes. We're like, yo, you made it. Like, be taking time to analyze and be at the point to say, the shit that you were going through before could have tore your ass up. Okay, Trav. You know what I'm saying? But some of the things that
that's a fact. I went crazy last year, like quite literally. Nobody knew though. I put on a good front.
Well, you know you went crazy. What if you didn't become insane? Become sane? Maybe what was crazy became sane.
You know, it's a lot of people in this group have said that within the last year or two or three, they had an experience like that where everyone else around them told them that they were going crazy. I keep seeing that pattern pop up. There's got to be something to that.
Nobody knew though. Only like probably like one close friend knew some things, but no one could relate to it except for like people online that I didn't know personally, so I couldn't talk to them about it and shit. So
Trav, that shit is always a war. We always at war with ourselves, with our our nerves, tissues, dendrites, all of these internal things. Just no different as Arjuna had to get his fucking mind right and go out there and kill those other people. Go through your questioning, go through your deep shit, which was, if you understand that story of the Upanishad, he was crazy, as they would call him. This guy's crazy. He doesn't want to go to war. He's trying to be. He thinks he's some shaman now, guru. He wants to question death now. That will be considered fucking crazy to some people.
Suddenly he's a Jnana yogi. What is with
this nigga?
Suddenly,
this nigga, he was born into the tribe of people. That's all you do is go to war and take heads off.
Yeah.
So the ego came up and like, you know what, man? You know, it's kind of wrong for killing these people because they want to live a family life too. So we got to go through these little, just using that as an example, that's the shit we got to go through. Sometimes you have a little, what we call a nervous breakdown.
Yeah.
Which is really your computer system files have become corrupted. So now the computer is glitching.
Sheesh. All of my damn teenage years and 20s was a mental breakdown.
That shit built up. I don't care. Each one of us are doing this. This is not nearly. This ain't no cheap, cheesy parlor tricks. What we dealing with. People could stay doing whatever. There was no doing. When we were doing Kabbalah and initiation into Hermetics, there was some doing, but the doing was for more of because you wanted a bunch of things, like you wanted to change things.
Yeah.
Doing this type of self-study and what we rocking with, this shit, a lot of the change that you're gonna see is not gonna be just some outward stuff. You're not gonna get like a new car and shit like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? It may not. Well, yeah, you can get it, but that's not gonna be your goal. It's gonna be like it's just like obtaining a city from doing these practices. That's not the goal. It's just like a default thing that happens.
Yeah.
The deeper
I'm
you do it.
I'm just grateful that you guys gave me the tools because like it's some placement in my chart that I can't remember which one, but it basically says that I guess I'm prone to with one of my instructors, I'm prone to like accessing stuff that I'm not ready for that could possibly destroy me. Like cosmic energies or whatever the case may be. And I'm just grateful that I was prepared, you know, years like beforehand with the building up, you know, to be able to actually like utilize it and not let it drive me crazy, because you could get stuck in between. Your consciousness could like crash, you know, and then other energies take over and do what they may. But you know, it's like a constant grounding that has to happen.
Hell yeah.
I could have been there.
adjustment has to take place, integrate this thing into a daily living cycle.
I never try to escape the reality of this world. All I can do is escape the false realities that I placed upon myself with the experiences of this world. So now when I interact, I don't interact from a false interpretation. I got a clear interpretation of these things. That's the best that we can do, is make sure that our interaction is, or whatever if we choose to respond outwardly, or we have an internal response dialogue with ourselves, it's not from a dirty filter.
Dirty lens, dirty.
And that's what I mean about that luxury feeling too. That, so at one point, if a person have had some money, they might not have had the refinement to change the electrical currency of that money. You can have 60,000 coming every day to you, and you don't respect it. So now once you learn a little bit of something and you get some experience, you learn to have a little bit more respect for high energy. Money is high energy. So that's where it's at to me in a society. People should have a little bit more refinement now. So that's why I see with this whole thing, people being on lockdown, at the height of the lockdown, clothes meant nothing. Diamonds didn't mean shit. None of that, all that shit lost its value. You know why? Because ain't nobody was around nobody. Niggas wasn't driving Rarries, none of that shit. That shit meant nothing to your ass if the government said it's mandatory quarantine for 5 years, motherfucker. What you gonna do now? Your diamonds ain't shining for nobody.
Tissue was diamonds. Toilet paper.
So the whole thing is, that's how we got to see how we change our perception and interaction with the things that we might have had. People, a lot of these people be examples of what it looks like to splurge, of what it looks like not to be used to having a certain level of finances, that you have no refinement to go with it. Like you have no self-control. You impulsive with that thing. So as people mature, we in 2021 right now. So think about the level of maturity that we should be on right now, as far as going back to 2015, 2017, all them years of study and going through whatever, being in the dark. Right now at this time, if you're not on point, then your chart must be 100% garbage. That shit ain't leading 100%. You to no.
The whole chart, throw it out.
The whole chart is garbage.
Yo, you gotta get a new one.
You don't got nothing positive on the chart.
Let's scrap it. Let's get a new body. Let's scrap this one.
Your whole chart is hostile. It's all a shadow shit.
The whole chart is hostile.
Constant turmoil and shit. Nothing never lasts. You get $1 million, and instantly the next day after you got it, a letter comes to your house saying you owe $1 million to somebody you never knew. Now that shit gone. Like, damn, you never have good luck.
I gotta watch out for that in my chart. Wasn't who was just saying that earlier about what's the name in my chart? One of my placements. She was saying that as fast as I get money, that I lose it.
You've done it?
Well, I haven't experienced that. I mean, but I don't know. I hope I'm like balancing it out, because that's something that I guess in my chart, according to my chart, that I'm prone to.
You don't have no choice but to tweak your performance, because look at the stuff that you're studying. Mm-hmm. Like I said earlier, Travis said, it ain't no going back now. It's like going to the dark web. Once you go too deep in the dark web and you go to the wrong forum and ask a question and you done got linked in with some shit, it ain't no going back. They got you. Your IPS is all through that shit now. You done went too deep. So it ain't no you say that mantra perfectly.
Well, so that's the only one I've really been consistent with.
See, that's good. It shows.
On that, did you? I posted a video by the Sanskrit channel, and he broke down how every word is supposed to be pronounced. Did you see that video?
No, I haven't. Where did you post it, on Facebook?
Well, don't worry about it. I'll send it to you directly. Watch that video and get the breakdown of each word. Then you're gonna see, because what Django was just saying, the constant refinement. Now that you got the flow memorized, you got the words basically memorized, now you're going to tweak it a bit more and get the pronunciation perfect. You're going to see another level of transformation. I'll send it to you.
All right. Thanks.
It's amazing to see it work, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
At this point, man, I stopped looking for effects and I'm just rolling with it.
Yeah.
It's just, I'm in the soup. The spoon is stirring it up.
But now that I actually do have a good memory of it, and I'm gonna check that out, make sure I'm pronouncing it properly. I do need to add like my sun, moon, and rising every day along with that.
What time were you born?
1:55 a.m.
Do your meditation at that time.
I never thought of that.
Me neither. That's good. Wow. All this time you're looking at my birth time, and I never thought of that.
Choose that time as a time of inner reflection. Nothing breaks it. That's you claim that time.
That's a perfect time for me too.
So that's why I had to ask, because in them early morning times is be perfect for doing that kind of stuff. That's why I actually like the dealing with before sunrise. I like dealing with before. I actually go deeper and be up before first light. So like if you was, and you can get apps that'll tell you all of them, like that one, especially when it comes to you wanting to know the Brahma Muhurta hour. That's that 5:51 a.m. tomorrow morning. If you wake up at that time, you in that special hour that what Dhamarama was speaking about. Basically, that's considered the God hour, And then if you look at another app, like I got another one, sun first light is tomorrow at 6:58. So you see that you up a whole hour before first light. So then if you can extend it, because I extend it sometimes, and I'll do sun salutation practices. I greet the sun as it comes up, so I don't even feel tired throughout the day, because I planned it how I wanted it to, how I wanted it to go.
I'm gonna try that because I think that it may be, especially like with my ailment, probably just a disconnect from the sun in general. So I need to figure that out.
I never go to sleep. I say like that. I always go to sleep purposefully. I bring what I want to into my mind on purpose. I don't listen to anything just leaving the TV on or having some uncontrolled desire and going to sleep. No, I always go to sleep consciously.
Okay.
So nothing is just being created in my sleep world. And when I wake up, I wake up at a new starting point. I don't bring nothing from yesterday into tomorrow. Because everybody's supposed to do that. At the end of your day, if you work and you go to work every day, and when you come home after you eat and you shower and you spend time with your family, you're supposed to set another time so you could defrag your computer of everything that you went through that day. And if anybody knows computers, there was a point that you had to literally, I don't even know if they still defrag computers because I have a Mac, so it might be automatic process.
Yeah.
So defragging is what we're actually doing. You're supposed to go through what you've been through that whole day.
That.
Huh? Oh, you go through
that in the shower.
You go through that whole day, you unload it all, and you prepare for the next day.
I basically unpack in the shower. And that's when I receive downloads as well. Like my day, I sift through it like in the water.
Is your day the same? Like you wake up, like you have to be to work the same time?
Every weekend, yeah. But my day is scheduled throughout the week for my day.
So Monday through Friday?
For the most part, Monday through Friday, yeah. Friday, I work Friday through Sunday. I work during the week too, but it's more sporadic.
So you could even So what time do you have to wake up in the morning?
Oh, I have to wake up by 7, but I'll usually wake up at around 6.
So that's what I meant earlier when I said to capture those moments. That's where the sacrifice come in. So if you have to be up at 6, you got to think first. You up at least now in the spring. You up before first light, because first light is at 6:58. That's for tomorrow. But if you wanted to be up, you're gonna have to do. You get you an app, and pretty much the Drik Pachang. It'll let you know that if you just wanted to like get a time to discipline your mind, 5:51 a.m. tomorrow is Brahma Muhurta.
Do you mind sharing that that app in the chat?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a dope app. Somebody shared it was it didn't Tree Marie or somebody had shared it with us, didn't they?
Yes.
Was I here?
It's actually a dope app, man. And it's gonna and it teaches me to research these words, because there's a lot of words that I never, like muharat and all of that. That means space or time. What is it called? The Drik.
What up, KP?
You know what KP doing?
Yo, what's good?
He's walking.
Where are you walking to, bro? Where are you walking to?
KP is walking the whole boulevard of New York somewhere.
That's crazy.
Yeah, you know what's hilarious, KP? That if nobody never really been to New York, right? They won't understand that a New York street is long as a. You can walk from one side of New York to another.
Where are you? Where are you in New York?
Huh?
What borough you live in?
I'm in Brooklyn.
You in Brooklyn? Where?
Fort Greene.
Where?
Fort
Greene.
Fort Greene?
Yeah.
Oh, you in a nice area.
So.
KP walks from Brooklyn to Manhattan every day.
I'll be there this summer.
Man.
KP, have you been able to find a mantra that you resonate with the most so far? Are you still experimenting or not really?
Nah, I just do whatever. I just pick anyone, depending on how I'm feeling. If I feel like I'm low on energy or some shit, I'll probably listen to like the Mars or something. If I'm feeling like I can't control myself or my mind running, I'll probably use like a Venus one.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I just stick to it like that.
You have Sag in your chart?
What?
Sagittarius? Do you have that highly aspected?
Nah, I don't. I don't think so.
Huh?
Each nakshatra for the day ends at the Brahma Muhurti hour.
So the Brahma Muhurti hour changes?
Yeah. I just noticed that because Hasta is at 5:32 tomorrow, and then that's when it goes into Chitra. Let me go back and look at a previous one just to make sure.
No, yeah, you're right, because on mine it says mine's 2:32 a.m., but you're 3 hours ahead of me. So
Saturn and Rahu keep calling to me lately. I'm not too sure what it means just yet, but those two particular mantras stand out way more than the other planetary ones. Way more.
Did something happen yesterday with them?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yo,
Saturn and Rahu.
I've been asked Kristen a little bit about what I was studying that day. I was wondering if you could classify Saturn or Rahu as the pimp archetype.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean so much in like the joking way, like, oh, he's a pimp, but I mean like really
Right. Literal.
the archetype of a person who is able to go out there and do a thing like that and live that lifestyle. I'm wondering where that would fall in under the different planets. And I think that I could see it Saturn, but I could also see it from Rahu. But I'm not too familiar with Rahu just yet.
Definitely Saturn. You're right on the head with that, for sure. When you first said it to me, I thought you were joking, like JZPIMP. That's why I was like, well, he's an elder, but sure, he could be a pimp. But then I thought about it, especially depending on the kind of pimp, the restrictions that they have and the hold that they have on their quote unquote women property and such.
Yeah. Interesting.
Rahu and Ketu can also be included in that. It just depends on the type of. Both of them are alternative, and they both do shady shit. Rahu and Ketu can, but
K2 was the holy man.
not always. Ketu is also mentally ill. He has got no head, so he's got no feelings about things. He's able to cause harm and not feel anything about it.
Oh, damn.
Think about Ramirez, his moon and K2, and then his moon, K2, Mercury, and Mars, I think we're all together in the 5th house. So, and it just made him completely detached from any kind of emotion towards children and women and the public. Although he did get a lot of fame. That's his Rahu was in the 11th. So he got a lot of fame, and women loved him, which is insane, but they did. When he was in court, they were like sympathizers there, like giving him like all this love and stuff. And they're like, he's really a nice guy. Just crazy. He's a nice guy. Did Damien leave? No. Okay.
This is what you got.
Urvarukamiva bandhanat. Yeah, Moby in the chat said I was trying to overdo it by doing 3 mantras in a row. LOL. I've reduced it to 1. That's how I was too. I was doing all these different mantras, but really, I do the Maha Mrityunjaya mantra, you know, in my head at every, when I bring my awareness to now, because of course, as a human being, we drift off into thoughts and whatnot. But when I bring my awareness to now, I got that mantra going in my head. If I'm around my computer, I got it playing. If I'm studying, I got it playing also. But, when I wake up, I'll go through my planetary for the day nakshatra, mantra. But through the consistency of the day, I don't even count anymore. It's just all day long. Whenever my awareness is here, Maha Mrityunjaya mantra. Keeping that circulation going. Because it's the rotation of saying it once is a rotation. But saying it 108 times, that's a rotation. But 108 times every day of the week is a rotation. And that wheel keeps spinning bigger. There's more force that's churning with that pull.
Yeah. The momentum that builds.
Massive momentum.
Yeah. That's what I meant earlier when I talked about how it clears. It's like clearing the dam away. You might not feel it the first week or the first day, but you keep going. It's starting to pull away stick by stick, the blockage or the things going on. And eventually it will just come flooding in and you'll start to feel the results. Sometimes we want instant results, we want to feel it now, but it's not always going to be like that.
All right, so you're at it. Oh, hold on.
I'm glad that Amar has been dipping back into the NLP stuff, because that kind of got me to look back into my old notes.
I thought you posted some of your notes on your Instagram, but I can't find too many of the NLP notes.
Where? Doing what?
Oh yeah, I didn't post. I usually don't post NLP stuff, mostly just occult stuff.
Oh, okay.
But I really was able to see my growth going back to the books. One of the reasons why I do highlight is so that when I do flip through, I can quickly, pick up some of the lines that I thought were important. And that's the thing with this science, as with all sciences, the more that you use it, the more that you're building those, neurological connections, you're strengthening them. So I was able to see that there's a lot of stuff that I read about and I really didn't understand it at the time, but just over time of practicing and watching some of the Snyder videos and stuff like that, I've been doing a lot of the stuff unconsciously now. And I think that's one of the big parts about learning behavioral science like this, is that if you behave in that way, it becomes a part of you and you don't have to try to use this, or, oh, I'm going to pace lead, or, I'm gonna follow the submodality. It starts to just happen on its own. So we're really talking about transforming the individual here. Amazing.
Especially if you, I know Snyder has I've been doing this, like, it's been on my playlist like for at least like 2 months now. But basically, like, he puts you through a hypnosis, and like he tells you to basically think of like someone that like you want to be like or like idolize.
Oh yeah.
And they like transfer their knowledge to it. So he's done like Richard Bandler, and like I've done Snyder, Richard Bandler, like a bunch of other people, like just like anybody, like no one's off the chart, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like he puts like you have to like view them like facing you, and then your like chakras aligning, and then you become them. And like that's basically my strategy for learning anything like rapidly is like I'm gonna put myself through that process.
You'll know, I'm pretty sure Bandler, if he didn't come up with it, I know that he talks about it in that gold book, the gold transformations book. There's like a little chapter based on just that exercise where you know, like you said, you line yourself up with the individual, and you merge the two together. And while I mean, that sounds like a ritual. That sounds like working with sigils and all that other stuff.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna merge.
And like, imagine just doing that shit with like you're doing a mantra for Kali, and then you do that, like you visualize Kali, and then like you and her becoming one.
Almost like the Taoist shooting meditation.
Yeah.
In a way.
You know, that's interesting. When I would do my own little rituals and activate parts of me, I would activate, what I would say is that I activate the part of me, or I recognize the part of me that is such and such deity. And I would envision myself as that entity or that deity or as the qualities of that entity. Yeah.
Wow.
It's weird how we do things, you know, unconsciously without knowing it's a thing, you know?
Unconsciously. And that is what the emphasis behind NLP modeling is about, is to take those unconscious patterns and make them conscious, so you can see exactly, okay, this led to this, and I did this, and this is how I did it. If you're able to really model your behavior in such a way that you can even teach it to someone else, that's some real ass learning right there, and some real development. Because like you said, most of us do stuff that's unconscious, and it's amazing, but how much more amazing if we did become conscious of it. A lot of people will, you know, like, I'll talk about stuff, or they'll read stuff and they'll be like, yeah, that's cool, but I've been doing that already. Okay, that's a good thing. That doesn't mean you mastered it. That just means now you're aware of it. Yeah, I've been doing that since I was a kid. Okay, that's cool. But now you're aware of it.
Now you're aware of it.
Means you can do it better.
Now usually it's like, oh, that's what that meant. And there's like a better realization of it.
Yeah.
You know, there's like, oh, all right. So that's why I was doing that. And then it's a whole deeper understanding of it at that point.
Yeah. Yeah. You get that response. Is that one, or then it's the other one that, you know, well, I've been doing that.
Yeah. I've been doing it forever.
Already knew that. You didn't know that before I just mentioned it. Yeah. Modeling. That's one of the big useful resources of NLP, is to be able to not only model your behavior, but to observe other people and model their behavior. So if you got somebody that's doing something better than you do it, instead of hating on them like a weak-hearted individual, you can model their behavior, see what they're doing right, and see if you can kind of, you know, trace the steps and then adapt it to yours. That's how we improve each other.
Hey.
Snyder talking about, it's scary how many running models that Bandler has in his head, because has
oh, were you watching that one today? That's the review one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was watching that like earlier.
Oh man. But just imagine being able to model people's behavior, successful behavior, and being exposed to lots of successful people. That's why they say you are the five you hang out with.
You hang out with, yep.
You know, they say if you want to be a millionaire, you got to hang out with millionaires. Well, if you can't do that, That's why they've written books, so you can model their behavior and adapt it to yours.
Yep.
It's not just like you're next to them and they rub off on you. Like, you got to be paying attention and then integrating.
Yeah.
But that can't be done without the cornerstone of awareness, being aware. If you listen to, if you listen to how Kristen talks, if you really listen every time she comes on here about what she's saying, you can start to piece together how she relates the vast knowledge of information, how it's stored, and how she accesses different things. Right? I can't see her movements, so I can't really see all that, but listen to what is said that triggers you to say, oh yeah, so X, Y, Z, da, da, da. If I say something and it triggers you to say something about the nakshatras, to you, that's a trigger point that maybe I'd want to pay attention to and maybe adapt that trigger point.
Yeah.
That's why I like to listen to smart people.
Same. I love to listen to smart, wise people who've got things that are useful to say. Things that I can incorporate or take on. You're not gonna fucking learn anything by just hanging around the same old fucked up people.
What, you gotta be fucked up? They're fucked up.
People are. Some people are, and I have been one of those peoples. And when I saw myself become one of those people and realized people related me as that, I was like, what the fuck have I done to myself? And it just, for me, that couldn't be. That couldn't be for me. So I made significant change, cut everybody out of my life that was not of some benefit or doing right. If they were harming me, everyone that was harming or causing issues, I cut them out, changed things, and just started surrounding myself with, and for a while I had nobody around me. So like he says, books, videos, and documentaries of or from the people that I wanted to emulate or be like or understand about. That's the best way to do it, is to see what the people you want, the people you look up to and what they're doing, see what they're doing, how they did it, and mirror that shit.
Kristen, use me.
Yeah.
Good books, man.
Yes.
I order books from
How did you do that in a graceful way? Like, as far as you said that you had like let all those people go and stuff like that, like without causing like any more karma. Yes. Like, cause ghosting like friendships or people in general, like that can cause. So how did you do that in a way that, like, how did you do that in a way that wasn't detrimental to you or them?
Me or them. Yeah. So I stated for some people, I said, I have changed my stance on what I want in life. I want these kinds of things. I don't want this kind of life. And I love and care about you. I'm going to make these changes. You're free to come with me or be with me or learn with me. But if you stay where you're at, that's okay too. But I'm going to be going this way. I always love you. I am here to speak to you when you want to talk. But in terms of continuing the same things and arguments or bad habits or things I'm done. So, and I'm not going to engage in with some people who would call it just to argue. I would say, okay, well, I'm just not going to do that anymore. So I would say, I can't argue with you right now. I have to go. I have other things going on. I love you. Goodbye. Or things like, no, I'm not going to go pick up drugs today with you. I'm no longer doing those things. I love you. Okay, goodbye. Things like.
So you just explained it. You just explained it to them, and they all took it well.
Basically, my mother. This was with my mother when it came to her and me not arguing. I explained her my stance, and I said, look, she's very smart herself, but she listens, and I would say, you have your beliefs and what you believe, and your perspective of how I've hurt you. And I have my belief and my perspective of things I went through with you. I have no baggage. I have no resentments. I have forgiven and letting go of everything. I'm ready to move on. I no longer care to talk about the past or to argue about the past, nor do I wish to stay in the past and do the things that was harmful to myself. I know that I have caused issues in our relationship, and I hope you can see how I've changed. And I'm going to prove to you how I've changed and continue to change, and hopefully we can mend our relationship. And as she watched me change for the better, our relationship got way better. There is no more arguing. There is no more issues. And when she would call and things would start, I would say, I love you, Mom. I got to go. I can't talk right now. Okay, fine. And eventually all that just stopped. She stopped calling and arguing. She would call instead and say how proud she was of me. So that was a lot of work, but it was work. You know, it worked out. And then for the people that were extremely toxic and abusive and using me and stealing from me, I called them out. I said, I know this went down. I know you did this. I forgive you. I don't care. I'm moving on. And I also want you to know that this is no longer going to happen. I am making change. I'm always going to love you, always be here and be your friend, but I will not participate in this anymore, this or this. So if you call and ask, I'm going to kindly decline and say goodbye. And pretty much people get the hang of it. They realize after the first and second time and you say no and you mean it, they stop calling. And usually what will happen is people will just grow apart because they're going to still keep doing what they're doing. And you're no longer fun. You know what I mean? You're no longer doing what they want to do. So they naturally just fall away and do their own thing.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's been a big one for me. Like, you know, people just like just having to let go of a lot of people of my life. Yeah. Everyone, really.
I know it.
Like, damn. And it's like, you know, am I being unhealthy with it, or is it something that's, you know, but it's just finding a way to do that in a way that's balanced and not just like ghosting people and having them fill away and then creating more karma and stuff. But communication is key.
True, you can communicate about it, but then if it turns into a back and forth where they're trying to pull you into arguments, you don't owe anyone anything. You don't owe them that. At that point, okay, I said my bit, I love you, I'm done. And you don't owe anyone shit. No explanations. You don't owe anyone anything. The karma is only built if you feel guilty about it. Let that go. None of that is serving you. What's serving you is you doing better for yourself. They will work out their karma, you work out yours. There's a way about it without being cruel, but you can't also be the one that constantly is a doormat and gets stepped on.
Right.
So you could say your piece and be kind about it, but if they keep pulling you into arguments, that's not healthy. You don't owe that.
Right.
It's hard because it's changing the behavior patterns. It's changing what we're used to doing and how we're used to responding. And the people around us at first are caught off guard. They'll tell you think you're too good for them. They'll tell you, oh, now that you're healthy and you're better, now you don't want to kick it. Now you can't have us around, and all that kind of stuff will happen. But it's
unavoidable. It's unavoidable.
Yeah. It is. And there are people that did change with me that are still around to this day who grew with me. And those people are still here. The ones that decided to go the other way, we don't talk. Not because I'm not willing to talk, but because their own hangups came with my change. Because they saw my change as their downfall. Somehow they're less than. And my change and my come up is not their,
Yeah. It's like, dude,
they can come up. Yep. Your come up or my come up is nothing to say about them. Like when somebody comes up, you want to congratulate them and say, good for you. How'd you do it? Not fuck you, man. You think you're better than everybody? No.
Yeah. And it ain't even about no, and this is just on a spiritual and mental level. Like, I just want peace on the inside, bro. Like, it's nothing about you. Like,
exactly. People get upset when you cannot fulfill the part, when you're not doing for them what you used to do. They're going to get upset, but they'll live. They'll move on. They'll find someone else, or they'll grow up. Just want to see if Damien was still here. Okay. Oh, cool. I had to let $10 out of my account. Yeah, that's fine. Oof.
Yo.
What's up?
Hello?
Hello?
What's going on, KP?
Y'all can hear me?
Yep.
Oh,
what's
bet.
up? Like six
So-
times, man.
Yo, I had a question about like the dashas and the antra dashas and things of that order. So if you're coming into like a K2 dasha, what does that mean? Like,
oof.
you'll
Okay.
probably
So K2
have, huh?
Okay, so a K2 dasha is, some people see it as, I've heard people call it a curse, but listen, when I was in my K2 dasha is when I had the most money. That's when I had lots of luxuries and I had so much fun. However, many people died in my life in my K2 dasha, many males, in fact. So K2, what K2 does, remember, he says, oh, you think this is yours? No, I'm going to take it from you because it's not yours. Nothing is yours. So the things you become attached to, K2 removes from you. If it's unhealthy attachment, K2 removes it from you during that dasha. However, if you don't care about something, if you're unattached, specifically when I was a kid, I was very unattached when it comes to money. I told my mom all the time, money doesn't buy love. It doesn't buy, connection. I'd rather you be here than all the money you're giving me and the things you're giving me. I was like, you're being very materialistic. So what, naturally, I ended up having all these things because I was detached from it. I didn't care for it in the way that she did. I didn't have respect for material things in the way I do now. I don't obsess about them, but I understand their worth now. So I got lots of that, but those people that were very close to me, the males in my life that were important, were died. They were, my brother died from cystic fibrosis. My best friend was hit by a train. And then my best friend later on, after that, my new best friend, he ended up going to jail for 7 years. And then he died when he came home from jail. He killed himself. My grandfather died. My cousin died. There's more. There's a lot more, but they all died within my K2 period. And my son's father and I had my son, but my son's father and I broke up, and I was like devastated. So it was like like kind of a bipolar. I had lots of great, amazing things and amazing times that took place then, but I was very depressed and sad because I lost people. So I couldn't fully enjoy it. And that's what K2 does. K2 gives you all this stuff, but then doesn't let you fully enjoy it. So
how long does a period of being in a specific dosha last? Like right now, I'm in in my Pitta dosha.
No. A dasha, not dosha. Dasha.
Oh, dasha. Oh, okay. All right, because I'm like, I thought that those were like
no
the elements that's heavy in your chart. Okay.
Yeah,
right.
your body
disregard
type.
what I said. Never mind.
No, that's okay. Your dasha and is a planetary rulership period. So K2 dasha lasts around 7 years, and you have a 7-year period of where K2 is ruling what's going on in your life. Me, I'm in my sun dasha right now, and I think the sun is the shortest time, similar to the way it is in the cycles and how the sun is every year goes around. It's the shortest time cycle.
In my sun.
I'm sorry, what?
And I'm in my sun.
Yeah, me too. So
how do you find that in your chart?
If you have Indastro, you're gonna scroll down to your Vishmatori, what's it say? Vishmatori dashas or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. And you
it's a
Vishmatori dashas. Oh, dashas.
Yeah. So it'll tell you your main planet.
It has all of them. It has Saturn 19 years, Mercury 17 years, K2 7 years.
No, that's your ages. That's the ages that they hit. So now you go down to your dasha. You're just at the. Hold on a minute. Let me pull it up. Hold on 1 second. Here. Hold on, bud. Damien.
Oh, now I see them. I see it now. Muda Dashtra, Patija Dashtra. They're all. I gotta buy this.
So it'll tell you what dasha period, whether you're like in Jupiter, Rahu, K2, Jupiter, stuff like that. Bye, bud. Love you. Talk to you tomorrow. Sorry, my son was leaving. Do you see what period you're in? Does it say?
So I scrolled all the way down. This is past where it says chart, Nakshatra details, house and planet, past all that, right? And it's down to like where the locked ones are.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not.
So there's
if you go to your basic information, if you go to your basic information, click on it. It'll tell you what dasha period you're in. It'll say dasha period, Jupiter Rahu or Sun Rahu, something like that.
Mine doesn't say that. It just says Aliyah, my time of birth and date.
Hold
and all
on,
that.
Let me log in.
Has like chart.
Are you on a phone or
details.
Computer?
On a phone. Transit details, Mahadasha. Do I just click on the Mahadasha? Okay, and then where I was reading, it has all of the planets: Saturn, Mercury, K2, Venus, and the.
Right, it's going to tell you. It should tell you what your planetary period is in that. What one you're in. Do you know how to read the chart, the industrial chart yet?
Not really. Certain aspects of it. Okay, I clicked on the Saturn, right? Like I'm clicking on Saturn.
Hold on. Actually, this is what I want you to do. If you scroll all the way down, it'll say list of important dates and timelines in your life, right? And it'll say Mercury, K2, Venus, and you'll have years. It'll say 17/5-92 to 17/5-1999 or something like that. And it'll keep going. You want to find the date of today. You click on that, and that'll tell you what dasha you're in. But if you go to your basic, basic details on top, it'll say current Vimshatari dasha, and it'll say Sun Rahu or K2 Jupiter.
All right, so what would a Mercury, Jupiter, Venus mixture, a dasha mixture Sadie.
It's going to be the same things. So wherever your Mercury and your Jupiter is, those two, the first two are the most important, the first and then the second. Whatever houses those are in, that's what's going to be activated right now. And then those planet energies, whatever those planets energies rule, that's what's going to be overseeing your life right then.
So based on where it is.
So Mercury is communication and Jupiter is expansion and learning and guru and yoga and travel. So, and they both are travel too. So you might travel to learn something. You might end up, or you will doing online learning. Things like that can take place. And then you want to look at the house that they're in. So for me, when I was in my K2 dasha, my K2 was in the fourth house of mother, land, home, cars. That's when my mother got all the money she got from her new business. That's when I got a new car, a couple of new cars. That's when the house got remodeled, all that stuff. So that's why during that 7-year period, my fourth house was activated. Right now with the sun and Rahu, that's my dasha. I have my 8th house being activated and my 10th house.
Okay, I see.
Bruno, get down. Tell her not to burn those incense.
Don't burn those incense.
Man.
What's going on, Curve? Are you still there?
Your feet are heavy.
Curve just on standby mode.
Confused here. Who is this?
So
Another reminder to everybody, we're still doing the Kybalion. We got about 2 or 3 chapters left, but after the Kybalion, we're going to do Tawashuti. So if you haven't heard yet, and I'll keep reminding you, of course, as long as you're watching, but be sure to get a copy of Tawashuti. That's going to be the next book. It's not going to start immediately after Kybalion. We're going to take a little bit of a break, but that's going to be the next one we're going to dive into. So be prepared. Where the Kybalion gives some good framework and a decent, a decent structure for how an occult mindset is set up. Tatwashuti goes even deeper without being complex. We're talking about some source material where all this occult stuff came from, all this magical stuff, spiritual stuff, where every system came from was the Vedas and the early Indian spiritual systems. So that's where this starts. And it's going to dive into practical usage of these things. So be excited.
So far, have you already started using it?
The Tatwashuti meditation?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What's your thoughts about it?
I think that it's so important that we should invest quite a few months digesting it slowly, chapter by chapter.
What are your thoughts about how have you seen the effects in your reality?
Yeah, and the thing is, we're seeing the effects all the time. We're just not aware of them. I mean, we have to understand, before getting into clarity, most of us are in darkness and confusion. We don't know what the hell's going on. We have a vague representation, a vague model of reality, but it isn't until we get some clarity on why things are the way they are, we continue fumbling around in confusion, wasting time and wasting energy. So what this does is allow for a framework of clarity, reducing the confusion, almost to zero if you really want to take this thing seriously. And it really isn't as if we're switching subjects too much, because what Kristen has been talking about just now goes hand in hand with Tatwashuti. What I've seen here is that this whole Vedic system, this whole system of ancient science, is a threefold system. That is the yoga tantric practices, that is the Ayurveda, and that is the Vedic astrology. All three of these things work together seamlessly, and they even use the same terminology and the same concept. So by going through Tatwashuti, you're only going to understand the astrology aspect even more, because they're rooted in the same seed. It's all based on the Tattvas, hence Tatwashuti. The Tatwashuti is cleansing and purifying the elements that compose reality. So that's why I say we go from confusion to clarity, because we're purifying what is dirty. Dirt being ignorance.
Okay.
Ignorance can only be erased by correct knowledge, by right knowledge. And when I say right and correct, I mean it's applicable. The knowledge is applicable regardless of your context. It's applicable regardless of where you see yourself, who you think you are, what your position in life is. Everything else changes based on those things. But this that I'm talking about, it does not change regardless of who you are or what you may find yourself doing. So
It's quiet today.
what's that?
I said it's quiet today.
Yes.
Oh yeah, Zango left. That's why.
I'll always want to hit these quiet patches when I step away from the computer.
Yeah, I caught. What was you saying about? Something about.
You referring to me?
What is that noise?
KP?
Ew.
You were saying something?
Yeah, I forgot though what I was saying. How does I don't. Oh, I didn't even read the book, so I can't even say. I can't even say that. But how well, I read some of it. I see like the elements and how they have different attributes and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see how it connects with Vedic astrology though.
Okay. Well, the interesting thing is that, like I said, they come from the same seed. They're going to see a lot of the same language. When you talk about Vedic astrology, what you're talking about is the outplay, the effect of karma in action, right? Of matter in action, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what the top was described are the elements themselves, matter itself, and its 5 distinct forms of manifestation. You feel me? So whatever falls into the category of earth, fire, water, air, ether, these are 5 distinct behavior patterns of matter. So you can look at it in the individual, as we've seen from Franz Barton's Initiation into Hermetics, how it talks about these manifesting your personality type. You know, we can see how it manifests physically, which is what Ayurveda is about, the health aspect of it. And if you zoom out and look across time, this is where the Vedic astrology comes into play. Because the Vedic astrology is charting the unfolding of matter through time. That's how you're able to see into the future and the past, because matter moves in one direction consistently. And if we study Vedic astrology, what we're actually studying is what causes the matter to flow in the direction that it's flowing. That's why we're talking about nakshatras and what house and aspecting this and that and the third. All we're describing is how the matter is playing with, against, and for itself. So Tatwashuddhi is going to get to the root of all that, right? Because we can talk all this hot shit and all the combinations in math and science, but if we don't know the basics of it, which is the elements themselves, we can't really talk. Right? Because Ayurveda is founded upon the basics of the 3 body types, which are 3 combinations of elements. Ayurvedic Vedic astrology is based on, you know, the planets and the houses, but the descriptions of the planets or houses are the combinations of the elements themselves. So if we don't understand the meaning of the elements themselves, we're really guessing. I'm not too much of a fan of guesswork. I'm not too much of a fan of talking about things I don't know. Probably she's just going to help you to the bottom of that. That's just a side effect. The main effect of Tatwashuddhi is, you know, Shuddhi means purification. So those core elements that make up your body and your subtle aspect, like your mind and your emotion and all those things, Tatwashuddhi is a tantric method of purifying those aspects, purifying them from the root, purifying parts of yourself that you can't directly influence by any other means.
Because remember before, maybe a year or two ago, we were talking about how to access the subconscious mind and how to change your habits and all that stuff. You know, well, all that really is coming from a place of half information, because nobody really knows how to do any of that, because the system itself is founded on half information.
So Tom Shuri is kind of like the route of doing that per se.
Yeah, so if you want to talk about reprogramming the subconscious mind, this would be the best way to do it. And it isn't reprogramming for a specific thing, it's harmonizing, right? So it's not like, oh, I want money or I want this or that. There's a state of harmony that everything exists in. And Taught Shudi helps to point in that direction through the meditation practice. So just to answer the first question that you asked, you said, have I been able to see any effects or any results? And I said, well, they're always there. We just never notice. Basically, what I'm saying is it purifies and it cleanses the different aspects of self, which is physical body, etheric body, astral body, mental body, and causal body. We can't directly influence the causal body really through any other means other than specific tantric methods. Taught Shudi being one of those tantric methods. Mantras being another one of those tantric methods. Because we're accessing vibrations that are so subtle and so primal, we've forgotten consciously what they even mean, but they still have an effect on the subconscious.
Now I see how that kind of connects to the stuff that we learned in mystical Kabbalah.
Yeah. The mystical Kabbalah was an attempt to describe all the different planes, from the gross to the subtle, from the physical all the way up to the causal. And I say attempt because she withheld something, mainly the tantric exercises like Taught Shudi. She withheld those and used a lot of very complex verbiage to describe the whole thing.
Damn. So there really is nowhere else to go then.
There really isn't. There's nowhere else to go but the Vedic information. Like otherwise, we're just dancing around.
Nah, but that means like there's no deeper to go, because what else is there to know? So like does the Vedic, like, you know what I'm trying to say? Like I feel like there's nothing else to know. I don't know.
You're right. That's why we keep seeing the same stuff over and over, because there's nothing else to see. This is the center. You made it here, so now we're just trying to understand it deeper.
And the only way you can understand it deeper is just by doing it, right? Because I don't see no other way.
Absolutely. We found the river, now it's time to drink.
That makes sense. That's how I'm feeling lately.
Or we can do like some of these other dudes and, scoop some of the river up and sell it as a knockoff brand.
Or not even a knockoff brand, just bringing everything together, making it simple, put it in one place.
Yes.
Same shit though, but.
And that's how we got every other spiritual system on the planet.
Have you heard anything about, I haven't heard anything about astral projection in the Vedic science yet.
Anything about what?
Astral projection. And because before in the Miss Kybalion, you was talking about using astral projection to work with the different Sephiroths and things of that sort. So where does that come from in the Vedic side of shit?
So that's really saved for some of the more advanced aspects, because I'm really trying to make sure we go through the fundamentals, really.
Mm.
But yeah, it's very much there. It's very much there. Can you hear me?
A little bit. It's kind of fading.
Are you able to see the screen?
Not sure.
I mean, you're able to look at it real quick.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, the astral projection side is absolutely there, but I don't really say anything about it just yet. You know what I mean?
Mm.
You see that?
I can't say that.
I'm gonna read it out loud. I just said it, but
Oh my bad. But yeah, I see it.
So it's still there. We just haven't really touched on it because it's not even worth the time if you don't got the basics.
Okay. So so I'm pretty sure you found like a Vedic thing for hypnosis or something like that.
That too. I mean, you know, as we've seen also, all that stuff comes up out of the Vedic info as well.
So would you say every single thing, or are we just talking about like spiritual sciences? Or would you say like, all right, so the architectural ways that are cultivated in the US came from India? Like, are you trying to say it that way, or are you just specifically talking about like spiritual sciences?
Ask that again. I'm sorry.
Are you saying, all right, so basically what I'm asking, when you said everything comes out of the Vedas, are you just specifically talking about like
everything?
Spiritual, talking about everything for us. So the way they create buildings in the US came and they all got the information from the Vedas.
With it being one of the oldest cultures, we can really trace everything. I mean, you know, it's really and truly, there's no beginning, but specifically spiritual and mental science, we see it first recorded in this time period. I say recorded as opposed to created, because number one, nothing's created. The origin of the Vedas and stuff, they call the authors seers. So they literally purified themselves and viewed the universe from the highest perspective possible, and they recorded the patterns that they witnessed. They made it so high of a level, they just came back and record. It's not as if some god was talking to them and telling them what to write. They literally observed the patterns of the universe and recorded them. That's why the Rig Veda and all the Vedas are poems. That's why they're poems, poetry. And that's why they work as mantras, because you know how we communicate with each other through emojis? How I can send emojis to you and you can get what I'm feeling and thinking and saying?
Uh-huh.
Well, it's like that. We've only got the Sanskrit alphabet, so let's record the patterns that we've seen using these emojis that we call the Sanskrit alphabet. So that's why it's not like literal. That's why it doesn't really matter what the mantra is saying. What matters is that the vibration that the combination of those letters make are what the vibration that it makes all together is the same vibration that they witnessed in their most purified projections and their most purified visitations to the higher realms. You feel me? So it's like if I I got super taught with Shuddhi, chakra Shuddhi, all kind of Shuddhi. I got super cleansed. I spent days in meditation, days doing mantras, weeks, months. I got the cleanest any human being could get, like past Niranjananda level. And then I projected up into the most highest. I went to Kether, basically. Say I went to Kether and I saw what it looked like. And I came back. I couldn't write it in words. I couldn't. But what I could do is make art that symbolized what I saw.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Now,
Because
that art is so pure, number one, it's going to last through the ages. It won't be destroyed. It's going to find its way throughout culture to culture, and people are going to get inspired by it forever. But people who witness it are going to become cleansed because they're witnessing the vibration that I witnessed. You see what I'm saying? It's not Kether, but it's the purest representation that we can get to.
It's like all right, so basically just like the feeling you get from being in the sun that you can't really explain. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying.
And what I'm saying is that's where the Vedic text came from. That's where these mantras came from. That's where the science that we're talking about came from. It came from these people witnessing these higher realms and recording them. And from their recordings, there was a perfect system created. The vision was so clear and perfect that it's not even corrupted. Like, modern religions are corrupted. But this original stuff is uncorrupted, and it works for every person who takes it seriously. And what it does is it aligns you, it harmonizes you with what was witnessed. So now that vibration becomes you because you've given it a place to grow inside of yourself. These mantras, thinking about the different elements, these meditations, all these different things, they're causing changes in our lives because we are now aligning with what the Most High witnessed, or what these people witnessed when they saw the Most High. We're becoming that. That's why it works. Now, we've always been it because we're a part of it, but we're becoming aware of it.
Excuse me,
That's the difference.
Lit, can I summon you for practical use?
Yes.
All right. Okay. I see it. I see where it's coming from. I see how it's connecting. The thing about how all right, so with the Vedic astrology, I don't know, my views keep going back and forth. It's like I see the importance of it. I see how it can be beneficial. But at the same time, I don't see how it could be beneficial. You get what I'm saying? Like I'm kind of feeling like it's a waste. Well, not a waste, but it's not a waste. For me. I'm talking about for me. I ain't talking about for anybody else. I'm talking about for me. It's kind of like, if everything's gonna happen, why am I stressing it too bad to look into it? You know what I'm saying?
It all
might as well just be in the moment.
It's just a tool, like a kitchen knife, a steak knife. A steak knife is useless to me because I don't eat steak, right? But somebody else is useful because they eat steak. So Vedic astrology, as perfect as it is a tool. So what we have to boil down to is your core values. Why are you even interested in it, if at all? What are you doing this for?
That's facts. That's facts.
Okay, I'm asking you a question now.
All right.
Because you sent me these videos that have been life-changing, and I hope that you've been watching them too. Do you have like your top 3, top 5 values in place? Like, do you know what your values are that you're looking for out of life, that you're aiming towards, that are your GPS navigation system? What's important to you?
I'm glad you asked that because I was waiting for some. I knew sometimes you're gonna ask me about that. I don't know. It's like my values. I feel like it's like common things, but my values are constantly switching, I feel.
Okay, so let's start. What are your values?
My values.
What are the 5 most important things in your life?
5 more permanent things in my life. See, when I keep saying this, switching, this is what I mean. All right, so family, self-security, and financial security. And to be honest, that's the only 3 I could think of.
You said 3? I only heard 2.
I said family, self-security, and financial security.
Gotcha.
By self-security, I mean like make sure I'm fine, stable. Self-stability. Let me say self-stability.
Yeah.
And financial security. Just pretty common things.
And that's perfectly fine. You know, my top 3 are freedom, peace, and money. Sometimes peace is interchanged with influence. Sometimes peace and influence is interchanged with access to the best quality information, data that I can find. Those are my top 5.
Or like when I say freedom for you could be like a context, but it trickles down to about freedom. It can be many different things for you.
Yeah, but for me, freedom is specific. Like I know what my freedom is. That's why I have it.
Okay.
So when I say it depends on your values, everything that I do, I say, is it useful? Is it appropriate to my freedom? Yes or no? Is it useful or appropriate to me getting money? Yes or no? Is it useful or appropriate to me having the best quality information on books or data? Is it useful or appropriate for me to have gaining influence? Is it useful and appropriate to me to having peace? So everything I do goes back to those values. I'm buying all these books, right? Does that fit my values? It does.
Yeah.
If I were to be going out every Friday night to the bar looking for somebody to take home, does that fit my values?
No.
That don't fit my freedom. That don't fit my money. That don't fit quality information. That don't fit none of that. So I don't have any time for it. So when we talk about Vedic astrology, can learning about Vedic astrology be useful and appropriate to your family, to your stability, or to your money?
You said can spirituality be what?
Okay, so judging off of your values, family, stability, money, do you see how Vedic astrology can be useful and appropriate to those 3 values? Is Vedic astrology useful to stability?
No.
Is Vedic astrology appropriate when it comes to achieving stability for you?
No.
Can you see a way how Vedic astrology can be appropriate or useful when it comes to you being financially stable?
Yeah.
Can you see how Vedic astrology can be useful or appropriate to when it comes to your family?
Nah.
Okay. So I guess if those are your answers, then I can see how there can be a conflict, because your interest is enough for you to be here asking questions and to do your own research, because it hits at least one of your 3. So I can see why you might feel like sometimes it's a waste of time, sometimes it's not, because you haven't made a connection to how it fulfills all of your criteria. But I think if you looked hard enough, you can see how it could fit all your criteria.
And why you say that?
I could see how Vedic astrology can be useful and appropriate to having stability and security in life, because Vedic astrology can help bring awareness to maybe times and places where you should or should not be in certain areas, or should or should not be with specific types of people. We've got readings, we've got aspects in our chart that can let us know that certain types of people may not be good for us or bad for us.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that can even go to family. Certain aspects in our chart can tell us that our family will use us and drain us. It can tell us that our family might be a burden. It could tell us that you can be the center of your family and you could be the one uplifting your family. Either way, you're going to go through this stuff, but at least with Vedic astrology, you'll have the awareness of what's going on. And the awareness of what's going on now can put you in a position to maybe do something about it.
Yeah, and I see that. But if I'm already going to do it, like they say, if I'm already going to do it, what am I going to look into it? You feel what I'm saying? If it's going to happen regardless, if I'm not going to look into it, then I'm not going to look into it. And that's what, if the chart's literally going to tell me that I'm going to look into it. And I've seen certain, like, I know it's accurate. I know it's pretty accurate. But it's like, why put my attention to something that's already showing you what my attention is going to go?
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, all right. And if I can't, I see how it can help my family. But if it's going to show me things about my family and they don't know about it, then what's the point of looking at it? It's, you know what I'm saying? It's like, why am I going to look at my map if I know how to walk over it? If I know how to move over to, like, why me go use a map to go to Toys R Us and I already know where it is and I can walk to it? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or it's gonna I'm gonna leave myself down there anyways by walking down that street and I'm gonna see it. Or it's gonna happen anyways.
Yeah. You know, why check the weather channel if you
But
gotta go to work anyway?
Right.
Does it matter if it's gonna rain? Because you're gonna go to work anyway. You might forget the umbrella, but hey, you still gotta go to work.
True.
You're gonna get a little bit wet,
but I'll dry off.
You dry off.
See, I don't know, it's just, but I can't say the thing about it is like it goes left and right. It's like a yin yang thing. It's like either way, ain't no wrong way. Cause that time is not wasted. It was just time fulfilled through the map. That's what I'm looking. That's how I'm looking at things now. Like at first, I thought it was like I create your reality type shit. We was on a little magic shit.
Yeah.
Blah 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 blah. And then once this thing came in, it's like, yo, like this shit ain't shit, but it is some shit. Like, and I'm saying that because like I see what I can do. I see like, yo, you can literally do all this shit, but it's like, am I really doing it? It comes into like a little confusion. Like, all right, so I know I could like with the little like influence shit I tried out and a little crazy stuff. Now you compare that to astrology, it's like, all right, was that meant to happen because it was already written, or was I doing that and overriding the chart? And I don't know that. They say Kristen say you can't change the stars. She knows the topic more than I do, so I can't really say yeah I can because I don't know. But I know what I'm doing in my head, in my room, just doing rituals and playing around is working. So why not just stick to that? Because I know that's what I can do, and that's what I could control. You feel what I'm saying? I can't control the astrology, what it's gonna say. I gotta read off it and see what it says about me. I can't change what it says about it. You know what I'm saying? I have no control over that.
I do. I feel like that's a valid point. That's an extra valid point. You remember how in the Goetia there was this gray area? Some people are like, oh, the demons are real. And some people are like, no, they're just figments of your psychology. But come to find that
Excuse me, Theta Realms, brainwave sound journeys.
Yes. Neither of those are accurate. It's both. There's a gray area. It's not an absolute. We're outside of the realm of absolutes. So it's a mix. So the same thing we find about free will. Free will isn't something that, we just decide that we have it or don't. There's a gray area that's depending on a lot of factors. So just like in the physical plane, the body is influenced by its surroundings. The quality of air has an effect on you. The quality of food that you put in your body, all these things affect you and influence you. The things that go into your mind, right? Everything has an influence. So we don't know, unless we take a good look, we don't know what's free will versus just going with the motions.
Facts.
Likewise, when it comes to this chart stuff and being able to change or in control of it or whatever, if we don't look at the influences that set the whole thing in motion, then yeah, we are just playing out the chart. I can't say that we're not. I also can't say that there is no such thing as free will. I can't say that we don't have a level of influence or control over it. I just think that it's going to take some real work to realize it. It doesn't happen just because you say it is. A lot of us are attracted to this because we think that we have this power to control things. We have this power to control people. We have this power to do this. So I'm going to say this mantra and I'm going to get rich, or I'm going to do that, da, da, da. Well, that's good because that's enough to bring you in the door. But if you stick around long enough, you realize that that is mostly a fantasy. We haven't been here long enough to even know what's good for us. If I got rich when I wanted to get rich, you know, oh, I want to be a rock star, I want to be a musician, I want to do all this. If I actually made it back then, I would have destroyed myself. I didn't know what was good for me back then. I was still throwing back hard liquor straight from the bottle. I didn't know what was good for me. So I look around the world and I see, hell, I can ask you this. I asked it last week. First question, how many people in your life are going through and being affected by physical, emotional, and mental trauma?
A lot.
A lot? Can you think somebody who's not?
Nah.
Okay, that brings me to the second question. How many of these people going through physical, emotional, and mental trauma are doing a pretty good job at, or at least a decent functional job of masking it and making everything look like they got it all together, everything's fine?
A lot.
Okay, all right, now let's take that to a global scale. We're talking about the whole damn world is traumatized and going through suffering, physical, emotional, and mental trauma. Everybody.
Facts.
Everybody. Unless they're doing this work that we're talking about right here. Unless they're sitting down doing some Tatwashuti and some mantras and really doing this, unless they're committed to it as a lifestyle from henceforth, right?
Right.
How many people do we know doing that? Very few. Some people in this group are doing it, right? But the point that I'm making is everybody is so fucked up. None of these people have free will at that base level of being traumatized, because at very least, every action is influenced by that trauma. So none of these people have free will unless they're doing these practices we're talking about or something similar.
Right.
Until we get to that point, then we can talk about influencing reality and changing things and, you know, all that other stuff. Until we get to that point.
Right, right. You got a point. You got a point. I mean, you know, everybody can't really blame everybody. Everybody really want to live, you know what I'm saying? Everybody want to enjoy their life. Everybody don't want to go through sorrow. Everybody want to travel. Everybody want to enjoy. You can't have, that can't be no wrong. But it's like, that's what probably like kind of attracted me to the NLP, kind of, because at first, I know it's like, all right, it looked like something that could really help people, but at the same time, I felt like it was another one of those little clouded things, because it sounds so complicated, but certain things I'm listening to it. There's certain things that's like kind of common sense. Like you'll see regular people out in the hood doing certain NLP tactics. Like I watched a couple of people try to do like little manipulation tactics that's just similar. Mm-hmm. I feel like it's nothing special. It really ain't.
Does it have to be?
No, it doesn't have to be. But I don't know. It's either like I'm not really seeing the depth of the topic, or I just like I'm not seeing the worth of it no more.
These are tools. They're nothing like special. Like it's all.
I mean, yeah. I don't understand the tools. I'm not by special. I don't mean as in like, all right, it's gonna do some magical power, but it's like it's gonna help change my life. I don't know, because I ain't gonna. I slopped off on it, dealing with other issues, but I don't know. Is your value that you had about it when you first started researching it the same you have now?
Is my value what? I missed a word.
Is your value towards the subject from when you first started reading to it till now the same? Or do you have like a more appreciation for it?
I would say I have a more appreciation for it. You know, when I was working at the 9 to 5s that I was, you know, I was depressed and lonely and angry and all that stuff. I wanted freedom from that shit. I also wanted freedom from the people that was, you know, freeloading at my place all the damn time. I wanted freedom. I wanted quiet, peace, right? I wanted money so I could be able to do stuff. Like I wasn't flashy. I wanted money so I could buy more books. I wanted money so I could pay my bills, yet be able to study the books and buy the tools I might have needed for this or that, you know. And yeah, even back then, you know, I've always wanted the influence because that's been something that's always been appealing to me. I was tired of, you know, no one taking me seriously, of not being able to have any kind of say of anything in the world, not being able to drive this car. That sucked.
All right, so look at that right there. All right, so you see that right there.
Mm-hmm.
Now we connect what you said to like the Vedic astrology. All that you said, as I've seen and Kristen has kind of showed me, that like all the stuff you said like that, yeah, like that will probably be in your chart. Would you say so?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's like I understand that part. Now I've looked with the dasha periods. You see, like, all right, yeah, I understand that will probably happen to you because it's like everyone's in a different dasha time period or whatever. So there's stuff you really can't control. Like there's some people who just naturally do what the desires that you wanted. You feel what I'm saying? There's people who naturally had that influence. There's people who naturally had that attraction or whatever that you want, that money. It's people, you know what I'm saying? So how could like you personally or anybody else help somebody else? Because whatever's gonna happen to them is gonna happen to them. You feel what I'm saying? It's like I don't really see how I could help people anymore because you can't. I can't really help people, and people can't really help me. Because what's gonna happen to you is gonna happen to you. Like it's gonna flow that way regardless of what I'm seeing now. It's like it's really gonna river out. It's like if I can, and some an urge comes to the point where I help somebody, if it happened, that's what it's gonna be. That's really how I'm seeing it now. So there's no control or anything, but at the same time, there is in a weird way.
Yeah, that is how it is. How can it help somebody is the question that you asked. I mean, it is going to be what it is, right? If we want to talk in the realm of helping people, the help that arrives is the comfort in knowing that life is not chaotic and random and unpredictable. That in itself, that can heal somebody.
Facts. That's exactly that's the thought process I was having too. So yeah, keep going.
Right, but beyond that, I don't really think that this can be used as a help. You know, you guys go hard on the Vedic stuff, Vedic astrology stuff, more than I do. You know, I mostly step into the back and let y'all talk about it because it is important. But for me, I'm gonna do. I understand that what's in my chart is gonna play out, so I don't have to study it as much anymore. I might out of curiosity, but I'm not finna sit up here and study my chart all day because really it's just me looking at what I'm gonna do already. That's how I see it. You know, if you guys see it differently and you want to study that's cool. It is good to know. It's good to know how the world works. It's great to know that. I like to study the other aspects of it. I like to study the yoga aspect of it because in my direction of freedom, I find that through the yoga aspect. I find the liberation from this body, right? I don't have to worry about Ayurveda and astrology if I'm liberated from this body. So to me, that's the pathway out. Now, the other two supplement that. And the only way that I will be able to be liberated is if I understand how this reality works, if I understand how my body works and all this matter, this whole mush that my consciousness finds itself inside of, gestating in this womb. The only way for me to be born is to study this womb so I can leave it. But
Damn, that shit.
Huh?
Oh my bad, go.
Being hung up on the astrology aspect, that's not really me.
Damn, that shit kind of clicked real fast when you talk. It's kind of like when you were saying earlier how you're noticing like the Vedic stuff is a threefold system.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like left, middle, and right path. It's not like, it's like having that balance, kind of. If you tip to the left side, nigga, you falling off. If you tip to the right, you're gonna fall off that way. Like I just thought about it that way real fast. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I guess the principles in the Kybalion are really like, nigga, that's the framework. It's like, all right, bro, these are little principles and they're gonna deal with everything. You feel what I'm saying? It's like context, content, you feel me? The structure. Oh wow, then I just clicked. So you really can't just be biased out here walking biased, sticking to one thing.
That's intellectual death, silliness. But that's okay. Like I said, the whole world is traumatized and, messed up. Let them. It's not my business. I got work to do. If I can help people along the way, that is so cool. But let these people be these people. That's what they're here for. Everybody isn't evolved enough to be here talking about these kind of subjects. Some of us are hearing this stuff for the first time in our lives. There's different levels here. But the important thing is that we are moving in the direction of liberation. That's what all of this is about. We study our chart so that we know what we're being liberated from. We study Ayurveda so that we can understand what can help this vehicle become primed for liberation. And we studied the tantric yoga system to actually walk the path of liberation. The mantras help, the meditations help, eating right helps. Looking at your chart, you're able to be aware of how your life is unfolding. Money was one of my top 3 values, and I always knew, right? Beyond just like, oh, I hope I get rich. I always knew that I was going to come into a large amount of money and influence. And I saw it in my chart. It's not a question, like my energy changed the minute that Kristen showed me how to find it. My whole setup changed. Before that moment, I'm trying to figure out, how do I get the bag? What kind of, do I need to come up with a system? How many of these get rich books do I need to read? I got to get into marketing. I got to learn this, and I got to da 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 da. That was my mindset all the time, constantly running, trying to figure it out. When I realized that it was already in my chart, I don't have to do that shit no more, because I see the day where the idea is going to drop into my head. So now all I got to do is cleanse myself and allow that drip to happen. And I decided to test it out. Let me try it. Let me give it a couple months. If it don't happen, then I'll go back to the rat race and scramble and figure it out. Let's just say the chart told me it was going to happen in 90 days. The idea was going to come into my head, and that was going to start that was going to plant the seed for the garden of wealth. But it's going to take 90 days. Let's just say on day 80, all the way up to day 89, there was nothing. No ideas. Matter of fact, writer's block. But on that 90th day, the seed came just like it said in the chart. So there's no reason for me to worry about, oh, I got to get rich one day. It's in the chart. So that comfort was there. I was able to just accept the reality of it and flow with it.
All right. That's what I'm saying as well.
Old folks that have been here forever, they may not study Vedic astrology, but they know if it's yours, it's going to come to you. Right? Have you heard something like that before?
Right. Don't even worry about it. Yours, you're going to get yours.
Right. Good or bad. If it belongs to you, it's going to come home. Chasing it. Chasing it? That only burns energy that can be used for something else. I'm chasing no bag. The bag is chasing me. Chasing no females. What is the chasing about? If it's yours, it's yours. If it belongs in your life, it's going to be there. If it's not for you, you're not gonna get it.
Nigga said, amen. This nigga curve. Amen to that.
But that was the comfort that Vedic astrology brought to me, right? I'm not too caught up in all the nuances of it compared to the yoga part. But I know that learning and having an environment of study is very important. So,
it kind of, I'm gonna lie, kind of triggered me though, because like I see people who know people. Hold on.
Trav, a lot of things that you're saying, that's what it did for me too, bro. Definitely when it came to, when I look at the charts now, it's like, hey, this can happen like this. This can play out. This can't, like, there's possibilities that the chart shows you, but the way I'm looking at it, it's all on how are you operating? Are you operating in a tamasic, rajasic, or sattvic state? Whatever state you pick are the possibilities that will play out, So if your chart shows you some things that you perceive as negative happening, maybe you just need to change your state. They'll tell you the right things that you need to do to fix it. They'll give you the right remedies, and it's up to you to stay consistent enough to get the desired results, at the highest state that you can. So like literally, there's no excuse, there's no complaining. Get out your feelings and just do what you have to do. There's steps right there. There's nothing like, the worrying is just because if you're still worrying, if you're still having emotion towards all the things that your chart's saying, it's just, you need to go sit back and do that work, man. That's like, I love it because everything's right there.
Yeah.
There's no feeling lost. If you feel lost, keep learning.
Now that's like now you see, like, we all got like different perspectives and different views and different things. And we all still learn, like we all probably different age ranges and stuff and different mindsets about life. So that like, that sounds, what Curve just said, like, yeah, that sounds good. Like, I bet if that's how it is, then I wouldn't mind doing that. If that's how my life's supposed to be, then let me follow the Vedic astrology and let me use it as a road to get my stuff right. But I'm thinking, all right, in my back of my head, because you don't want to just follow something and not know the whole thing. What if I'm just following this thing and my life could have been something else that I wanted, just to have that thing? Because at the end of the day, I know that things are probably just going to happen.
Okay. What's some?
So I just thought, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say, like, usually, bro, even when you look through the chart, a lot of things that you have done or that you're into is in there. That's why I say possibilities. So like they might tell you, hey, these are the 4 to 10 different careers these energies will support you to find success. You know what I'm saying? If you do these things the right way. For like that's how I look at it, So it's no matter the things that you want, it's in the chart. It's in there.
Yeah. Because what I'm thinking now is in the chart. Yeah, you're right. That's facts. Good point. Damn.
Yeah, and like definitely when I'm looking at the nakshatras now, the way I'm connecting them, bro, is like I'm just gonna give you a brief example. My Rahu is in Vishaka, which is in Rahu's like debilitated sign. It's Scorpio. I don't look at it as, oh, I won't be able to complete what my North Node wants me, or what my destiny wants me to complete. It's like, it's in Vishaka. Vishaka is a warrior. Vishaka has to go through a lot of gritty things, but Vishaka is the focus. You know what I'm saying? He focuses and gets things done. So the perception of what I'm going through, of how I'm going to be going through it, is like gritty. It's going to, I'm going to have to feel like I'm fighting against something, but keep going, So it's like, I think it just gives you the perceived way that you can go through something if you're doing it the correct way, if that makes sense. Did that make sense to you?
I kind of got the gist of what you're trying to say.
Yeah. Let's just say your Rahu's in Swati, right? And this is once again what I'm perceiving from the books I'm reading. If your Rahu's in Swati, I feel like the way you attract certain things will be in a more balanced way, right? Whereas if your stuff's in another nakshatra, you'll be pulling it in the way that nakshatra pulls things in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like based on that nakshatra, that's the kind of beat that will be used to pull things in.
Yeah, in a way, yeah. That's how I'm starting to look at it more.
All right, so like Swati, let's say Swati is kind of like, or I don't know the characteristics in Swati too well, but whatever is based around Swati is the flavor that's gonna come through.
In a way, yeah, in a way, and where it's, you know, what house it's in also. So like if you have Swati in the second house, I feel like, you know, it'll be very balanced the way you go at your family stuff, the way you go at your money, you know, and the ability that Swati has to manipulate Prakriti to get the things that she wants out of it. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's the best explanation I can tell you for now. But yeah.
Nah, I get the point. I get what you're saying.
It's a description of matter and how it's moving within itself. One day you'll see that all of this is one big mass. There's no distinction. It's a gray blob in an infinite twist. But because of our current position of time, we're only able to see 1 second of it at a time. So it doesn't look like a gray blob. It looks like me sitting in front of a camera talking, right? Looks like you, where you are. So since we've been here stuck in the seconds of time for millennia, we are only able to see it like that naturally. Now, in seeing it like that naturally, we've noticed patterns. We've noticed nothing but patterns. This whole gray mass blob thing dances in patterns. So somebody long ago saw how intricately detailed these patterns were that they're able to chart it down to the little bitty tiny tick of the wheel. And that's where these nakshatras come into play. That's why we're able to chart the astrology infinitely into the future, into the past, because it's one big gray blob doing this. But even in that dance, it's going in a predicted fashion. Now, the unpredictable aspect of it, that has to do with consciousness itself, because it's consciousness that's causing that gray mass to move. Without consciousness, it doesn't move. It doesn't do it. It's dead. It's inert. So one way to think about this universe from the perspective of the people who created this whole science is that there is existence on multiple levels. And what I mean is the level that we find ourselves in is what happens when consciousness is observing matter so hard that it believes that it's matter. So we're in the thick of the dance, second by second. That's a whole level of reality right there. Now, that level of reality includes all the alternate dimensions you can think of. It includes the Superman universe. It includes Alien versus Predator. It includes everything you could ever think of, distant planets, everything. You feel me? That's one level. Now, there's another level of reality where that never happened. So matter is by itself inert. Then there's an even higher level that's just consciousness, where nothing is manifested. It's unmanifest. And that really is the universe. Well, we don't have a word for it. That is the all. So depending on where we are at in our level of awareness, it looks a little bit different. So I just named 3 realities. I named the manifest dimension, which is where consciousness is so wrapped up in matter, it thinks it's matter. They're one. It's a gray mass blended together, and time exists down there. Now there's a whole nother reality where that didn't happen yet. So when we think, imagine the Big Bang, that's what science tells us. Imagine if the reality of the Big Bang was there is Big Bang after it happened, and then there's Big Bang before it went bang. Those are 2 separate places. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, like it's like yeah, I know what you're trying to say. It's like
saying that
before something happened and it actually happening, there's a space in between.
I'm saying that those places exist simultaneously. Like the big we're experiencing right now is within the Big Bang, but before the Big Bang happened, that still exists somewhere.
Oh, so the situation before the Big Bang happened, it still exists.
Yes, before the Big Bang happened, that moment in time still exists. And to be quite honest, that is the real moment. The Big Bang is the illusion. That's how we're looking at with this occult stuff. So the manifest dimension where consciousness is wrapped in matter, that's after Big Bang. And honestly, that doesn't exist. That's the illusion. But since we're here in it, obviously we think it's real, you know? So it looks like we're surrounded in an ocean of matter and we're a little point in the middle. That's what it looks like there. But when you zoom out and you see that matter is inert, when you zoom out before the Big Bang, matter is just this mass that isn't moving. It's all infinite potential and perfect harmony. Her name is Prakriti. Here she is before she was observed by Shakti, consciousness. That looks different because you see its boundaries now. You see it for what it is. Now on that manifest dimension, that low level, you're in it. So it looks infinite. It looks eternal. Doesn't this physical reality look eternal? You know, when you die, it's gonna keep going, right? We've seen it. We've seen a fire burn some shit up and we've seen the ashes and the smoke. We just see how everything converts into another thing. That's this dimension. Endless shifting and shaping of patterns. But that's from the perspective of within it. When we are able to raise our consciousness, what are we raising and where are we raising it to? We're going to that before time state.
So
now we're able to see conscious matter, but we see the boundaries, the limits of it. We see it as a thing. She probably looks like an egg or something. She probably looks like an egg. Now, when you go to the unmanifest dimension, you realize that consciousness is now unlimited. And matter is a tiny point that you can focus on. So it flips. You get me?
It's kind of like it's like a microscope. You're looking through one grid, one range of things. I know exactly. Damn.
Okay, stay with that. So we're looking at a microscope and we're zoomed into this little petri dish and we see this little circle with little organisms moving in it, right? That's one level. There's another level of being one of them organisms, right?
Right. Oh, so we're looking at different grades of reality from different perspectives in a sense.
Now there's a reality where you're looking at the man, we're observing the man looking at the microscope. So when they say this as a dream within the mind of the all, that's what that thing is talking about.
And we're looking at ourselves, having a conversation that we had yesterday from a memory that did happen.
Now there's ways that you can go to NLP and they call you can do that.
We see yourself doing something. Yeah.
Now that mostly is imagination and fantasy, but it works. Don't get me wrong, it still works. Tatwashuddhi shows you that. She doesn't say it in the book, but when you do this exercise enough times, you get the experience of what the hell I just described. So you don't take Travis Magis's word for it. When you do the exercises in Tatwashuddhi, that's what you come to realize. You actually take a step outside of time, outside of Prakriti. You actually see the shit for what it is. It is a fucking blob. This is what we call, this is what we take so seriously. From that position, the astrology doesn't matter because you're not in it.
You said from that position, astrology doesn't matter because you're not in it?
Right. Astrology is only relevant in matter because it's
in matter. Oh shit.
Astrology doesn't apply in, outside of the manifested realm, because astrology is time. That's why I keep making that distinction, that emphasis. Time exists under the sun, underneath Tifereth. Everything below Tifereth is this manifest dimension that we're in. Before the Big Bang, that's all the way up to Kether. Now, outside the tree of life, we got the triple blackness of space, which is an infinite black ocean of no thing, right? That's Shiva. That's pure consciousness. It extends forever. It's just pure knowing. Nothing to know. It's just pure knowing. What is to be known is the tree of life, is Shakti and matter. That is that which is known. But imagine consciousness, but there's nothing in it. That is Shiva, a dimension of pure, unconditioned consciousness. It's awareness of nothing.
And that's detachment.
What's there to be attached to?
Nothing.
To be attached to.
So just being in the moment.
Ain't even a moment, because moment is time, and time exists within Prakriti. When you get out of that thing, it is pure awareness. There's nothing to be aware of.
There's nothing to be aware of because
But in order to get there, we have to first become aware of the things that are relevant, right? We can't get there without becoming aware of yoga. And we didn't know what Shiva and Shakti meant a few months ago, right? So we do have to become aware of some of this stuff, become aware of the nakshatras, not so much because the nakshatras are important, but because it illustrates to us each of the little bitty slices of the clock. It's like the Goetia. You can work with one and become obsessed with King Payment. Oh, King Payment. Or you can work with all 72 and realize, oh, I'm the circle. You get me? You can have one Pokemon and be like, yeah, man, electric Pokemon, Pikachu, that's where it's at. Or you can work with them all and realize, okay, so these Pokemon are better for this and they're good against that. You get a new understanding because you're able to see the playing field from a higher vantage point. He helps us to see that about human nature, doesn't it? Because when you're learning these strategies and these techniques and you're actually practicing them on people, you intrinsically become aware of them within yourself, and it stops working on you. So now you become something more than human. No, you think somebody can come up and NLP David Snyder? Do you think somebody's gonna come up and, you know what I'm saying, influence Richard Bandler?
Because they know the game. They're aware of the game.
Right. They become aware of it. It sounds like devious and shit, but it's not. It's awareness of human nature. When you become aware of human, the dude that wrote 48 Laws of Power, Robert Greene. You think that any of this, do you think that he succumbs to any of this stuff?
Nah, because he already know the game. He wrote the game.
He's barely affected by his astrology. He helped write the secret language of birthdays and shit like that. These people, they're reaching those borders of being above the influence of the astrology. You got free will when you study NLP, and it becomes intrinsic in your nature. Now you're in control of yourself. You're not having no free will if you don't know nothing about NLP. Everything that we talk about in these streams, or at least the stuff that I try to make attention onto, is very important if your goal is liberation.
So that makes me think then when it comes back to like the topic of like liberation and like the past lives and stuff. Certain things are just not from certain people at certain times, man. Because that's probably the only thing that's supposed to be chased for them, because
yeah,
that's the only thing that's there to like, because everything else is below. All right, it's in one space. What, taxes, money, this and that. Like you all learn it down here. But certain things you can't really learn from just being. Okay, I see what you're saying. Now I see exactly what you're saying. That makes sense. Yeah. Robert Greene helped with the birthday thing? I didn't even know that.
Yeah. He's in cahoots with the author. He had to have helped. Yeah. He's in the, if you look in the, I don't remember if it's in the big, yeah, it's gotta be in the beginning of the book where they're talking about it. Because Robert Greene has an extensive knowledge on human nature. They work together to really break down personalities and stuff like that. That's when you have that kind of knowledge. Now we're talking about free will, not you over here going to work every day and you just say you got free will because Brother Panic said you're not coming back. No, it doesn't work just because you want it to. You have to come to an understanding, and that's not saying that. That's how your brain works.
Because you can't have so it kind of says like you can't have free will in a game you didn't create.
You can't have free will in a game you didn't create, and you can't have free will in a game you don't know the rules of.
You know the rules of facts. Okay, that just clicked.
Right.
Like I can't step into Travis's gym. You just built like a gym or some shit, and I can't step in there doing whatever I want. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
I gotta know your house rules. Okay, I see what you're saying. Before I have free will. That makes sense.
That's why I take such an emphasis on the psychology, because number one, we all have to work through the apparatus of this mind. And number two, we have to work with other people who are using apparatus of mind. And if we don't understand our own mind, we damn sure won't understand anyone else's.
So just free will is earned. So free will is earned. You have to earn free will.
Exactly.
Nah, that makes more sense. When you come, and I know there's some flaws that I quickly is maybe my obsession with wanting to control so early, have control so early. Fucks it up. Like, nigga, you ain't really work for something.
Right.
So what you trying to control? You know what I'm saying? You gotta.
Said, being younger, I didn't know what I wanted, so it would have been detrimental for me to get money and all these other things when I was younger because I didn't understand myself, life. I didn't understand any of that. How can I say I have free will as a young person and I don't even know anything about anything?
About the game. About the game of life.
Right.
The game. Context, content, source. That shit is clicking.
And it only makes sense to do what we're doing right now. These conversations, these streams, this group study, because if this is all one thing, I'm not helping you, KP. I'm helping me.
And subsequently, you helping you is helping me. And everybody that you're helping is helping you at the same time.
Because there's only one.
And it's like energy transfer. So it's kind of like just like how the context of the business and the business world structure, the money flows and everybody helping each other. Me spending 1,000 on you doesn't mean you taking from me. It's gonna flow back. Like, okay, I get it. Context, content, everything.
So that's why I was talking about with Taught with Shooty. It helps to, when there's ignorance, when there's darkness, then there can't be growth because we don't even know what direction is up or down. But learning about the things that I just talked about, all this is in Taught with Shooty, by the way. It breaks this stuff down.
They got an audio book.
You said you got the audio book?
Yeah. It's on a website online.
What?
It was free. Yeah, it's free. A whole thing. So it's Taught with Shooty audio book. I found this one the other day because I was reading it.
Cool. I bet that meditation might be helpful if it's going to be read like that. But yeah, the whole book, it sets up the whole premise of the structure of reality according to Samkhya, which is the Vedic system of what I described. And then by the end of the book, it breaks everything down. But by the end of the book, it walks you through a meditation, a guided meditation. It's a ritual. And you experience what was spoken about. So this isn't like the other books where it just tell you some hot shit and you go around talking about it. It leads you to experience it. I mentioned one of the most recent times I did it, I got lost. I almost didn't come back.
What did you experience on that?
Just being outside of matter, being outside of Prakriti herself. What was going back, you know? I see matter, but what part of this, I don't know, I guess I was consciousness so connected, I didn't know what part to push back into matter. I mean, it came back because I was in the shower, but I
You
lost.
was doing it in the shower? Standing?
No.
Oh.
I lost.
Have you ever done it standing?
No.
No.
I'm not sure if that'd be a good idea. Because you want to be as relaxed as possible.
So you was I think I know you told me you was in that little state where it's just like the woozy state, that deep trance. I know exactly what you're talking about. Everything just clears out.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's when I'm in there, it feels like all right, that's a space where I could do mad things. Like, I don't know. It feels like that's like the laboratory. That's what it feels like. Anything could go down there. This is where I go for astral projection. This is the place I go when I want to manifest something. Or kind of also connects with context, content, because everything happens in that place.
Yes, and that's what I was saying. That's the whole reason I brought that up today, the context content thing, because what I was meant when we were talking with Alora and Chango, that's what I was saying, like to reach these higher levels, that's how you make sense of things, by remembering context versus content. Because when you reach them higher levels, it's easy to confuse the two, and then you get confused. We think that the content that we're experiencing is the context, and that's incorrect. What I mean is, like, say, for example, interpreting your dreams. If you think that what's happening in your dreams is literal, you're mistaking the content for the context, and you're going to be, leaning on the side of error. But if you're dreaming, you understand that the context is a communication. It's a conversation. That's the context. The content is symbology. So if you approach your dreams like that, now you can understand that the dream was actually a communication, and the language spoken was symbology. So break down the symbology to decipher the language. Does that make sense what I said?
Mm-hmm.
So basically, when you go into the higher realms, you understand that the context is communication. So if you astral project and have sex with somebody, that's not what actually happened. That's the content. The context is what did it symbolize. So if we don't,
all right, so now look, that's the part that's a little, because who's to say, like, there's so many different definitions of what a symbol can mean.
Right.
You could get the one that's on Google, get the one that's on this book. You got the one that I think of it when I first look at it.
Right.
And you got the one that if I showed you or told you about it, you'll probably have a different opinion on it. Like, let's say I see a ram. I showed you thinking that the Rams in the fucking football game or some shit. But it can also be the Ram Aries. But also it could be, all right, before the dream, I already bought tickets. I was thinking about buying tickets to go to a Rams game. Like, it could be so many different things. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Depending on the context.
Depending on the context. But what would the context be, though? Like, all right, so let's see, I had a dream of Rams having sex or something like that. What would be? There's no symbol for that. Like, that's.
Is there not?
Rams having sex.
You got to break it down piece by piece. So first of all, there's sex. That symbol can go in a million different directions. Next, you got rams. I mean, if nothing else, you see a ram in astrology, Aries. You got rams in tarot cards. We have systems to help decipher, but there is no such thing as a concrete, solid definition, right? A dictionary it only gives us a suggestion of what the word means. There's no default. That words are just handles for concepts. So words themselves are just symbols. So really, at the end of the day, it is up to you. Now,
so about decisions.
Huh?
It depends on the moment that it's fitting. Oh, the context. Oh man.
Okay, so the communication itself, the dream itself, or the projection itself, the conversation itself, that is the context. So if you saw two rams having sex, where were they having sex at? Was it inside of a house? Was it on top of a mountain? All those elements are, you got to first assemble the sentence itself. Okay, boom. Two goats having sex, and it seems like they were on the mountains. It was a cloudy blue sky. And then you also take into consideration how you felt during that time. I thought it was funny. I laughed, right? So that you take all that into consideration. Now we go and we break it down. We write a list of all the symbols that we saw and the feelings that were felt. And we define them. So hopefully after doing this for years, you've got your own little library built up of what symbols represent. If you don't, then you're going to have to lean on someone else's understanding. But hopefully it's someone that you trust, that you've vetted, that you you can co-sign, that you trust, basically.
Damn, you know what I'm realizing? Like, it's all just a one man show. Like, it's like, nigga, it's like you can't. There's so much somebody else can do for you. I'm just realizing, like, there's so much somebody else can really do for you.
You're right.
Like, you can't help me, nigga. Like, it's a one man show.
Even if I helped you, let's say you gave me that dream and you said, Trav, break it down for me.
I can't do that.
I'm gonna give you what I would if it was my dream.
And that's gonna be wrong.
I mean, no, there's ways to make it right. That's why we're learning NLP.
True.
If I did know you, then maybe I could kind of be specific. But this is, I mean, it's just like tarot reading and just like psychic readings and stuff like that.
But even NLP, everything is advice. Everything's just advice though, because you can't truly know what the fuck. Even if I did NLP, if I did NLP with a person, I'm truly still not gonna know the nigga.
But I don't need to know.
Female.
You know. All I have to do is pull it out of you.
To make you know. And make it abrupt in yourself. Okay, I see.
I don't teach nobody. I allow you to come to understand it yourself. That's the best way. I'm not telling you what to believe. I'm just bringing out what you already know.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
So when you say there's only so much that another nigga can do for you, true. But that's why I said with NLP, it works better because now the person can help bring the truth out of you. All NLP is a way of navigation through the mind. So there's a problem and there's a solution. On your own, you don't know how to get there. But what I can help you do is connect the dots. I don't tell you what path to go, but I can help you connect the dots yourself. And you can do that yourself too with NLP.
By observing the different, yeah.
I love it.
Damn. Like I understand, like, and this stuff is really just common sense.
Is it common sense though?
It's not. It's at the same time, it's not common, but it's common. Like once you learn about it, it's like, damn, this shit is real simple.
Simple, yeah. We'll say it's simple. It's not complex.
It's not complex.
It's beautiful because it's hidden in plain sight. We want things to be complicated and complex. We want demons coming out the ground. We want what we saw in the movies. We want that. We want to spend thousands of dollars sitting up in some psychiatrist's office complaining to him while he just kicks back and, so tell me about your mother. We don't want to sit down in front of somebody and get our problem solved within an hour. We don't want that.
Because you feel like, damn, nigga, an hour, and I was stressing about that shit for like 5 months.
I didn't need you. I could have done this on my own, right? Because this is how we are. But if you could have done this on your own, then you would have been done it already. But, you know, humanity. If I keep
Right.
talking about NLP, then I might have to start revealing some of my book sources. So I guess I'll have to find what's a good single recommendation without giving too much.
You gotta make a little private list and share it. Cause there'd be certain things, cause I'm starting to realize like skimming is like the best way to read now. I don't know. To me, I feel like skimming through the book is the best way to read now. Cause nigga, everything you're gonna hear a whole bunch of things repeated if you're already learned about the topic. So I might just skim for different pieces and go back and forth. Like go to the back to the middle, just keep digging in and wherever it is.
Yeah.
Rather than not looking at it.
As long as that's part of a larger strategy. So what I've learned is kind of like what you described, skimming, right? I mean, I read, it's not so much skimming, but that's why I highlight. I don't highlight just so I could be like, oh, damn, look at that, and take a picture. I highlight because I know I'm skimming, but I'm gonna come back. And what I'm also doing when I highlight is I highlight it in my brain. So I go out and live and I come back to it. And then I'm like, oh shit, I've been doing this the whole time. You see what I'm saying? So I know that I'm gonna come back and study this book again. Right now I'm going back through my NLP books, and a lot of stuff that I highlighted, it's like, wow, okay, so I've been doing it. Okay, so I'm learning. Oh, okay, so that's what this means. And I'm gonna continue doing that. It's like the Bible, right? We read the Bible as a Christian, and we keep reading it over and over, and says something new every time.
Quick question: why do you? Like, what I'm starting to realize after some time being here, it's like why do you do the study groups? Because I feel like, all right, we could read the book together, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, it's like, all right, nigga, we read the book together, we got understanding. But this is the type of subject that we're reading where the real understanding you're gonna get from just doing the practice. You know what I'm saying? Because I just don't understand why you do the studies. Because you could read it out to me, but I didn't read the book. Like, I'm still not gonna know what you're saying because I can't figure out how that made you feel. Because we're trying to purify something in our real body. So why we have to study about reading a book? I don't know. That's just my thought process. I'm wondering why you was doing it because I can't get the same opinion and feeling and understanding from this topic that you're reading. Maybe if it would be different if we were doing like a study group on Twilight Zone. You know what I'm saying? That's different. How are you gonna get an understanding from this when you're not gonna understand it unless you do this thing?
You're talking about participants or me?
Participants. Like, or you you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't study this together unless we all do the meditation together on Zoom, but it's like, what's the point of that? It's all subjective.
Yeah. I mean,
really, I don't know. I just want to understand your opinion. Like, what were you trying to get from it?
It's just the front. I'm really looking for people who actually do have magical powers so I can privately message them and help them develop it. And hopefully get other people to read books on the side.
Why you don't message me, Trav?
Huh?
Why you don't message me, man? I'm the magic man. Nah, I'm joking.
Yeah, man.
Honestly, yeah, I'm just talking my piece. I'm just saying whatever.
This is the best way to disperse this type of information on a wide and general scale. Because everyone who's here is at a different level. And if there was a group of strictly, if there was a group of people who are on the same level, this would be going down differently. But because there's a mix of absolute beginners to intermediate to experienced and maybe even some mastery, because there's a mix, and I've seen all of it in the chat, this is the best way to approach all at once, and that's better than hitting nobody at all.
That's facts. That's facts. That's facts.
Ideally, I'd like to have, you know, a group full of like advanced people so we can focus on the advanced type stuff, but apparently that's just for people over in the Himalayas. In order for me to get to that point, I realized that if I want to deal with advanced people, then I'll have to either find them or create them. So let's start at the beginning and bring everybody up to the same level.
Trev, I was gonna ask you why you don't have like a group of, you know, like a separate group that meets, or if you do have a second group that meets that's like in private of more advanced people where you cover more advanced stuff.
Yeah, so I tried it, and it's very hard to qualify people for that kind of thing. Very difficult.
Yeah,
of course, everybody's gonna say they are.
That's what I was saying. Like, this is a whole subjective experience. Like, you know, you're doing manifestations. Like, you can't explain it at all. It's something you have to see and witness.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that that's not a discouraging point for me. That just taught me that, okay, it has to be done differently. So what I found was that you'll either get people who claim but can't walk the talk, or you'll get people who are there but they don't know it because they, you know, they don't think themselves to be any special or different.
All right, so have you ever gone to like the extreme of like doing the thing that that shit that you did with Nawa? I remember that shit long time ago. You know what I'm talking about, like those little experiments. Like, that was real. Like, you can't tell me that was real. That was fake. Unless you was capping and blowing my head up with steam, that shit was real.
She was just in the chat today, by the way.
For real?
I haven't seen her in months, and she was in the chat today.
Yeah.
That's funny that you bring her up, but yeah.
Like that, like that's proof right there. All right. Doing little things like that to show, like, I know that's real. You probably like, yeah, for a fact, I know that's real. You could send.
Look, KP, it's working. You might not see it, but this shit is going down. It's going down. I don't know if you realize it, but there's people in this group who are starting to develop telepathic abilities. And if they already had it, they're getting better. This shit is working. Let it work.
Thanks.
I can attest to that. This shit real.
It's working.
It is real.
I tried different types of ways to do it before. This is the best way to do it. A wide shotgun approach. And then as we go along, now we can get more refined and more selective. But there's no way to just be like, hey, looking for some advanced magical people. You're not going to get, there's no way to do that. Because either people think they are and they're not, or people don't think they are and they are. Those are the ones I'm looking for. This is the best way to do it. And it has the added benefit of people who, you know, who are not there yet have a trail to follow to get there. That's the best part about this. Regular people who got the seed in them now have a way to develop it. They got a path to follow, and now they also can look at other people as they develop. This is working on multiple levels here.
Right. I could see what KP's saying about like not, you know, it being such a subjective experience that you can't really explain it or you know, discuss it the way that you experience it. You know, so Trav, do you just trust that that people are having these experiences that they say they are, or is this some way that you vet those experiences?
There's a mix of both. You're familiar with the phrase real recognize real?
Word up.
You can tell when people are capping. You can tell. And sometimes that's okay. At least they're trying, you know. But somebody who's been through it is going to talk a little bit differently than somebody who has not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I can remember being very young and trying to talk to somebody about having sex, and I damn sure never did it before. And looking back on that conversation, I see how silly I sounded. I remember writing a story once about smoking weed or something. I didn't know nothing about smoking no damn weed. And I'm writing about psychedelic stuff and just randomness. Likewise, somebody who hasn't actually been having results or success or even been practicing, the way that the conversation that we have is going to be different than the conversation I have with somebody who is doing the work.
Okay.
Perfect.
Subjective experiences, yeah, you're right. They're all very personal, but the context is the same.
Yeah, okay, I got that.
I only say that though, cause like sometimes I'd be like, damn, like why are we coming here? Because at the end of the day, it's like I'm getting trapped in a soup of different experiences, and it's like, all right, I want to learn. I'm here like to get some info. It's like, damn, it's like the way what you say is gonna probably come differently in my mind than what it actually you experience. You know what I'm saying? So I'm here trying to learn. I'm listening to your idea. I'm listening to Mars' idea. It's like the Mars idea don't even sound too realistic in my head. Or Mike's idea, you know what I'm saying? There's so many different soups. So it's like, all right, these is rabbit holing each other. So I'm thinking about it this way, and it's not even that way. I don't know. But I just be thinking.
You know how to fix that?
What?
Get your own experience and then
Right.
compare it to what's being said. That way I don't have to judge what anyone else is telling me that they've done. I can, I compare it to mine. If there's something that I can gain from it, cool. If not, cool. Are y'all lying? Cool. Are y'all doing the work? Cool. But all we can really do, like you said, is, what could someone else do for you? And there's subtle things, the encouragement, the competition, right? The support. Aaliyah was talking about having a study buddy, like little things like that are some of the underlying but major components of this thing. So it's not always just the surface level stuff. There's people now that are actually doing mantras that would have never done mantras before. But because they keep hearing about it, because they're hearing about the experiences, now they want to try it themselves. You can't just tell, hey, y'all do mantras now. It don't work like that.
Yeah, the mantras is powerful, man. I did that. I wanted to say it earlier, but everybody was kind of discussing it, so I kind of left it alone. But that Mahu Machin Jaya, I think I'm saying it right, but I got the mantra, and I did it I think yesterday, and I think her name's Aaliyah was saying, like, my tone did change, but like the experience, man, like I could feel like a kind of a feeling like moving up, and like it was like a tingling feeling going up my back and into the top of my head, and I can get that feeling, I won't say all the time, but like doing pretty much all of the mantras, especially the ones that give me a chance to breathe in the middle. Mm-hmm. Like give me a chance to like take a breath, because that's how that feeling moves, is when I take a deep breath. I can feel that feeling just kind of shoot up and like just tingle and like almost sizzle in my head, you know what I mean? And so I get that experience all the time. I'm not sure what that is or anything, but I get that feeling a lot. And it comes with doing it, I have to be in it for maybe 15, 20 minutes, but then I'll start to feel it, and then I'll feel it, and I'll feel it, and it'll probably be like maybe 10 to 15 verses in the mantra, and then it'll go away, almost like I recognize it, and then it goes away. But I don't know what that is. If you know anything about that?
When it comes to the different tone with me, like I mentioned before, it's mostly because I'm doing different ones, just trying them all out. But for me to make sense of it, I like to think of it as if like what I was saying before, when the original seers came up with this stuff, they were seeing these patterns and they were just recording them in verbal form. By us doing them, the same thing is happening with us. We're aligning with those verbal patterns. So whatever changes start to come about while we're doing those mantras repeatedly, it seems like they're coming as a result of us aligning with those patterns.
Okay. Kind of jumping in the stream of it that's already flowing, huh?
Yeah, and they start to adjust what's around. You know, like maybe certain people leaving your life or coming into your life. That has a lot to do with alignment.
Yeah. I noticed that even, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's what this mantra is about: harmony, alignment, and immortality. But hey, alignment with the eternal is immortality. So
that's true. It's just changing your perspective, right? Oh, I dig that.
Whew.
A lot of clarity.
I got my Krispy Kremes yesterday.
Donuts?
I don't think you were here on Thursday, KP, when we were talking about how people were getting a free Krispy Kreme donut in exchange for their coronavirus flu shot. So all that Krispy Kreme talk made me kind of hungry.
You get one free Krispy Kreme donut. Them shits is mad small.
You get your flu, you get your coronavirus shot, you get you a free Krispy Kreme.
I tried that shit for the first time like a couple weeks ago. That shit is not even all that.
I like it.
Bro, these people in my neighborhood are going mad over that shit, bro. It's like my grandma told me the other day, she was like, if everybody get their shots, people can start to come back over my house. I was like, Mima, I guess I'll be seeing you later.
Yeah, my grandma said the same thing. I think my cousin was telling me my aunt done put a sign outside of her door. You can't.
Oh yeah, that's been outside of my grandma's door. It's a sign that says masks are required, and then it says from management, which is my aunt.
Really?
Yeah, so you got to, when you go in my grandma's house, you got to wear a mask. That's what they say. But I buck the system. That's what I do.
Hey, I practice non-attachment. I love y'all from a distance.
Yeah, hell yeah. I say the same thing, bro. I just bought this house. I don't think I'm leaving.
Non-attachment. I haven't worn a mask yet,
so I can dive back in.
You don't be wearing a mask in the store?
I've never worn a mask. I've never touched one.
So they don't tell you put a mask on, you can't come in?
Who's gonna tell me that? I don't have a boss.
I don't think that stuff real. I don't think that's real, KP. I think that's all like,
I mean, I know this shit ain't real.
Really,
I mean,
the only time I got a dirty look was actually the first time I got a dirty look was a few days ago. I went to the gas station of all places, went inside to pay, and this girl was acting, she was standing way back, like reaching for the money like this, like that's the only time I've experienced, and I'm only assuming it's because I didn't have a mask. But yeah, other than that, in the grocery store, I mean, everyone's too worried about their own business with their masks on. Nobody's really said anything to me, worried about me.
Usually I go in the store without a mask, but hey, you can't come in without a mask. Like, yeah. I said, usually when I go to the store without a mask, they're like, oh, you can't come in the store without a mask. go get a mask, come back. So
Yeah,
I thought, never heard that? Not once?
Not once.
All right, that's different.
Trav, that magic man.
Look into my eyes.
Right. You probably had the motherfuckers walking around putting your groceries in your motherfucking cart for you and shit.
Uh-oh. With nice tips.
Right. That's funny.
I was bragging to my brother, the last lady that delivered the groceries. I damn near converted her to Buddhism. You have such a nice aura. Like, what are those beads? And we got to talking about meditation, and she gave me her life story. Like, oh, I've been trying to go vegan for so long, and I used to be vegan. And well, have you tried meditation? Well, isn't that where you just stop your mind from thinking? No, well, actually, you can't stop your mind from thinking. Went to the whole thing. Oh, wow, you make it sound so easy. I'm gonna meditate tonight. Excellent.
You meditate?
Oh, I didn't get a number or anything, so I don't know.
I was just explaining this to my mom's, man, and I could just see her. You know how that look that people have in their eye when they're like dozing off. This shit was cracking me up because I could see it, and it was like I was like, well, every time I would see it, I would be like, well, I could talk about this shit all day, so I'm gonna just leave you alone with it. Yeah. But yeah, man, she was turning off, man. It was cool, But when I mentioned that a lot of the gurus and swamis will use like Bible stories. You know what I mean? And I mentioned that to her, and she kind of perked up a little bit. You know what I mean? But that's just the level that she on, not understanding why she would perk up like that. Yeah. Yeah. But I was telling her it's not a religion. It's a science. It's a science to get rid of all of the shit that she got that she just carries around. And all of that shit. I was like, man, all of that shit is made from the character that you play. But if you can stop identifying with that shit, then all of that shit just go away, and she kind of was, I guess a little bit with that. I didn't get the dozing off thing, but I kind of cut off after that. But I get that a lot, That's why I enjoy coming here, man, because and I got one friend that I can go to and have these conversations, and he don't cut off. He stays with me, He's a Christian and everything, but he's just open. You know what I'm saying? He's open to a lot of shit. So it's just one friend. And but all of the other people, like, they just kind of have fallen off.
Yeah, that glaze overlooked, boy. When I see it, I think you did the right thing. That's when it's time to count. I mean, it's better to detect it beforehand, but when you see that glaze look, save your breath.
Yeah.
And try not, and don't get mad. You know what I'm saying? Don't get mad. It's not personal. It's not the conversation for them.
Yeah.
But, that's the NOP topic, technique, touching on something that they are familiar with.
I was just about to say that. That's crazy. I was just about to say that. Targeting their criteria with the Christ thing in the Bible.
Yeah, I kind of fed that to her a little bit, just to throw a little bit of medicine in there with the food. It's all good. A little bit at a time. But like you said, I'm getting to the point where I'm really just not giving a fuck no more, and I'm just gonna kind of keep all of this shit to myself because, like I said before, pearls before swine, man, and this shit is diamonds. This shit is fucking gold. So spilling this shit, man, is like, fucking, that's even worse. You know what I'm saying? So,
man, that's around and change somebody's life, and they don't want it. Change somebody's life, yes, they will. I say something that'll, you know what I'm saying, clear away so much ignorance that they can't enjoy life no more. Look at us. Man, we can't watch TV no more. We can't watch Netflix. We can't do this and that.
Man,
some people don't want that. Some people like their Netflix.
yeah,
They like their ham slices, you know?
You said ham slices.
I'm still trying to get past that. I'm still trying to get past that. I'm working on it. My body is working on me and working on that, you know, and my mind and my body is kind of coming together on that. But you know, that's a constant battle, that one. Not just ham, but meat in general, you know.
I had to be
I've been
careful.
doing more fish. I've been doing fish.
Pescatarian.
Yeah, I've been going that route, and I figured that right there will be the door, you know, that leads me out of it. But
that's
yeah,
a word for me. I gave it up one at a time. Starting with the pork, then with the turkey. Then I tried to give up chicken. But at that point, you know, I was ready to go. And that happened over a span of maybe 2-3 years. Gave up pork first, then beef. Yeah, that's what it was. Then beef. Then, you know, turkey, then beef. And then it was just chicken and maybe some fish until eventually I think I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I'll be thinking with the, so this was just an idea that came to my mind. Not to say it's right or wrong, you know, just an idea that came to my mind. I just want to know what people thought about it. But with the meat and the veggie, you know, that I think doesn't working out balance all that out, because you burning all that shit out. You working out.
What's the point? What's the value? Why are you giving up meat? That's the question.
I'm gonna say
meat tastes wonderful. Meat is bacon. Meat tastes oxtail.
It's 10 o'clock.
Thanks, Maxie. Thanks, Mackenzie. Meat tastes really good, but I'm not giving it up because, like, oh, yeah. So yeah, what you're saying, it depends on the reason, the criteria. Sounds like you're talking about from a health aspect.
Huh? What is that?
Because you were comparing eating meat, saying it balances out if you do more exercise.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. I was like, does it really matter? Because this shit's breaking down when I'm exercising.
Yeah, if that's what you're basing it on, then no, it don't matter.
Right. I'm sorry, go ahead, KP.
Oh no, go. What you guys say?
Oh, I was gonna say the reason that I've been contemplating giving it up is because my body has been telling me that it's not agreeing with me. And I came to almost like a wall, maybe a year or so ago. A couple of years ago, I came to a wall where it was like, if it was like my spirit was telling me to get past this wall or to get through this door, that was something that I had to do. You know, I had to give up that meat, and there was almost kind of a warning, or a I don't know what you call it, a premonition or of a later thing, because now I'm having problems with my digestive system. You know, so it was telling me at the time, you know, that I needed to give up meat, probably because this was down the line for me if I did. So now I'm at the same door again, and I know what it is because I've been here before. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying it. It don't got nothing to do with, you know, what everybody else is saying about you know, being vegan. I don't give a fuck about all of that shit, because, you know, that's other people, and, you know, that most people are doing that shit for a fad. But I actually had a spiritual experience that was like, yo, if you do give up this, you know, you can walk through the door. It's almost like an initiation, I think.
It's the same for me.
Do y'all like casually exercise and do exercise workout routines and things in that order?
Oh yeah, I work out.
You work out?
Yeah,
I
be
don't
on.
work out. That's something that I definitely need to do. I don't work out, but for me, when I gave up meat, because I've been back and forth with it to like I've been struggling with it for a minute. The longest I went without like no meat at all was 3 years, and I went back to it one Thanksgiving, and then since that Thanksgiving, I've been doing it every Thanksgiving. And my body gave me the same warning, not only are like in a spiritual sense, like, well, physically, let's talk physical first, like with the meat, it is causing all these diseases and stuff, and because when you're ingesting the animal, the state that the animal died in, like you're taking on all of that energy, like you're taking on all of that, along with not even considering the environment that the animal lived in, and the bullshit that it was eating, if it's even real, because a lot of this stuff is cloned anyway. But aside from that part, like what I noticed when I stopped eating meat is that my organs, all the work that my organs have to do to break that down, I'm reserving it. So it's like saving your energy. That way I can think broader. Ideas come to me faster. I'm able to be more creative. I'm able to break through barriers spiritually, and whether it's in my everyday life or just problem solving, and I'm just able to do things quicker, because instead of using that energy to break down a whole bunch of stuff that's waste that my body's not even using, my brain can use that extra energy and feed like itself, and I can use my own energy for things that I actually want to do, instead of breaking down useless stuff that's just putting more unnecessary work on my body. So that's what it is for me, along with just overall health, because all of that stuff is dead. You're eating dead stuff, and when you eat dead stuff, you get dead. Like you just you die, even though we're all going to die anyway. But there's no information in that. There's no information, and the information that's there is not useful. It's not getting photosynthesized, not getting messages, and cosmic light that you can download, that can upgrade DNA and churn it and make it rise and make it progress. So that's why working out is great. Working out is great, but if you eat right, well, it depends on your body type, to be honest. I can't even say that. Let me not even say that, because everybody's body is different. I'm just talking about for mine specifically. That's all I wanted to add.
I agree with you on the energetic aspect. I didn't give up meat for morality reasons. I definitely gave up meat for energetic reasons. I think I've said it before. There's levels that I'm attaining to, levels that I'm striving to attain, levels that I'm directed towards, that I
makes you heavy.
I literally can't get there if I have meat as a part of my diet. I can't get there if meat is involved. So nothing to do with the animals, even though it's good to not eat the suffering and the chemicals pumped in them and all that other stuff. It's good to have that not in your system. But yeah.
Right, because you're just ingesting that in. Like you're just all of that, I mean, and you can transmute it. You could definitely transmute any form of energy for your own power and benefit, but is like a tainted source. Like it's not,
Yeah.
All right, so what you ate today?
Me?
Yeah.
So today I had like a, what is it? Like a roasted chicken? No. a roasted yam with some salt and pepper. I also had this soup that's really good. It was potatoes, carrots, turmeric. It's kind of spicy. It had just all types of vegetables in it. I believe it was like pumpkin and a whole bunch of other stuff. I had some pistachios. For breakfast, I ate a acai fruit bowl with bananas, granola, coconut, what was it called? Blue algae, I think it was called. But blue algae, or the stuff that's in the ocean that's green, that's just really good for you, is like
Spirulina.
Blue spirulina.
Spirulina.
Yeah.
Delicious.
And usually, like, I didn't today, but usually, like, I carry around my little herb tablets that I make or whatever, and there is three of them in there. What is it? Is burdock root, yellow dock root, and blessed thistle. Like, so I try to take that to clean out my blood throughout the day, because I still eat bullshit. Like, I still eat bullshit sometimes. As far as junk food, like sweets. It's sugar and cheese. That's something that I really need to really put my foot on, like sugar and cheese, like that right there, but everything else I could sort of give up, but I haven't been able to do it consistently, like I said, because for the past 2-3 years, every Thanksgiving, I would be like, oh, okay, like I'll just do fish, and that's literally like a gateway drug for a vegan or vegetarian. It's such a fucking gateway drug. And it's like, it is like the longer you go, and then like if you go back, the harder it is to quit again. So it's like you really have to just stop all those little urges and nudges.
I'm using fish as a way out.
Yep. Yeah, you literally gotta like climb back the way you get in. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, I'm using fish as a way out. Trying to, because if I stay with that, I can kind of deal with that, and that kind of satisfies that urge. But yeah, it's a struggle though. I can't even lie. It's not something that's easy. It's not something that I'm enjoying doing. It's just something that I know I have to do.
The struggle. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I was done.
I was going to say that the struggle, what I find it when I make it hard for myself, is when I'm out and about, like when I'm at work, when I'm like traveling, or I'm just not in my home, not cooking. When I'm not cooking, that's the problem. Like when I'm ordering food constantly, and I struggle with this all the time. Even though I'm not eating meat, I'm still ordering food, and processed food is just as bad. You might as well be eating meat, and that's the part that's like, because when I'm like, researching meals to make, and I'm home, and I'm in my house, and I'm cooking, and I'm like in my space, that's good. But when I'm doing a lot, and like I have to order food, then that's when the temptation comes, because it's so like easy to access, and it's like the feel good stuff also, like when I'm triggered, like I'm going through, like I'm being emotional about something, or people get on my nerve, I want to eat. I want to emotionally eat. Like I want to eat because it's comfort. Like it feels good. Like it's that small satisfaction of like just satisfying the senses, and it's really like getting over that satisfying the flesh.
Right. I agree wholeheartedly with that. Because a lot of times the shit that I eat, a lot of times the shit that I eat, my mind don't even want it, but my body can override my mind right now because I'm not there yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you just walk past it, and you just next thing you know, you got a handful of some bullshit. But
no, I feel you. I go through it every day. There was a point in time though, like during those 3 years when meat like repulsed me, the smell of it. But so it's like training your senses. So now I have to retrain my senses, because I went back to it this Thanksgiving, and then I've been on and off. And now I cut it out completely, because you know what? And then I went to New Orleans. Like, why did I fucking go to? I went to New Orleans, and I ate everything under the sun. Like I did. I did. And then, so it's like really training yourself every single day. But now, since then, well, when I went to New Orleans, though, it was only seafood, though. It wasn't like the heavy stuff, because that's basically what they specialize in anyway, is they seafood and stuff. But now I just like look beforehand up like what I want to eat, Like if I'm in the moment and I'm like, I'm hungry and then there's nothing to eat around and I have to order something, that's when I fuck up. But like if I'm planning beforehand what I'm gonna eat in the day, then it works out for me. And there's a way I could be like have something delicious and healthy at the same time. Like, but I have to plan it out beforehand, because if I'm doing it in the last minute, that's when I'm like, all right, fuck it, I'm just order some fries, or something like that, some bullshit,
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing it does is teaches you to be present, because to do it, you got to be present. You can't kind of blink out, because if you blink out at any moment, the body will win. So you got to stay present. You got to stay vigilant. Because I've tried several times, but I'm always falling backslid. But yeah, it teaches you to be present in life, to be there and not kind of go through life in a trance.
What type of food do you like to eat? Like when you are eating meat, like what type of food you like to eat?
Oh, meat?
Yeah.
You talking about in general, or you talking about like I'm
flavors? Talking about flavor. Like for me, for example, I love Jamaican food. Okay, like I love West Indian food. I just got into Indian food. I like I'm not that crazy about Chinese, but like I love West Indian food. I'll say that. So what I found is that when I take all of those flavors and transfer it into my vegetables, and then I get the different textures that I like, that reminds me of meat, or stuff that's just heavy, like stuff that's just heavy, that could really like fill you up, because a lot of times like we don't eat enough. Like you think us, most people say that you order a salad and you're good. With the regular Caesar salad, you're still hungry because the shit don't have no real nutrients in it. Like you need compact stuff, and those portions is going to be bigger now that you're not eating meat. So you have to really like satisfy yourself, especially as a man. I don't know, I've never seen you, but generally men require more, and more. So you have to like eat a lot. And what has helped me is like when I'm doing good, what's helped me is just taking all those flavors that I love. So like curry, jerk. I'm big on turmeric, cayenne pepper, and all that stuff, which is not really good for me, by the way, because I'm sattva or sattva dosha, or sativa. I can't remember the name of it, but that stuff I need to actually stay away from. But get the flavors. If you like Chinese food, if you're crazy about Chinese food, you love you some I don't know, some orange chicken. Get you a base that mimics the texture of chicken, and get those same flavors, and then make it the same way you would make your favorite dish, or they would make your favorite dish, so that's what's helped me like actually enjoy my food, rather than dreading eating. Because I'm like, when I'm dreading eating, is just it makes it harder,
right?
But I know how to make me some oxtail and rice using no meat, with all of the same stuff you will make oxtails with. What? Just replace it with something else.
Like jackfruit. I heard jackfruit was good at mimicking like meat texture.
Well, jackfruit is good for mimicking chicken. Okay. Jackfruit is good for mimicking chicken. With the oxtail, and most of the stuff I get off YouTube. Most of the stuff I get off YouTube from my favorite vegan cooks, or like vegan soul food, or looking up stuff like that. How I saw them do the oxtails, like you know how the oxtail have the bone in the middle.
Yeah.
So for the it was jackfruit, as a matter of fact, but for the bone in the middle, they use like a large carrot. Like, so you would take like a large carrot, right? Skin it or whatever, and then around it you will wrap, I guess, the jackfruit. But it's not any jackfruit. It has to be like a specific type. I think for this specific one, they use like a canned one because of the texture or something like that. But they wrap the jackfruit in it, and then they cut it into slices. So that way, and then you use all the same seasoning and all the same stuff. You have to prepare it, like the day before, put it in the refrigerator for it to get hard, for it to get that texture. But like there's ways to make everything it is that you eat on a regular, like like the beef patties, instead of eating beef patties with cheese, I'll eat like lentil patties with cheese, with all the same flavors and the same bread, the same, cocoa bread, all the shit that I like. You just got to incorporate it in with vegetables and stuff that's actually good for you.
Word up. That's cool. I'm out. Yeah.
You said lentil patties?
Lentil patties, yeah.
You made that yourself?
Lentil patties, yeah. Like you said, how?
Yeah, how the fuck you make that?
Like just like how you would make a beef patty. So you would have to how they do the dough, to make it flaky. Like how that should be flaky and like falling off. You gotta put you have to put like butter, like the butter that you get, like the stick butter. You like chop it up and then you put it in the dough. Like when you're making the dough, and the more butter you put, when you bake it, it creates more of those bubbles, so it makes it flaky like that. Like that's how you get that texture. And then the lentils, you just want to season it how you would season your ground meat. How you would season it the same way. It's going to be a little spicy or whatever. Like you season it the same way you would, except and it don't have to be lentils. It could be anything. It could be a meat substitute. It could be lentils. You could put just peppers and onions in there if you want to, but just to your liking. But you're going to use all the same seasonings that you will want to taste in a beef patty. And then with the fork around the edges, and then bake it.
Okay.
And all of this stuff, and most of the stuff, especially like the Jamaican food stuff, I got off YouTube. I ain't think of this shit. I wanted something. I was craving something that I'm not gonna go and eat, and vegetarian beef patty, vegetarian oxtail, vegetarian birria, vegetarian, whatever. And then people are passionate. There's people who's passionate about this stuff, who put it out there, and yeah, so I use it. Damn it.
Say, hold on 1 second. You're right.
Yeah.
This is making me hungry.
Right. I'm about to order me some. I'm about to order me smash burger.
Smash burger. What is that?
Smash burger. So they have the black bean. All of their burgers, they have a black bean option. And they have sweet potato fries. That's amazing. And they have this really good coffee smoothie. But I should not be eating anything coffee or drinking anything coffee related. But don't tell anybody. But yeah.
It sounds like you and me have the same body type, because I'm not supposed to have coffee anymore or anything spicy.
I love it. Like, my God, I love it.
But yeah, so I just got some sweet potatoes the other day, and I wanted to make, somebody told me instead of doing avocado toast, do it on some sweet potatoes. But now that I have them, I'm not sure how I would cook them so that they stay hard.
Wait, you would do what on sweet potatoes? The avocado on sweet potatoes?
That was a suggestion that someone gave me that I wanted to try, because I love avocados.
Oh yeah, when my child's dad, he introduced me to avocado toast, and I fell in love with it. But the way he makes it is boring. I jazzed it up. So those they're like the vegan sausages. You can get it from like whatever your favorite one is. Mine is the one that's a little like, I think it's like chipotle or spicy or something like that.
Are they red? They're like red.
Yeah.
They come twisted together.
Yes.
Man.
We got the same tongue.
Yep.
That's funny. But yeah, so basically I would fry that. And I would make the avocado. I would do the avocado, but with my avocado, I would like put like onion, salt, pepper, some like peppers in there, like red, green, or whatever. And slice a little tomato and then put it on there with the fried fake meat, and it's like you eat. I felt like I was eating a sausage, egg, and cheese from the corner store or something. Like it's so good.
That might be what I'm gonna make then.
It's so good.
That might be what I'm gonna make.
Yeah, you gotta try it. It was addictive though, and I started eating it like every day, and then I got bored with it, and now I don't want to look at another avocado.
What? I can have avocados every day.
I don't know. I did it too much. But I've been trying to follow my dosha. I really have been. So for breakfast, lately I've been eating like a lot of smoothies and fruits because they're saying that I need to cool down.
Yeah.
And so that's what I've been doing.
Same.
But like I want something warm in the morning, you know? But
I haven't to give up the coffee yet. I didn't want to give up the spicy stuff, but I made a choice. Either I'm gonna give up the spicy or the coffee, and obviously coffee won.
You know what might help you with coffee? Damn, what is this?
Chicory root.
Hold on, I had ordered this. What's the name of it? Hold up. I'm gonna find it.
I like coffee. I don't have any problem with it. It's just, I know one day I'll have to give it up. I just haven't decided to do that yet.
Coffee does so bad by me, but like it's just I love it. I have stopped though recently, but I always go back. It's a problem.
Oh shit.
You're about to say something, KP?
No, hold on 1 second. I'm doing something.
Oh.
1 second.
I wouldn't mind planting some avocados in the back. They don't grow on the trees. They come out the ground, right? Yeah, they come
I
out.
have no clue.
That's a big ass seed though.
It's called Yoruba tea. Yoruba tea is bitter. And I need to order some more actually. But I'm gonna try to look for the brand on Amazon that I ordered, but is packed with nutrients. Yerba mate is what it's called.
Okay.
I'm about to send. You have it?
I've heard of it. Yerba mate.
Yeah, I'm about to send it to you right now. And it's a powder form. And what I like about coffee is that is like that bitter taste. Yerba, you could put no matter how much you put in it, you can make it just as bitter as you want to, and that it has that that dark black feeling that just like that first sip. It reminds me of coffee, so that might help you. It helped me curb the cravings, but I ran out, and then that was bad. But you should try that. I'm gonna send it to you. And it's actually really good for you too.
I have noticed that from following my Ayurvedic diet and doing the mantras, I've been needing less sleep, and I have not been needing coffee lately. Like usually it was a thing for me. I wake up, I get my coffee, and I drink it all through the night. But there's been days where I've, missed the coffee. I just didn't even make any. So I guess that the mantras and the diet are helping my energy become, balanced. And when I say energy, I mean the fuel that my body runs on.
Right. I can't speak on that yet because I just started. Like probably this week, I just started eating like how I'm supposed to. So we'll see.
I'd say try it. I'd say try like to commit to it for like a week or so, because it didn't take long for me. Like I just adjusted the few things that needed to be adjusted according to the Ayurvedic books that I have. And I didn't even read through them. I just looked at my particular body type and what foods it said don't eat. And I cut those out.
Which ones do you have? Because I ordered one on Amazon, and I don't even know if this is like a referable one, but it's I don't know. I'll find it right now. None of them has come yet, but I'll find it right now.
I think you asked about them, and I gave you these two recommendations.
Which ones?
I got Ayurveda. And then I got Prakriti.
Okay, all right, yes, you did show me those, but I screenshotted it and lost it in my pool of screenshots. So then I was looking for another book to order.
Like I said, I didn't even dig through these books yet because out of the
Do you mind putting it in the chat?
Sure.
Thank you. The ones that I got was off of thrift books, and I don't think I ordered.
I want to have a couple of avocado trees and just eat a bunch.
Your
of
Ayurvedic constitutions and the hidden secrets of Ayurveda.
Oh, it is a full moon.
Prakriti, Robert E. Svoboda. I don't know.
That's the one you got?
I got two of them. One was, both of them is by him. Robert E. Svoboda. Svoboda.
Yeah, so he's one of the experts that are out right now that is still alive. A lot of his info is legit. He even got YouTube videos. That's a legit character right there for sure.
Okay.
He knows. He was trained. He sat up under an actual guru in India for I think 10, 15 years.
15. It was 15 years. Yep.
Yeah, so that's somebody that knows their stuff.
Okay, cool.
And he's 90 years old, looking like he's 50.
Dude, 90?
Yeah.
Wow.
God damn.
Look, man, this stuff is real. Immortality for real. Or at least slowing down.
Dude don't look a day over 50, man. Dang, that's crazy.
When you practice what you preach.
I'm telling you. Told you about that the immortal guru or the ageless guru. Dude look 30.
Yes, 100 years old.
Man.
Okay, excuse me. Robert Svoboda is actually 68.
Oh, okay, 68. Okay.
Damn, nigga said 90 years old.
Yeah, I got him confused with the dude that you're talking about stuff.
Yeah. Now that dude, y'all should check him out. They call him the ageless. I think it was the ageless.
You had shared the video, right? Last time. Or in the chat.
Yeah, I think it was in the chat. Yeah, I think it was in the chat.
YouTube was funny. I want to see what happens.
I want to see what happened too.
Right? Hell yeah. I was in. I was all the way in for that one.
Show me what happens. Relax, bro. You already know. Man, stop playing. Why you been talking to me, bro? You was laughing back there. She told me everything, bro. If I were to bring her back in here right now and she told me to get out, she'd shoot you in your fucking. Stop playing with me, man. Brother, show me what happened, bro. No problem. Nah, bro. I'm not with nobody disrespecting my wife. Yo, call me, brother. Now you go. Niggas play, man. Y'all need to know the fuck y'all playing with. Y'all got no problem, brother. I want to see what happened. The number of the post. She was 10 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago. I know you know. You a kid, bro. You need to watch who you talking to, bro. Got it. Nah, you ain't got it. You should have had it when my wife was in here. That's when you should have had it. And y'all not letting her leave? Y'all crazy? Y'all niggas crazy?
No, bro, I already got it. My phone.
I'll never disrespect y'all. Come here, I respect you, bro. I don't know.
Yo, y'all some nosy ass niggas. I went mad quiet.
All things are for a woman.
There we go again, right? There we go again.
damn, I'll shoot you in your face. God damn.
Yes.
You said that when my wife was here.
Man, I'm telling you, women will get you, they'll get you caught up.
Man. You know what that was about, KP?
Huh? What's up?
I said, did you know what that was about?
I just walked to the store. He was wrong.
It's New York.
He just attract this energy, like. Nah, but that's normal. Is in New York. I mean.
It's normal in New York.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's New York, man.
Yeah.
It's like that in Philly. It's like that up northeast, man. It's like that.
Oh.
That's like a normal night right there in New York.
And what was y'all talking about before that, though?
We don't know.
Oh, God.
It was something about
you
food.
You gotta get shot in the face.
See how much drama like crap. Y'all got quiet. I forgot what y'all was talking about.
Nosy niggas, man. Oh man. We all nosy by nature though, man. I wanna know everything.
I feel like that. I mean, yeah, that's probably why you researching this shit, right? You want to know everything.
Yeah, I want to know everything, bro. I gotta yearning to know. I don't want to be stupid. You know, I don't want to be one of these people that's just around here just doing the same shit every day, and they just fucking miserable doing that shit, but they don't know how to get out. I don't want to be that. That's like my biggest, like, I won't say fear, but like the biggest thing that I strive to do is to just know something every day that I didn't know yesterday.
Yes.
Because there was a point in my life where it was just controlled. You know what I'm saying? Like it was controlled. My last job that I had was just like everything was planned out. 8:30 this, 9 o'clock this, 10 o'clock that, 11 o'clock that. And that went all day. And I just got to the point, where I was like, I don't want to be in that no more. I want to be free from all of that shit. So.
Freedom. That's at the top of my list for my values. That's my
Yep.
number one thing is freedom. Freedom comes before money. Comes before knowledge.
Yeah.
I don't want nobody to tell me what to do about anything unless I want them to.
I agree. 100%.
Not in the little course things, nigga Snyder said if anything that you want is not in your top 3 values, you're probably not gonna get it.
Facts. I'm glad that you remember that. That's one of the videos that I was studying not long ago. Those values are important. That's the center of everything that we do. Whether we know what we want out of life or not, it all comes down to them core values. So you got to know your top 5. If nothing else, you got to know your top 3. I don't like to show up for shit on time, so freedom has got to be my number 1.
When I said earlier, like my values changed, you know how some days you just let go of, like, I don't know. This thing is like I feel like I have no values lately. Like everything, like I just be going with the flow. I don't know. Like I'm not even thinking about values anymore. I just going. Like I'm not dumb. Like I know what I don't want to do and I do want to do. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. Sometimes I go through life just not even thinking about values. So I didn't really think there was an importance of having values. If you know what I'm saying.
And that's okay, because people who don't have any values are used by people who do. So, you know, there's a place for everything.
Hey, who was that guy you just said? Philip who? Philip Snyder?
David.
How you spell it? How you spell it? Put it in the chat.
Yes, let's put it in the chat. You be listening to our stuff, dog. Oops.
Oh damn, we better at the same time.
Nice. You said that you are interested in the NLP stuff, right? Stuff.
I'm sorry, Trav. I had a call right then. My mom called me. What was that?
Okay. You said that you are interested in the NLP stuff, right?
Oh yeah, bro. I got the NLP book coming and everything. I was trying to do this shit before I even knew that it was NLP, you know, because that was the way that I started to like recognize the look on people's faces and shit like that. Because I was like diving into like it was like a psychology, you know, this psychology guy that I was listening to on YouTube, and he was breaking down a whole lot of stuff. I can't remember his name, but yeah, I've been interested in this shit for a minute.
Now, Aaliyah, I know you said you wouldn't get no more books, but stuff. What book? What did you start with? What did you just get?
Let me look at it because it's on its way. It's called. Let me look. Orders.
Yeah, killing me.
NLP, the Essential Guide.
Oh wait, is that the one that you kept flashing earlier? The purple?
I kept flashing it.
I think it was you. Yeah, I think you did.
No, that was Shango.
That was Shango? NLP, the Essential Guide. Oh yeah, it's already on my list to order. I already screenshotted it.
Is that the one to get?
It is a one to get.
Because are we doing that one after Sattva? I mean, after
I don't think I want to. I don't think I want to dive into the NLP stuff just yet.
Oh, okay.
However, I can say that is good. I mean, it's got everything you need in it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's already.
I mean, if you got any more to recommend, you know, I'm all ears.
Got you.
It's really all I spend my money on nowadays is books, man. I don't even know how I'm gonna read all these books, but they'll be there when I need them. So.
Exactly.
Yeah. I got so many goddamn books right now.
That's one of the ones I was mentioning that I read when I first got it years ago, and I highlighted everything, and I looked back at it just a few days ago, and I'm realizing like, wow, I have been learning, because it's got a lot of content in it, and a lot of what I know is that when something is familiar, when you read it, they say it kind of just goes in one ear out the other, but I don't care about that. I'm going to highlight as I go, and I've learned that somehow I got it in my brain to where if I do that, I do actually remember it and I do implement it. So there's some good stuff in that one. But the real thing is seeing it in action, because it's like what you notice how we're studying about this yoga stuff, and we keep seeing the same terms come out in every book, same concepts in every book, right? And that's cool. But just like that with NLP, you're going to see a lot of the same stuff keep popping up, right? There's going to be the same patterns are going to show up, pacing and leading and anchoring and all this stuff. It's going to keep popping up. But when you see it in action and when you recognize it in action, then it clicks.
Oh yeah, this guy. Oh yeah, I've looked at him. Yeah.
Get ready to look at him some more.
Yeah, I'm gonna be all in this.
Hey Trav, have you heard of Hidden Power?
What the hell? I could have sworn you left.
Yeah, and I came back. Okay. Have you ever heard of Hidden Power?
Yes, it's a black book.
What do you feel? By James K. Van Fleet.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I recently ordered that one.
That's a good one too. That's a good one to even start with, I would say, before getting too deep with it. I remember reading that book. I remember laying on my bed reading that book specifically.
Yeah, it came in the other day, which is lit. Hold up.
Yeah, I gotta order the Agori trilogy.
Cheap. I was just looking at that on my screen.
Yeah, I gotta. Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at that yesterday too.
Yeah, I see it. They got 12 left. I gotta get it.
Oh, don't do that, man.
Wait, they got 12 books? I only heard of 3.
No, it's 12 of the trilogies left.
Yeah, I was literally just looking at it on my screen right now.
There they go. There it is, man.
Well, they'll be there when I'm ready.
Yeah, yeah. I'm waiting on next month to get that one.
Sugandhim pushti vardhanam urvarukamiva bandhana. Sugandhim pushti vardhanam.
Oh, they just put that back up. That book that Alora had got, that Kabbalah and Kalipov book.
Mm-hmm.
They just put that one back up because it was I had to go somewhere else to find it, but it's 2 left now.
Oh, are they at $200?
No, it said 49.
Oh, back at 50.
Yeah, back at 50, but they only got 2 left.
Why is that Twata book $900?
Because it's got
Which
the
book?
real feel in it.
Which one?
The one you got?
Magical Tatwas.
Oh yeah, I got that joint. I found it.
How much was it originally?
I found it for like 45, but now it's like, yeah, I found it for 45. I'm good. I don't know why, but I'm pretty good at searching obscure books. And because I don't just order from Amazon or eBay, and like I be ordering from England and Australia and shit like that. Like sometimes it take like a month for my book to get here, but I'm real good at finding them. I shouldn't have gave y'all my secret, but yeah, I'm good at finding obscure books like that. So I searched it down and I found it, but it didn't come with the cards. So I actually found the cards also for 45 bucks. So in all, I think I paid about 90 bucks, something like that, $100.
Okay, that's reason, but like, nah, is it 1K? Like, nah, you're bugging.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna read it and then I'm gonna sell it for $1,000.
Right.
Hey, it's got good information in it so far. But what I've seen, they've got a really good breakdown of the Tatwas. Hell, just on the first 15 pages.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I was noticing that like he's real like I guess American with it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like the way he's breaking it down, he's like he's just gonna give a brief synopsis. But I guess since I already read Tatwashudi and Samkhya, that it was, it clicked like that. You know what I mean? But I can see how somebody that's just reading that is still gonna, he gives it like you said, a good breakdown, but you can still get lost in it.
Is there something else I should start out with? Because I have no prior knowledge of Tatwas at all.
Tatwashudi.
I already ordered the like the second one. I have those little box on. You said Tatwashudi?
Mm-hmm. That's what I would suggest. You can ask Trav though.
I started with the Samkhya Darshan, and that really helped me out a lot. That's supposedly an advanced book, but I thought that really helped me to break down a lot of stuff. And now, like every book I read, I can reference Samkhya and like know what they're talking about.
I don't even know what is a Tatwa. What is a Tatwa?
The elements that make up the life, I think.
Like the 5 elements?
Yeah.
Okay.
The whole concept of 5 elements of nature we get from the Tatwas. That's where it started. So anything in magic talking about the 5 elements, and it came from the Tatwas. But what what I've noticed in all my searching is that no Western magic grimoire or book ever did a good job at explaining the 5 elements whatsoever. Never seen it. It wasn't until I got to Tatwashuti and the Indian Vedic stuff that it explained the elements and how they well, let me correct myself. When I got to Franz Barton and Initiation to Hermetics, that gave me a really comprehensive view on the elements. But Tatwashuti really that would be the best place for anybody to start. Save yourself a lot of trouble. Because how many of us out here with magic?
Is there a specific author? The Swami?
The orange book? The one that you got?
Oh, that's the one I have coming.
That's the one we're gonna go into next.
Oh, okay. So I'm
that's the one right there. That book is amazing. Like that book is gold.
I'm excited now.
I'm gonna read it again.
I'm gonna read it again and again.
Yeah, I like it.
Because I've been trying to get people prepared in advance. That's what we're going into next. And I want everybody to have a head start to go ahead and get it. Maybe read some of it. Maybe read all of it. But yeah, that's the book right there.
Since we're going into it again, I'm gonna read it again because I mean it was, like I said, it's gold. she is a beast.
In the chat, yes, she is. Sister Shooty. Thank you.
Yeah.
Shooty. In the chat, the Tatwashuti book study is not going to be public like this. So you'll want to join the membership by clicking the join button, which is next to the subscribe button, because we can't let all the gems, out like that. So become a part of this study group. I know you want to anyway. You're here every week, twice a week. You might as well.
Best money I done spent so far.
I'm also giving my time to come up with some, just some little exercises and some little worksheets and stuff like that to help people come up to speed who, like, don't really know what's in the book yet.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah, of course. Because I've taken some spiritual courses before. I've taken some on some other platforms.
Mm-hmm.
And man, learned a lot, man. Learned a lot about like etymology and like where words come from and things like that. I mean, it wasn't nothing like it was moving towards this, It was just trying to give base information, background information, shit. But yeah, I like that idea though.
I think I might do maybe 3 versions of it because, like I mentioned before, there's different levels of people that are here. Maybe for people who just need a quick catch up, there might be like a little small thing where I'll list like the books to get and what's in these books. Because I mentioned a lot of titles, but I never really done a play-by-play of what's in every book. But I might do something like that. And maybe for people who need more assistance, I might do a full-on little, maybe a weekend workshop, 5-day class thing or whatever. Really digging into all these aspects so that when the book study starts, we can all jump in here with some foresight. But for the most part, everybody that comes into this chat is up to speed.
So Trav, the Vedas was the last piece to your puzzle before this big ass course, huh?
It was. The only piece. Went around the world just to end up at the beginning. Go ahead.
Before you got into this year or last year and stuff, did you ever hear about or like read anything on the Vedas?
Yes. Wasn't serious about it though, but yes.
Okay.
I've had Rana Darshan, and of course from day one, before any of this stuff, YouTube or any of that, I heard Bobby Hemmett talking about the Rig Veda. So it drilled into my head that the Rig Veda was something important, but I never went to purchase it or read it until recently. This is back when I was making music. I even wrote a full song. The whole premise is the hook is I saw myself inside Rig Veda. Didn't even know what the hell it was, but now I do. Now it makes sense, and I found myself in Rig Veda.
Yo, the Nishakshatras get so deep. I realized that most of the stories of the Nishakshatras actually come from the Rig Veda, from even the Sutras of Patanjali, the Bhagavad Gita. The books I've been reading have been quoting them. It was really dope.
Yeah. These mantras that we've been talking about, the Mahamrityunjaya and the Gayatri mantra, come out the Rig Veda.
Yeah. I saw that in a book too. It said that about it says that Gayatri mantra is one of the best ones.
Yeah. They call those are two of the 3 moksha mantras. And never guess what the third one is. Yet we've all done it.
Namaha Shivaya.
Almost close, but not quite.
Om Shivaya.
No, less words than that. Everyone has done this mantra at some point.
Oh no, it's the Soham.
Close.
Oh, the Ham So.
You're close, but you were closer before.
Okay.
So just Om. Okay. Let me stop guessing.
Silence.
Oh.
Man, that kind of went. I won't say it. I mean, I understand it, but I never would have guessed it because I'm thinking of mantras as, sounds, but I guess silence is the absence of sound.
I would even say the fulfillment of sound, because when we're sitting in silence, maybe there's no external sound, but Dharana Darshan and even Samkhya Darshan talks about Shabda, which is that eternal sound, which isn't heard by ears.
Yeah, I've been trying to double up and, like y'all saying earlier, double up and triple up on these mantras, but I just started doing that Mahamachanjaya and I did the Gayatri for the first time, and I like those.
Me too. They feel real serious.
Yeah, they feel like you're doing something.
Did you get the link that I posted? I'm always giving links and books and shit. But did you get the link that I posted from the Sanskrit YouTube channel where they break down the pronunciation of those 2 mantras?
Yeah, I went to it. The guy with the ponytail?
Yes.
Yeah, I went to it and I looked at it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, you put that in what, the Instagram chat?
Put them in both.
Hold.
Yeah, right here I've got I'll just copy it. So this is for the Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam. Why hasn't anybody made a beat out of none of these, man? What's going on? Why has nobody remixed any of this?
These joints is dope when you listen to them, man.
Man, I was thinking about that trap the other day, and I was like, man, I want to kind of go mess with it because I'm into music a little bit too. And I was just like, nah, it's too divine. Like, I would feel unpure messing with it. Putting some 808s behind it and shit, fucking it up.
Hey, that's the best way to have it going through your head, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Man, oh man.
Nigga Trav, you don't know who made music.
Huh. That's just me, what do you call it? You got me, KP. I've already done it.
Oh, you already did it. Oh.
Bro, I've been listening to the Om Namaha Shivaya every night while I'm sleeping and stuff, and I've been having some crazy dreams, man. And I feel like I wake up and like a lot of stuff has been released. So that destroyer concept, I get it.
I can't get my phone to stay on all night, man. Like it keeps pausing and asking me, do I want to keep watching the damn video? I don't know how to do that.
You sitting down to make this badass playlist and you wake up in silence. What the hell? It stopped 30 minutes in. Do you what? It's a 5-hour video. Of course I want to continue. You must be looking on your tablet. Is that what it is?
Nah, it's on my phone.
Oh wow.
What phone you got?
I got an Android.
Yeah, my iPhone. I put it on YouTube. That shit stays on all night.
Oh, that's dope. I'm gonna try my tablet. I'm gonna try my tablet to see if it works, but it's an Android tablet also. So I'm finna get one of them new S21s, I think.
Do you mean the melanin mantra, brother?
Melanin mantra. The melanin mantra.
Damn, you did this 5 years ago? What the heck?
You gotta start making PDFs on those $900 books, yo.
$900.
You gotta make a PDF out of that.
You know, that would be a good idea.
Make a PDF and then sell it to the people for like $30, $25, just because it's the PDF version.
Are you pulling a panic on them? Find a PDF and sell it for $50, and if they don't want to buy it, fuck it, get it for free.
That's cyclomancy for $50.
It's 11 o'clock.
You can't find it, you can pay me.
At least he got the real, said it was free. Oof.
What a world. What a world.
Okay. Listen to the whisper in the wind.
The other day, I went to this corner store to grab a beer, just because I just felt like I wanted one. And then the dude inside the store, I haven't seen him in like a long time, but he's Hindu and he's into this stuff. So as soon as I come in, I'm like, "Yeah, what's up, man? How's it going?" He's like, "Everything's good, blah blah blah." And then I start telling him, "Yeah, man, I've been getting in deeper to the Vedas. I remember last time I told you I was in Tantra school." And then he's like, "Oh, really?" So he plays this video that talks about the dude in the video was basically talking about to get further in your spiritual development, you got to stop drinking. And then I look at him and I'm like, wow, this guy, bro.
Yikes. Hey, that's somebody trying to help you out.
That was the second dude last week that did that to me, because I went to another corner store to grab some stuff for a family member. Basically, they smoke cigarettes. No judgment against it. I just don't like it, but I went to go pick it up. And then he's like, he just asked me, he's like, did you celebrate Mahashivratri? And I was like, yeah. He's like, and you're smoking cigarettes? And I'm like, shit.
Yikes.
He's like, in the beginning of the books, they say not to do this stuff.
I mean, he ain't wrong.
Nah, it's just crazy, though. Just to remind you.
Realize that there's certain things that you can't have in your vibe anymore. You just can't, because you can't go to where you're trying to go. That's part of the reason why I gave up meat, because I see that I can't go further unless I drop it. I don't care about.
You see the cycle that you're stuck in, right? Like the craving, and then falling into the craving. Like, yeah.
Everything it comes with is not conducive to expansion or liberation. Even the nonsense back and forth with, like, you know, females or the opposite sex, even that's no longer conducive to where I'm trying to go. I can't afford to be playing that game anymore. And just like with meat, you know, I don't really care about what's going on in them farms. That's Prakriti. It's not. I can't do anything about it. I'm not going to shut down the whole American system of how meat's produced. But on a personal level, stop taking it in.
Prakriti's trying to push us away. We're like, nah, bitch, come here.
She's trying to push
Excuse
us
my
out.
language.
Get out of my house. You're 3 million years old. It's time for you to go out and get your own place.
Oh shit! I didn't even think about the 3 million years old.
I keep ejecting you, and you keep coming back. How much do I have to spank your ass before you realize I don't want you here? You don't belong here. You're supposed to be. You need to go your place so I can get some rest.
I mean, Swami ain't grow up in America, so how you know how it is?
Which Swami?
Sashanagi.
Life is the same. They deal with the core elements of humanity. Like, all this external shit is that's the illusion. But all humans operate the same. So they deal with that operating system. Ain't nothing new under the sun. A Western mind thinks that everything is like new and different, and oh, it's 2020 and we got iPhones and people are different now. And no, people do not change. We're a predictable beast. This is why NLP works, because it also addresses the subtle behaviors that make us a human being. Just like I said, just like the questions I asked you earlier, everybody you know is dealing with some kind of mental, physical, and emotional trauma. Everybody
going through something.
Unless they're working on it, unless they're actually neutralizing it. Most people don't know how to work on it, so they're not actually working on it. They're addressing it, but unless it's being neutralized, then it's still impacting every single decision and action they make. The goal, like, shadow work isn't supposed to be something that's done forever. It's supposed to be done at some point. Shadow work is not a personality trait. Yeah, I'm doing my shadow work. I'm healing. It's not easy. Ooh. Had to drop the Black and Milds.
Damn, you used to smoke Black and Milds?
I did.
You was stressed.
Yeah.
bro, because I used to do that shit too. But once I realized my problems ain't even this deep, I was like, the fuck I'm smoking this shit for?
It became a comfort pattern. It was before I used to only do it when I drank. Then I stopped drinking. And it's like, it was an excuse for me to go outside and take a walk. But then it's like, how am I getting fresh air if I'm filling up my lungs with? Honestly, what stopped it was this yoga stuff. When I started doing it seriously, just kind of fell off. It just fell off of me, like, you know. This is all.
So the urge just left.
Hmm?
Like the urge and the thought to like pick it up just left your body, like you ain't careful.
Yes, it's not a fight. It's not like I think about it. Oh man, I wish I can go get me something to smoke on. Matter of fact, not too long ago, my cousin visited, and he, you hit it and you offer it to somebody. I took a hit. Even then, it wasn't like, oh, I gotta get another one. It was just in one hole out the other.
So like one thing that I realized with my stages of detachment is like first, not even detachment, but like being unattached, basically. First, I see that I connected something with the action that I'm doing, and then after that I realize, that thing that I'm connecting with, like that emotion, isn't real, and then it's just a habit that's left there. Once the habit's just left there, and I realize I'm doing this literally for no reason, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm just doing it just to do it. That's when it's easier to let it go. But like, yeah, I'm still gonna go through that first 3 day of letting go of anything, when you're attached to something outside of you, like when it comes to like things that's going inside your body, the toxins like weed or blacks and stuff like that. Like, yeah, the first 3 days are a little bit like, okay, like the brain or the mind still wants it. But after that, it's like, it's easier to let go, then it's just doing something to replace when I used to do that stuff,
The understanding helps a lot because, like you said, the 3 days, you're aware of the fact that the body, separate from you, the body is going to be craving it for 3 days. You know that. So it's like, if you give in at that point, it's like you are literally telling yourself, I'm a slave to this meat suit. I'm a slave to this beast. If you know, all right, so I'm going to drop this, but the body's going to go ham for 3 days. As long as I make it over that bump, I'm fine. And then it happens for 3 days. Damn, I want it. Damn, I want it. No, that's just the body. That's not me. If you can't get over that hump, different kind of work needs to be done.
I remember we was talking about the 3 days. That comparison Junebug made with the 3 days, that shit was fire. I forgot what he said, but
can you bring it back up? Can you remind us what he said?
He said something about the 3 days and Christ coming up. That's what I remember.
Ooh.
He said, son, he's like, I was like, yeah, I noticed after 3 days, all the things that I craving to it goes away. He said something about Christ in 3 days. Oh shit.
If you think about it, the 3 days deals with 72 hours. 72 adds up to 9. So it's, 9 is the number of transformation, which is crazy. So
you got to master the 72 hours?
Yep.
Ooh. I want to mess with the Goetia again just for fun.
It's crazy. 72. Ain't it, tribe? 72. 3 days. So crazy.
Ain't there something called a 72-hour rule too? And that it deals with the same thing. 72 hours is 3 days. Oh shit. Yeah, 72 hours.
Trav, you know what's crazy to me? I'm ending a 9-year cycle in numerology right now. So a lot of things that's happening is supposed to even happen. Definitely with the astrology. I mix it in with astrology. I'm in my 9-year, my life. I'm a life path 9 in the Western way, but I'm in a 9 personal year 9, which deals with like letting go of all that, like material stuff, basically, in a way, like letting go of not even material, the things that keeps me attached and renewing myself. So
what oil is that? I do that with vetiver.
Oh, this particular one is my vanilla one. Thanks to changing spiritually for ruining my ideal of where vanilla oil comes from.
I hate that scent.
Wait.
Oh man.
Where does vanilla come from?
Vanilla bean, right?
Vanilla comes from vanilla bean, but it doesn't produce oil like that. Most of the time they get it off of a beaver's butt glands.
No, I thought that was raspberry, bro.
See, this one here's a little different. This one I got just recently. It's called Candy Concoction, and it's got all kinds of like mango and peach and a slight dab of strawberry, but it's mostly like a tropical kind of sweet smell. This is nice. But most of the time it smells like I'm baking a cake in here. Now with the nakshatras, I've seen it. Kristen has pointed out that some of them actually have a preference for flavors. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I saw that.
She was showing me that the Rohini has a strong affinity for, you know, sweets and baked goods and candies and cookies and cupcakes and shit like that. That's super true.
That makes a lot of sense. It being in dealing with Taurus, you know?
Right. Taurus, ruled by Venus. She told me some others, but of course they didn't really stick in my memory because I didn't have it in my chart. But she knows a lot. She has a lot of references. And I would say not only listen to her, but use a little bit of NLP and pay attention to what triggers her to say certain things. That's how I'm learning it. If you learn how someone else learns, sometimes that can help you learn.
Yeah, I peep too. Like, just definitely like she might see a reaction out of somebody and she'll be like, yeah, that's this within you, this, and then she'll just start talking about it. And sometimes she doesn't say it, she'll just start talking about it. And I'm like, what did this person just do?
That's exactly what I mean.
Yeah.
A lot of times people, we're very transparent. You know, some people are more mysterious than others, like myself. But most people are very transparent. And if you're able to just pay attention, they reveal the contents of their mind. And I don't mean that in like some kind of weird supervillain way. I mean, it helps you to understand who you're communicating with. If you don't understand who you're communicating with, there's not much of a communication happening. I was talking with my son when he was here, you know, and his older brother, and they have this habit of just like randomly talking about shit. And I'm trying to tell them like, you know, I don't know anything about that, right? So it doesn't really interest me. I'm paying attention to you because, you know, you need attention and all, but if you're going to talk with somebody, it's better if you lead with a question and you ask them, what do they know about something? That way you can gauge how much they know or don't know, and you can decide how specific you can be with what you're saying. So for example, he told me about Minecraft and stuff, and I'm like, I don't know 90% of what you're talking about. So I try to remind him to ask me a question first. So he's like, hey, do you know about diamond armor for Minecraft? Yeah, I know what that is. Then he'll go off and tell me about this other kind of armor that I don't know. But at least now I can reference it to something I do know.
And also keep the other person still engaged to actually listen to the conversation.
And I saw that, and I was actually listening to him more because now, okay, I can keep track of what you're talking about a little bit better versus you just turning around saying, hey, have you heard of lava armor? It does XYZ. Literally all I can do is, oh, that's nice. But if you ask me first, ask me what I know, now we can have a conversation because I can ask questions now. Well, how is it different from diamond armor? Well, where do you find it at? You know?
Yeah.
It's better to seek to understand who you're talking to first.
Like one habit that I kind of seen, not to put her out or anything. I think it's because when I first came in here, I was always talking about financials, you know, because that's like, I'm still trying to figure it out, but it's between 1 and 2 on my list. Because I'm very enterprising, very like through my chart, I'm seeing it definitely too. But with Kristen, she's always, you know what I'm saying? Like every time it deals with money, she's every time I talk to her, she like, not now, but like probably like a month ago, every time she like we would talk about money or she would be talking to me, she'll bring up money. And I'm like, okay. I think it was like probably like a month ago. That's when I realized, like, I'm like, Kristen, I'm not all about money. In my head, I just wanted to say it. I'm like, bro, I'm not all about money. You could change it now. I'm growing, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like,
more to me than just money.
Yeah, for me, it's just like I'm so invested that I put most of my investments and most of my life has just been into getting into business since I was a kid. You know what I'm saying? You just talk about what you know, you know?
Yeah.
And that's my deflection towards, well, in the past, that's how I would like change conversations and not talk about deep, painful situations. Cause I'm secretive too. Like a lot of my stuff is in the 8th house, you know? So
instead of money, now it's Vedic astrology.
Yeah, some dude, I feel like some people taking the first impression shit a little too long of a stretch. Once you say one thing, they hold that thing against you. Not against you, but hold that idea onto you for so long. It's like, that's not even all I'm about. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Why do you think that happens?
Because people, it deals with NLP. It's just certain people naturally just want to keep you engaged. You know what I'm saying? Certain people naturally don't want to keep you excluded. But it's still deeper than that. But these are the signs that you gave these people. And, you know, if they like something about you, they'll always kind of keep you engaged in something. And they're always going to try to speak to you on the level that you like to speak on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the
for
level
me, it's
you
just like I
thinking
can't
about,
always.
but
For
the
me, I
level
can't
you
always
thinking
just
about can't be
expound
the
on what I'm
same.
thinking. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Nah, I cut you. My bad. I'll about that.
Let's think about how the mind works. So it's a symbolic system in the first place. And when we talk about first impression being a lasting impression, that's often when somebody creates a file for you to save all the data in. So typically, if I talk to Kerr for the first time and I get the impression that he's very big into money things, when I open up that file, the whole inside of that cabinet is sugar coated with money wallpaper. So whenever I think of you and open up that file, the first thing I'm going to see is that money wallpaper, especially if I haven't filled it up with other stuff to cover the wallpaper. And more importantly, because I keep seeing that money wallpaper when I open it, money related things are going to trigger thoughts of you. So it has a lot to do with how we store data about people in our minds. KP, with you, NLP comes up instantly. Why do you think that is?
I don't know.
Well, you gave me a folder full of information, and that was very impactful to me. So that took up a lot of space in my filing cabinet that I have data of you in. Now, I am aware enough to resist the urge to always open up with NLP stuff with you, but I do know that it is something that you are interested in. But most of the time, I wait for you to bring it up. And also because the type of person you are, it's better to let you lead than for me trying to lead, because it seems that the conversation flows a bit better when we do it that way.
Trav, have you ever been able to understand the information, but when you try to talk about it without actually sitting within it for like a year to 2 years, that it's hard to explain how you see it within the mind, like how you understand it within the mind?
Not anymore, no.
Okay. Yeah, because that's like, for me, that's the reason why I would always used to talk about that type of stuff too, or try to relate it to money situations. You know what I'm saying? Or understanding the economy, because just like how you kind of figured out the past 2 weeks, or because you brought it up last week or last time we had this chat video, whatever. I always used to come, like, you look at the signs, definitely when it came to like Western astrology, before I got deeper into Vedic, I would always like compare it to like celebrities or what's going on with the economy. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like just from learning from those energies, you can see what's really prevalent and how things are, like, you can learn a lot from it. You know? So I would always try to compare information to outside sources so I can get people to understand what I'm trying to say. Because what I realize is my Mercury is in Pisces. So learning to make things practical is very important for me in this life. You know what I'm saying? Like I could understand it within the mind.
Kurt,
go ahead.
I'm not going to go too hard on you because you are a wonderful person and I see progress, bro. And that is awesome. So I'm not going to do that. But what I am going to ask you is this. What are your, if you care to share, what are like your top 5 values personally? Like I said, if you care to share. If you don't, that's fine too.
I would have to say for me, it would be freedom. Number one is always freedom. I'm still confusing the order, but I can just name them for you. Freedom, a deep level of companionship with people, so like family and friends. Mm-hmm. Spiritualism, of course, like learning and understanding the true self, like understanding what I'm in basically and how things play out. Because I have this like wanting to understand the level of control, things like just how things play out. Impact.
What does that mean?
Like to impact people and cause transformation. If that is a core value, but yeah. And just experiencing fun, you know, like experiencing good memories, traveling, experiencing different cultures, sharing memories with people.
Okay. So we got freedom, companionship, understanding, impact, and fun.
Yeah. So like taking the deep lessons that I've made and I got emotional about and teach and influencing people enough to like help them change, you know, with the right information that I got.
That's the impact one?
Yeah, that's for impact, yeah.
So you said a word in the middle of that might even fit better than impact.
Influencing? Yeah.
So you would say that these are probably your top 5 values that you live out every day, regardless of whatever else.
Yep. If I'm looking information, if I'm watching a show, a movie, it has to deal with these things. Definitely the spiritual stuff. Like it has to have some sci-fi, you know, what we consider sci-fi in it. But also seeing the transformation of the person is very important to me. So like self-transformation, then being able to influence, not just influence from no results that you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't know how to get very specific with that, but yeah, to put it in one word, but that's all I can say.
So maybe even the understanding aspect with the sci-fi, it seems that you're not watching for entertainment value purely. It seems that you are watching to see the transformation of the character because you can subconsciously apply that to yourself. You relate to it basically.
Exactly.
Transformation within yourself.
Exactly. When it comes to like reality TV or just like regular, not like fiction, like fake stuff, I can't. Like if it doesn't apply to nothing, it's not going to keep me interested. Yeah, it has to be something where I can learn something from it, even if it's entertaining. That's
okay.
Yeah.
So just like we were able to distill impact into a more human active word like influence, because when you're dealing with a person and using the word impact, subconsciously, immediately, that's probably going to bring to mind something like, you know, a punch or some type of violence. But when
I get you.
You know,
yeah,
the mind is very, very quick and very works on handles. So when we talk about this word understanding, do you think that there might be a way that you could distill it into something that might be a bit more pure to what you actually mean?
For on my list, I just put divine wisdom. That's what I put.
Divine wisdom.
Yeah.
What is the purpose of that divine? Like, why is that a value?
because this is what helped me change and helped me to accept things without having to get a psychologist. It's just
So with this divine wisdom, you're looking for change?
With this divine wisdom, I'm looking for transformation. Yeah.
Looking for transformation.
So if we just were to say transformation would be probably
freedom, companionship, transformation, influence, fun.
Yeah.
When you hear those words or think of those words, do you get a clear image? When I say freedom, what does that mean for you? Better yet, when you say freedom, what does that mean for you?
After going through these books, freedom has a new meaning. So I'd say liberation now. So like before, freedom would just be being able to do whatever the hell I want. Mm-hmm. But now it's like, it's deeper than that. It's being able to do what I want, but also not having attachment to these things. So just true liberation, true freedom,
Mm-hmm. So dealing with, I noticed that you, you're very interested in Vedic astrology. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, I tend to fight myself against it, but yeah.
Do you think that, can you see how Vedic astrology can be both useful and appropriate? Better yet, let's try this first. With Vedic astrology, which of your 5 values is it most useful and appropriate for? Freedom, the companionship, transformation, influence, or fun?
It deals with all of them. Like with the Vedas and the astrology altogether, Arya Veda and everything. That's what the transfer, you know what I'm saying? Like that's where the transformative information is coming from for me to even interlock all the other things to utilize it. Because for me, it's like after I got this information in my life, it's become harder when I reach new levels to think the same and also maintain the life that I once had. You know what I'm saying? So as I gain more information, I have to apply it within my life. That's probably my karma, but I have to apply it within my life for me to even maintain the things that I keep. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. How does Vedic astrology, how is it useful or appropriate when it comes to companionship?
Based on how I was raised, I realized it taught me how I look at like how I perceive things, and how the way I perceive things could ruin my companionships, because I was always taught to rely on the way I looked at things. Because yeah, that makes sense.
What about Vedic astrology helped you to come to that conclusion?
So, for example, I don't even want to say the example, but maybe I'm just
What?
I think I question myself and how I used to always know how people perceive me, but I think the Vedic astrology helped me not question it no more. Like, okay, yeah, this is how people perceive me, but also the way I would project myself, like the ego wise, I learned it through self-analyzation before, but it just helped me affirm what I was thinking. I would just say that without a guidance of a mentor or something,
Okay.
So basically, Vedic astrology helps me affirm things and also know what I exactly need to adjust. Because even within the Vedic astrology, it's like the goals that that I've been aiming for. And yes, there's certain things I have to, not even have to, but there's certain things that throughout the process I did let go. And I'm still in the process, of course, so I'm going to be in deeper levels of letting go. But, and I know, of course, like, just like you said earlier, because a lot of the astrologers that I watched said it, they said, when you're on a spiritual path, none of this stuff actually, like, you don't even need to get into Vedic astrology. But to be honest with you, it's like I'm really into it, but there's other days where I'm just like, okay, I don't really need to deal with it. But there's just a side of me that I don't want to judge it, because that's what I'm used to. I'm used to just judging everything rather than fully understanding it. You know, that's why I keep going towards it. So it's not, I don't see myself becoming an astrologer, but I know my Jupiter's in the third house also. So when I find things that I'm very deeply interested in, like I like to get deep into the information so I could, you know what I'm saying? So it just deals with a lot of factors, to be honest. But just not just Vedic astrology, but experiencing real life, all that stuff helps me get with the community stuff, if that makes sense.
So Vedic astrology gives you a guidepost that tells you exactly what to do and when to do it.
Yeah, exactly what to do, when to do it, but like, yeah, the remedy, basically, yeah. And the fact that they work is why I like it.
Cool. Just asking some clarifying questions.
Okay.
You about to say something, KP?
What'd you say?
Were you about to say something?
Nah, I was just listening. I was trying to turn it up. I couldn't really hear.
Stuffed dog.
Trav, with one of the memberships, you do that with those one-on-ones. Do you still be doing that stuff?
Yeah, I kind of I guess stepped away from it for a bit to focus more on what we've been studying, but yeah, it's coming back, especially now that we're getting back into this NLP stuff.
All right, cool.
But yeah, I want to restructure it a bit more now that I have better quality information and experience. I noticed that you asked me a question before you went into what you were talking about, before I asked you a question.
Wait, which question was that?
About if you asked if I noticed if I'm able to describe something that I just learned, or if I'm unable to put it in words, if it was just too recently learned or something of that nature.
Yeah, if you try to explain something that you feel like you truly understand, not even feel that you understand, but it's hard to get other people to understand because you haven't been well developed in the information for a while to explain it.
NLP helps with that, because as long as you're able to explain what it is that you do understand, you're fine. I used to get caught up in trying to be an expert and exactly right, and I was focused on the wrong things basically. What I focus on now is being able to correctly convey what I do understand, and I find that that's better than good enough. Matter of fact, it's great. In other words, there is something that you do understand already, or else you wouldn't even claim that you do. If you can
Yeah.
focus on expressing that, that's better than trying to express whatever it is you're trying to express. Then you're not. That's not coming out. Because what's not coming out, you're trying to express something else. Or in your case, you're probably trying to make it sound differently, or maybe trying to avoid sounding a certain way. Sometimes.
Yeah, because I'm still so used to the hood. I'm gonna explain things in the most simplest terms ever. Like, you know, I come around this group, y'all, not even to say anything, but like, you know, big words are being used. Shit, sometimes y'all conversate and I still gotta go back to Google just to understand the words.
Oh.
But I don't know, I just stick to being me. But I think around certain people, I can tend to try to get to, you know, I think I still add separation to things.
You just got to quantify the magnitude of the explicitude of the terrestrial proprietary explicitary, my brother. And only then will you see that the melanin and the religiosity of the melanin can be formally expressed.
Fuck all that. That's how I feel when I hear all that shit. Fuck all that.
I wonder if anybody's.
But once again, I understood. Remember I told you last week, I'm trying to stop cursing and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. When I went into that Vikasha Rahu, it says I like to use those type of languages. So I'm just, you know what, let it play out until I don't feel the need to say it. You know what I'm saying? So this was what this group taught me too, because even when I first got into the information, I used to be like, why am I so attached to like just money moves? Why? And I try to say my family, I try to everything. And it's just like, nah, bro, that's just your energy for now. You know what I'm saying? That's just, so I came to accept that and not even be judgmental towards myself. That's why I don't even feel the need to talk about it like that. But when the topic comes up, I'll share something that I know about it, because it's not only my personal experience, but I have information that people helped me and it worked. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. In the chat, MC Maestro says, tell Curve to hit me up on Insta.
Oh, snap. I didn't know he was in this group. I think he followed me, but I didn't follow him back.
Oh, man.
Maestro Deva? Is that his Instagram?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What's up, Priscilla? Good evening. Aaliyah, are you with us?
I am.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Go for it.
It's got 5 answers.
I actually haven't sat down and wrote my my top 5.
Well, then let's start with top 3. What are your top 3 values in life that are most important to you? Top 3 things.
Spiritual expansion and growth. Family. And freedom. I'll say is the top 3. And also, you know, security. Security is a big one. So.
Well, that's 4. You might as well add a 5th one.
A 5th one. New experiences. Uncharted territory. Like.
Ooh. I should have used that one instead of fun.
Adventure.
This is just off the top of my head. I didn't put too much thought into it.
And yeah, yo, Trav, I think what she said for when I say money, that's what I'm thinking of, security. So I have the freedom to do what the fuck I want to do. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
Thank you, Aaliyah. You helped me with some words.
Anytime.
So, all right. So we got spiritual expansion. We got family. We got freedom. We got security. And maybe a sense of adventure, exploration. What was the word that you used?
Uncharted territory.
Uncharted territory. You listed spiritual expansion first. Do you think that would be your number one?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, that's my first one. I don't operate well or at all. If I feel I'm not growing, if I'm not growing spiritually, I'm not a person that I like.
What happens if you feel like you're not growing spiritually?
I'm very angry and frustrated and in turmoil because I don't like feeling restricted or or ignorant to things that I know are affecting me and not having control.
You don't like feeling ignorant to things around you that are going on. You like to have control. Do you feel like you understand why that is, or do you think that's a subconscious thing?
I think that's a subconscious thing, definitely.
So there's nothing that comes to immediate mind as to why you might be that way, or why you might feel that way?
To why to why I might feel like I want to be in control spiritually?
Yes.
There's been times where I felt in my life, different periods in my life, where I felt like life was just out of control. And I know that, you know, we don't really have that much control. It's sort of just, so that for me goes back to, and especially being a Pisces sun, well, in Western astrology, having trust. I need to like be able to trust myself, the universe, things at play. And for me to do that, I have to like test things out. Like I have to know. I can't just like believe for no reason.
You like to have some substance to your faith.
Yeah, I guess.
So when it comes to freedom and security, how could you paint the distinction between the two if you had to? Or could you paint the distinction between freedom and security, or do you think that they intertwine somewhere?
I think they intertwine. That might just be one. Because when I think of security, I think of security on all levels, like secure within myself, like not needing validation from any place, person, or thing. Being secure financially, being secure mentally and emotionally. And when I think of freedom, I think of sovereignty in a way that's not codependent, but because of course on like some level we're all interdependent, really, but it's like finding the balance with that, but being sovereign, like spiritually, mentally, physically too. One day, you know, that is my goal, to live off the grid, to be completely self-sustaining, like have a self-sustaining home, living off my land, just completely independent and sovereign, not needing anything outside of myself.
Wow, not needing anything else outside of yourself. So it looks like independence and sovereignty, being sovereign, are, I don't know, it seemed like that might actually be close to the top, just from what I'm hearing so far. With that being said, for you, does this freedom, does this sovereignty lead to the spiritual expansion? Do you think that they kind of lead to each other? I'm not saying are they combined, but I'm saying, do you think that they work together?
I think they all work together. I think it's all combined. It's all one big mesh, really. Because I didn't like really think too much about it until you mentioned it today and you started asking people. But I guess you have to break it down some way, right? but all of it kind of intermingles with each other. Like,
yeah. I mean, even though you said you didn't really have it together yet, it looks like you have a pretty clear definition of what you want out of life.
for the most part, but that changes. I know that changes, but it looks, well, from where I'm at right now, you know, I'm nowhere near where I want to be right now. You know, I'm better than I was, but that I don't know how that's going to look 10 to 20 years from now if I live that long.
If you consistently make decisions that are in alignment with your 5 values, do you know how it will look 10 years from now?
If I consistently make it looks pretty damn good.
So it looks like you at least have a roadmap to get there.
Yeah, definitely.
And then family. Usually, well, I can't say usually, but it would almost seem that family might be on a different radio station than spiritual expansion and freedom. How do you rectify that?
What do you mean, different radio station?
I guess I should ask a better question. When you say family as one of your top 5 values, what do you define? Because instantly I thought of parents and people that you grew up with.
My immediate family, my child, my mother and siblings, and my family that I've cultivated myself. So that will extend to my friends, those who I love, who pull on my heartstrings. They're important to me because like they're definitely my top 5 because they're my reflections. So when I look at them, they all contribute to my spiritual expansion, if more than anything, really, because they show me things about myself in ways that would not happen if I wasn't triggered by them or had karma with them, if that makes sense. So it directly affects my spiritual expansion. It has no choice.
Okay, I'm glad that I asked instead of assumed.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about when it comes to family too. People that I have like contracts or ties with, you know what I'm saying, that teach me something. It could be, I'm not attached, like I love my mother. I love the mother that I was born with in this life. Amazing person. I don't know how it's gonna be when she's not here, but I know deep down inside, I know for a fact that I would more celebrate it, you know what I'm saying, than become depressed and become self-destructive from it.
No, continue, sorry.
But yeah, I think it's just children, yeah. Everything she said, basically.
Gotcha.
What, like, even if they're not like into this stuff and don't understand, that's what I was kind of saying earlier. I don't know if I conveyed the message right, but even like if they don't understand the stuff or not really, you know, into the same things or know exactly what I might be talking about, they still are directly affected by it and affected with me. And damn, I was gonna say something else. I lost my train of thought. But yeah, it's like it's heavily, they're always heavily involved. Everybody that's around me, I guess, is just lonely. Being aware of it all is the isolation. It gets very lonely, and the transformations after transformation is nonstop. You know, and then as I connect with those deeper layers of myself, I tend to want to see those in like outwardly in my close circle. if that makes sense.
It does. So do you feel like you've got some pretty clear long-term goals in life, or are you still, I guess, in a way trying to figure out what you want out of life?
No, I have all my long-term goals precisely. I need to I I've never been a good strategizer. I feel that's where I need to is the little stuff, is the details. Like the devil's in the details I got to get down. The everyday things is going to lead me there. The small stuff, that's actually going to like lay the brick. And
That's
and
definitely sounds like a
organizing
Pisces.
it. Yeah. Yeah.
When you think about your long-term goals, do you think about that moment in time at the end result? Is that part of it, first of all? Just that moment in time when it's actually there, when it happens?
Is there, but not as much as like the road going there, because I don't, well, I guess I don't, you can't really control how you want it to be, but I'm doing this work so that to soften the blows, because I know that, you know, life in general, I mean, life is awesome. Life is awesome and it's also shitty. So it's like preparing myself for that to make the road easier, because I know it's not going to be. So that's kind of what I focus on, like how I want the flow, or like making the flow
Wait.
not.
So life is good, but it's also shitty. You know that. How do you know that?
Well, just being, I'm talking in general, like just being human, and all the hurdles that we have to go through is just prevalent. It just comes with life, especially when you're trying to achieve certain things, you know, is inevitable. And there's gonna be some things unexpected. There's, you know, there's gonna be hiccups, there's gonna be detours and all that stuff. And you know, I don't want to like, I know that it is not is probably going to be fun, but it is also probably going to be hard as well. Nothing worth having is easy. So it's like softening the blows, or preparing, you know, like preparing myself so that I don't repeat the same patterns, or make dumb mistakes, even though I know I'm going to make mistakes, but like, you know, just using the tools that I have, basically.
All right. So talking about long-term goals, so do you ever put yourself fast forward? Okay, here I am. I have what it is that I've been working towards. I'm enjoying it. This is what I'm doing on a day-to-day basis. My car, my home, the outfit, my kid, this, that, and the third. Do you ever see the whole picture?
Yeah, I see the whole picture sometimes. But is I guess I guess is I should do it more. I guess it's not the main focus, because a lot of the times I get anxiety worrying about how I'm going to get there instead of actually just being there.
Yeah. That sounds like it could be quite frustrating. It sounds like every time you think of that sigil, you might add anxiety to it instead of positivity.
Exactly. That's exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
We must protect our sigils when we charge them. But it does sound like you've gone through the process of maybe breaking it up into smaller milestones. That sounds like something you have done.
Yeah, like I know the steps. You know, now is like I have to do it in my mind first though. Like I gotta like, I don't know. I have to completely like do it in my mind, know how everything's gonna be, have the plan A, B, C, D, E, and like just know exactly, or see myself doing it. I guess I try to see every step But it's impossible to see every single step right now because things is not going to go exactly as planned, you know?
Impossible to see every step, but very possible to see the end result.
But you just never know. Like there's multiple ways to get to the same outcome, to get to the same, you know, and you never know which road you're going to take or which road you're going to start on or then end up on, even if it's leading to the same outcome. So I think it'll probably just behoove me to just focus on the outcome because I get caught up in the details.
Sounds like you'd save a lot of stress and anxiety taking that path.
Yeah.
Really cool. Really cool. Stuffed Dog, are you here? Okay.
Yo, I'll catch y'all on the next go round.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
All right, bro. Have a good night.
Hey, yeah, you too, man. Everybody have a good night.
You as well.
Appreciate it. All right.
Peace, Stuffed Dog.
Peace.
Peace. All right. Well, yeah. I think I'm feeling a little bit hungry. I'm gonna try out those red veggie chorizo things with some avocado toast. I've been thinking about that since you said it.
Why would they drop my order and not even tell me that it's just been sitting outside this whole? Wow.
Travis, chorizos is not that. Wait. Wait. Are you talking about the fake chorizos?
Yes. What makes
Is it sofritas? Is it sofritas?
No, it's like this veggie meat thing. It's like a red sausage veggie thing.
Okay. That's sofritas is fire. That's like the fake version of beef, basically.
Sofritas. That sounds familiar.
They have it at
I don't
Chipotle.
like that.
They have it at Chipotle.
Is that the thing that comes in the like it could be formless and unformless, but it's still in the plastic and it's like
It's 12 o'clock.
It's white like cheese?
Nah.
No, it's meat. It's like the meat, but it don't hold
vegan
the
meat.
form. I don't like it. And it's too spicy. I don't like it.
It's spicy vegan beef, basically.
I will try it. It's from Chipotle?
Yeah, you could get that. That shit fire. Definitely with the
Don't
guacamole.
tempt him. He doesn't need anything else spicy.
I don't.
But it's not that spicy. I'm not
Okay. I guess I'm eating in the dark. None of these lights work.
Oh, that wasn't a book. They dropped your food off.
Yeah. They just left it outside, didn't ring the bell or nothing.
Sounds like you live in New York.
No, I'm actually at work. I'm in Arizona. These Uber people. I'm gonna give you like 1 star, dude. That's worse than not even rating.
Better than that. You know to ring the doorbell or knock or something.
Like something.
What the hell?
Damn, I don't like. And then once you put fries in the microwave, they just not like. It's not the same.
No, you got to put it in the oven.
I'll do that because I've been waiting for these sweet potato fries.
KP just nodding his head like, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what's funny, KP? Earlier when you were when we were interrupting each other in conversation, I was about to say, bro, we're so Haitian, bro, because that's what Haitian people do. They always interrupt people. Mid sentence, you say something important. No, raise their voice just for you, just for you to get their attention.
My mom says that we're Haitian on her side, but I don't believe her.
What's your last name? Wait, what's her last name?
On that side is Idlet.
Is what?
Is a white man's name. Idlet. Idlet. The funny thing about that is that in high school, like I was called to the principal's office one day because there's on my birth certificate is like is my last name Soar Dahab, and on my other one is Idlet, and they were like on my birth certificate is Soar Dahab, which is my father's last name, and on my social was Idlet, and I was like using both up until high school, and they were like, you can't do that like when you go out into the world, so it's like you have to choose one.
Damn.
But I don't know why they did that.
The only thing I could transfer it to in Creole is like Yvette. That's the only thing I could.
Idlet. What does that mean?
It could probably mean Yvette. I just think it's pronounced wrong in English.
Well, I know that idle, like IDLE, means stupid. Like an idle mind, and it's like I was like, fuck that shit. Once I did the etymology for it, but it probably has another meaning that I didn't know.
I don't know. Mean like still or stagnant or not moving.
Yeah, that's not good. And I was using both of them up until I had to choose, and I chose my long ass last name, which was on my birth certificate. So. That is funny because the etymology, when I do the etymology for everything, like three is my number, but with the women in my family is 369s. It's always that sequence.
369.
Because I just do like all of our numbers and all of our astrology, and it all lines up. Me and my siblings and my mom is. It's interesting. Say it again.
Soar Dahab.
Oh my God, you're the first person. Well, probably like the second person in my life to get it right, like the first time.
I had to hear it a few times first.
Yeah. There was I think there was one president in Khartoum that was Soar Dahab. At least that's what my family tells me. I don't know on that other side. He's probably the president for like 5 minutes.
What country does that come from? So I don't even know how to pronounce it, so I'm not gonna try.
Sudan, Khartoum, Sudan.
Okay.
The Nubian people, the Nile people.
Yo, does the Vedas talk about numerology, Trey?
Who?
The Vedas talk about numerology?
Not really. Not that I've seen, aside from the Tatwas, because the Tatwas also correspond with numbers.
Surprised they didn't bring that up with astrology. I barely hear about this.
You look at 3, you get fire because of 3 sides. Matter of fact, this isn't that super expensive Tatwa book. Let me see.
You said that's inside of that?
Yeah. Something about like ether would be 0, right? Because it's formless. It's the void. And sound would be, or air. Air would be 1 because it's movement. No. Air would be 2. All right, let me start over. Akasha, which would be the third eye, Om, that would be 0. Ether, which is in the throat chakra, that would be 1. Air would be 2, and that's represented by like the circle or moving around. Fire would be 3 because the triangle has 3 sides. Water would be 4 because it's represented by the crescent moon, and it's got the top, bottom, and the 2 points. And then earth would be 5 because the 4 sides are the square plus the inside. And that is based on the 5 senses, the senses that these elements have. So it said that as the elements evolve out of one to another, it carries along the sense that it has with the next. So ether, the only sensory aspect with ether is sound. Now from sound evolves air. With air comes touch. So with air you have sound and touch. You can hear air and you can feel air, but that's it. Can't taste it, can't smell it. Next we go to fire. Fire is it's got 3. So fire has sound, you can hear fire, you can feel fire. Now you can also see fire. So the fire element comes form, which is vision. With the water element comes taste. So with water, you can see it, you can hear it, you can feel it, and now you can taste it. It's the first element you can taste. And then earth has all 5, because with the earth element comes smell. And usually things that you can smell, like water, if you can smell water, that means there's something earthy in it. If you can smell air, that means it's got, something from the earth is in it. Perfume and oil and fragrance, that's all earth. But that's what I've seen that comes as far as numerology with the elements, with the Tatwas. Marco Gematria Wiz says, finally some real knowledge. I just left Brother Sanchez channel. Oh.
The heck is Brother Sanchez?
I'm not too sure.
What? That last name don't sound melanin, my brother.
Yo, I just thought about y'all ever saw that guy that be dancing for Jesus?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's Brother Sanchez. Okay.
Jesus Christ.
No, that's what I just thought of. I don't know who Brother Sanchez is. That's what just came to my mind.
I'm just being funny, but yeah.
Brother Sanchez. I've heard his name on the circuit before. That guy. Yikes. It's all good.
Like control. Tribe, we need a good smash burger.
I don't think we have that where I am.
That sucks.
Wait, have what?
Smash burger.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, I think that's a West Coast thing.
I'm down to find a recipe and make it though.
I'm sure it's online somewhere, but
what are you talking about? Their black bean burger or something like that?
Absolutely. The haystack barbecue black bean burger with the sweet potato fries and the salted caramel coffee milkshake. Oh my God.
I know about the coffee milkshake, but I know about everything else you're talking about.
You really didn't have to throw that coffee milkshake in there. Now I must.
Yeah.
I'm eating the fries cold. I don't even give a fuck. This is really good.
Do you have rohini? Do you have rohini in your chart?
Let's see.
Because that caramel, the extra caramel thing that you just said sounds like rohini.
Rohini. No.
Any like Venus-based nakshatras?
I'm sure of it, but I'm not well versed with that. My books didn't come yet.
Smash burger.
The equivalent to smash burgers, Trav, I think On the East Coast is Burger Fee. That's the equivalent.
Whataburger?
Nah,
Yeah, we
bro,
got
that's Texas. Like, Whataburger is Texas, ain't it?
it's Whataburger out here too in Arizona.
Did you say
Nah, they
burger?
don't have that. Yeah, Burger Fee. Because I had that in Florida, and they also, I think they have it out here in Vegas too.
You in Atlanta, right?
No, I'm about 6 hours away. Closer to Savannah.
Mm.
KP.
Yo.
Smash Burger Dirt. They got Smash Burger in New York?
We don't even got that. I never seen Smash Burger in New York. They probably do now. I never seen it there.
I've never seen it on the East Coast. I only see it on the West Coast. Hey, KP, you know what I like from New York? I don't know if they still have it, but All American Burger. That's what I used to eat out there, All American Burger. That shit was fire.
Nah, if you want a burger place in New York, you gotta go to what's it called? They just started building a lot of them too.
New York.
It's like green and gray, and they be on the street a lot. I don't even know the name of it. And they got
Never
some
heard.
special sauce.
So when you start talking about New York, your New York accent comes out. Interesting.
No, it's just because my mouth is full. Pause.
Pause. I'm guessing you were born in New York?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I would never move back. Once I found out that places have clean air, that was it. Like I could actually breathe. This is a beautiful state. It's just the summertime is brutal. The summertime is just literal, like you in the devil's ass crack. Like it's just hell. Like it's literally just hell. Like once it hit 120, and it goes up every year. Like every year it gets a degree higher here. For no reason. Like I can't do. But the rest of the year round is beautiful. The mountains is clean. The only world wonder on the west side of the world is here. Grand Canyon. They don't know how the fuck it got here. They just have a whole bunch of theories. So the force field here the spiritual energy here is crazy. And there's all these Indian reservations. So is indigenous, a lot of indigenous people, even if a lot of them don't know they're indigenous, because they be I don't know, the Mexicans, some of the Mexicans here be acting like they don't have no like they not Indian at all. So I don't know. But it's a beautiful state if you get out and do stuff. Like you gotta go tubing to the rivers or hiking and stuff like that. If you're a nature person, it's a beautiful state. But if you're not, then you're probably not gonna like it here.
Yeah, I've been to AZ. That shit's nice as hell. AZ is just like Vegas in a way too, though, because I live in Vegas right now. Vegas is very spiritual and shit. Like they have a big ass spiritual community, so to say. Yeah. I'm throwing two fingers up while I'm saying it, but AZ is nice, and the Grand Canyon is beautiful too.
I haven't been to the Grand Canyon yet. I've been to some of the vortexes. I've had some experiences here. I haven't been to the Grand Canyon. I have a whole Arizona bucket list. So that's gonna be fun. But if I could just leave during the summertime, I'll be A-okay.
Nah, yeah, Vegas last year. Vegas last year, that shit hit 121, 121 degrees. That was hot as hell.
Yeah, same here. And it's as soon as gonna be inhabitable. Like, what are they gonna do when it gets
120,
130 and stuff? That's why a lot of Africans actually move. A lot of Africans commute here, or a lot of foreigners, period, because they say like who's from hot places. I know there's a lot of Sudanese here. I guess the weather mimics.
Yo, look at the Zoom chat. I just guessed that like minutes ago when you guys said it was 120.
Oh, when you said 120 degrees?
I was completely joking.
Oh no, you were right on the mark. Unfortunately. My body was not having it.
I am whole. E says Flagstaff is nice too. I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, Flagstaff. It snows. It snows up north. Yeah, this is a huge state. Up north, it snows. It's cabins. You can go skiing. I'm just in what is it? West Valley. You know, it's just hot. I'm in the desert. Like I'm in the desert.
There's so many like college parties and all that stuff over there, like Lake Havasu, Flagstaff.
Oh yeah, Lake Havasu is nice.
Yeah, that's where my aunt got a place over there. I think Flagstaff is where
Sedona is by far the best. Sedona is like the best place in Arizona. It's my favorite place thus far in Arizona. Like Sedona is just gorgeous.
I think for me it was Phoenix. Phoenix was the best place.
Oh hell no, that's crackhead central.
Not where I was at the time.
There's nice and bad places. There's nice and bad pieces of Phoenix, but Phoenix is like the city. That's like, you know, that's a city. Like if you're looking for a nightlife, that's Tempe, Scottsdale, some places in Phoenix. Yes. If you're looking to party.
It's probably mad quiet and lonely out there, right?
Yeah. It would be awesome if I could find an Ayurvedic doctor to study under here. That would be awesome.
I'm sure there's a lot out there. That's a very, like Curve said, that's a very spiritual place.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of tantra schools and all that out there. So
yeah.
But Travis, since you asked us all these questions, what are your values? What are your values?
I tried to slip out of here before you asked that question.
That's a great question. I love.
I was about to
what are your values and why did you ask us? That's my two questions right there.
I was about to wrap it all up.
Nah.
Squeezed in that little question. I was literally about to wrap it up.
Nah, man. With my partner Vasu, it says I could be in some legal stuff. I like balance. You know what I'm saying? So go ahead and balance this out real quick. I don't need no imbalance in my life.
Comes to my 5 values. At the top, see, my number 2 interchanges with 3 and 4 from time to time, but my 1 and 3 are consistent. So my number 1 is freedom. My number 2, most of the time, is access to source data. My number 3 is money. Number 4 is
I got it right here. I got this.
Yo, KP, bro. Thank you. Go ahead.
Number 4 is influence, impeccable influence. And then number 5 is peace. So oftentimes 2, 4, and 5 interchange depending on the moment, but those are my top 5.
I think, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so why did you access ours?
Because if you don't know what your values are, you're literally just floating around, bouncing from place to place. To have clear values means that you're able to reach your goals. And oftentimes we kind of have an idea of what we want, but it isn't until we actually say it and think about it we can let ourselves know what we want. So really, I was just getting you guys to say it out loud for yourselves.
NLP. Okay. So what makes like community or family not one of them for you? Just wondering.
Geez Louise. I understand that there are other people that exist and live their own mission, but I've come to terms with the fact that I am by myself. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So would you say if these books weren't here, you would have got to where you were at by yourself? Because when I think about family, I even think about the Swamis and everybody as my family. Like I think about them as myself. You know what I'm saying? In a way. So for me, I just say the word family. That's what I'm asking you. Do you feel like without all these books, you know what I'm saying, would you have gotten this far without, you know, the information of others going through these experiences?
I would say no. I don't think that. And I'd also like to add that when I see individuals or experience individuals, for me, it's the oath of the abyss, right? Everything in nature is an expression of divinity. So whether it's this person or another event or another book, the lesson that is meant to come to me is going to come to me through the easiest channel. Sometimes it's people, sometimes it's dreams, sometimes it's spirits. Most of the time people are where they are because they're karma. Right place, right time. Wrong place, wrong time. But I guess if you're referring to like free will and right decisions, I don't really believe that that has as much to do with my life or anyone's life as we think it does. Trying to not sound too dodgy here.
Holy shit. Yeah, no, I get it.
Sounds about right.
What is the ultimate goal for you with us in the Magus Academy? Like the end goal.
For us to die and for us to leave him the hell alone. So I'm just kidding.
Deal with your own shit by yourself.
Geez, so you get that feeling whenever you start realizing how much of reality was actually a lie, and it feels extremely lonely, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It feels awfully lonely. And then you reach out to people who you think might understand, and you come to find that no one understands what the fuck you're talking about, even if they nod their head yes. You ever feel that too?
Yeah.
So after lots of trial and error, I found that the best way to resolve that is to make sure that other people understand what I'm saying. I also find that more people who are able to understand this type of information and apply it to their lives inevitably makes the world a better place. So not only am I making this life a little bit more enjoyable for myself, I'm also improving my karma and maybe even the karma of the whole human race. Or maybe.
So you're like, fuck that. I ain't gonna be alone. You about to understand this shit.
Wait. Trav. So it sounds like one of your values is community, but it just has to be the right community.
I guess. I mean, I'm gonna
like
admit it's not like I could do this just by myself in a hole somewhere. That wouldn't be the best way to do it. But I think what I was trying to say before is I see other people as a part of nature as well. I'm a part. This body's a part of nature as well. So it's all one thing. I mean, I could call it community. I could, but I don't see people separate from nature. And I'm working hard to really not see anything separate from anything. But where I am now, like, each individual person is unique and is, individual, but
So you're trying to say that they're all a part of the divine data, which is one of your core values anyway.
yeah.
Okay, I get it.
I appreciate the individual expression of each person, but I know that each person is just a finger on a big ass hand, which is a part of a big ass body that I'm also a part of. This body's a part of. So to appreciate and to love the people that I do encounter on a daily basis is to appreciate and, express love for all of the divine goddess.
Yo, I can't lie, bro. In my head, the nigga side of me is like, I don't like y'all niggas.
That's how I feel about
That's all I hear as you're talking. Is like, I don't even like y'all niggas, bro. I'm just doing this because this is my purpose. Y'all better be lucky y'all in my presence. Stop playing with me.
That's probably definitely like one side, like polarized, Trav, that you don't show, like the devil.
Trust nobody.
I don't think it's in the contract for you guys to analyze me.
It's definitely in a contract.
Oh man.
You're the one that wanted an aware group. So blame it on yourself, homie.
Yeah. And it helps me. It helps me. Like, I know there's other people who use this same information and do some shady shit, but I need competition to move forward also. So I guess community's up there somewhere. But I feel like the more people in my circle that also know these techniques, it kind of holds me to a level of integrity because I can be checked at any time, right? I can't pull some shady shit if everybody knows, you know what I'm saying, the techniques.
True. So you're using us. Oh, so it's still fuck y'all niggas. I'm just kidding, bro.
No, it's just, I think it's when you know better, you do better. I've been caught up in situations where I've been in manipulative, like learning dynamics with supposed teachers and stuff like that. But that was like, that was the ultimate teacher, really, because then I learned about my lack of fucking boundaries and my like esoteric feminine nature of just taking shit in without discernment or without, so anything that's even the shit that people do that's not, and that goes back to that whole trust thing too, because even shit people do that's not in my favor is always in my favor. Like, so that's where I've kind of learned to like balance out the trust aspect, because it takes a level of trust to allow yourself to be led by to be led by someone and to learn with a group of people that you kind of know but don't know, but being that we all trust and believe in astrology,
Look, I'm gonna say this: if they're giving information that is pure, that has a source, you know what I'm saying, like that you can look up and like, okay, yeah, this came from
something
here.
that you can apply and use.
Yeah, I can give a fuck less about what the person goes through personally. Like, I can give a fuck less about what they go through personally
in a short time. Like, that's
their problems ain't my problems, but that information is what I need. You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
right.
That's the way it should be. As the way it should be.
And I think that's where I also learned to find like have that heart for love for people too, that isn't on my that isn't on the same path in a way. I still find what they're doing kind of interesting and perfect within itself. And when I really mean it, I really mean perfect within itself, because it's like that they're causing, the different triggers that they're causing on like, social media and all this different stuff, making people not like themselves, making people love themselves even more, making people more egotistical. It's all for one path for them to destroy themselves and to be reborn. That's just how I look at it.
Thank you for destroying yourself for me.
Even, yeah.
That's funny.
It's almost like there's a seed of consciousness planted in this gigantic oyster of Prakriti. And it takes lifetime after lifetime of revolution to turn that seed into a pearl. We're those pearls. Everybody else is still churning. They'll get here eventually, but we just happen to be the next batch.
That's probably the nicest thing I ever heard Trav say. Oh, I'm just kidding, bro. I'm really fucking with you today.
Oh, man.
And out there somewhere, there's probably, you know, other beings looking at us like, you know, they'll get there one day. Like the same way we're looking, not down, but like the same way we look at other less consciously evolved. Like, you know, there's always a higher level. There's always a higher hierarchy or a higher level of, the rabbit hole never ends. Like it just doesn't.
The rabbit hole never ends. I'm okay with that. I've
Yeah.
come to terms with that. I'm here for it.
I can't perceive it. If I can't perceive it, I don't need it.
Not this round, anyway.
Right.
I thought sweet potatoes got soft when you put them in the oven.
I just ate them cold and they were spectacular.
Yeah, that's definitely what I'm having. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the East Coast.
9:33.
9:34 over here.
7. Yeah.
Isn't Arizona 1 hour behind? Like y'all like 8:34 right now?
No, we're 9:34.
Oh.
That's why I said it's 7, because I just did that real quick. But yeah.
Just slice it and put it in the oven with some oil on it. That's it.
You did what?
You just slice the sweet potatoes and put them in the oven with some oil on it.
Yeah, that's what I did earlier too. For them, you just slice it, sprinkle some oil, some salt, some pepper, some parsley. I put parsley on everything, but whatever else you want, pop it in there.
I can't lie. The Mexican community over here helped me become creative with making like fries. Cause you know, like how they have like the carne asada fries and shit like that.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
like,
just hot. But you know what I like
imagine putting making sweet potato fries with like Daya cheese, which is the almond cheese. Throw in like a little bit of the fake sausages or whatever fake meat that you want, whatever vegan meat that you want on there, and making like a fried salad type of shit. That should be fire, dog.
You know what I like better than carne asada fries that I just found out? Greek fries. I just
with the feta cheese and stuff.
Yesterday. Yeah, that feta cheese and that olive oil herb sauce, whatever that they make, that shit is bomb.
Yeah. Yeah, they usually make it with like, what's that meat that they put in it again?
Well, I didn't get meat in mine.
Lamb. They usually put lamb in it and stuff. Yeah.
Like what they put in the gyros?
Yeah, exactly.
And that Satsuki sauce, that cucumber sauce.
Mm-hmm. And then sometimes they'll put let's just say it'll be fries at the bottom. Then it'll be like, it'll be fries at the bottom. Then they'll put like salad on top. I think that's the Mediterranean way. And then they'll put the sauce, and then they'll put like feta cheese a little bit. That shit fire. Oh, that looks good. Bro, you know they have vegan places out here that sells doughs exactly what you're showing right now for fucking $13.
Huh? For how much?
Yeah.
You get 12 of them?
For just one. $13.
For one. Wait a
for
minute.
one. So but they have it in like the rich areas. So like, you know, it's right next to a gym. So like the rich people just get out shit, buy one for 13. I can't lie, bro. I was indulgent. I was indulgent when I was doing other shit.
Hey, if you got it.
Yeah, but I think there's smarter things to do, bro. I think it's, if you got it, but at the end of the day, it's like pertaining on what energy you're given in this life. You know what I'm saying? You got to be smart about it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Why make something $13 where you can spend $13 to make at least 20 of them? You know what I'm saying?
Can I show y'all this?
Save for YouTube. I heard the word wand.
I found this out there. It's a branch, but it's like, look how it's shaped.
What is it?
I don't know. I was holding on to it all day today. It reminds me of a pike for real, but
why does it look like a long ass shroom?
Yeah, I was just about to say that. I was
like a shroom stem.
That was just about to say that shit, boy. That's crazy.
But I found it. So I did that. I did the mantra you told me to do, right? In front of the portal. And when I started doing it, so it wasn't. I don't think it was south. I think it was just south. I don't think it was southwest or north. I think it was just south because I did the compass again. And when I started doing it, the plane started flying over it, and we're releasing chemtrails, like as I was doing it.
Sir, we got some of the coordinates over here: 42 south, 4456 east.
We feel some type of energy.
I'm like
doing a mantra over here. Let's fuck that person up.
And then no, for real. And then it was like it's like the police car sirens. Like I did 2 mantras before that, and it was like quiet. Like the birds stopped chirping, everything. Like it was good. Then once I started that one, like it was just like I don't know. They was not with the shits. Like
yeah, I can't lie. I understand your experience 100% because I've been through it a lot too. But I think like with my experiences, it would be with like church groups. So like they'll be praying. This is when I was like 17, 18. And like I wasn't into the church, but I would just be around them because the information that information started my spiritual journey. But there's this one dude, like we'll be speaking in the back because I was at a homeless shelter at that time. We'll be speaking in the back, and then he'll be saying some, what he perceived as powerful. And then a train will pass by, and he's like, "Yeah, that's the devil. That's the devil."
Like, I don't know.
Train passing
that's
by,
how it
feels,
because that's how it feels. It's like, oh, really? Like, all right, suck my dick. I'm not about to stop. Like, that's how it feels.
Yo, if a girl says "suck my dick," you know she from New York.
No funny.
No, but I took that as it was doing like it was doing something. So like, because it's just so quiet, and then to do that one, and like.
No, I think it's just funny. It's a coincidence because I see a lot of people.
Matrix wasn't.
These people would be like, "Yeah, I'm vegan." I told the person that I'm vegan.
Whoa, one mic.
Oh, my fault. I couldn't hear her. She kept cutting off for me.
What's going on?
My fault, Aaliyah. I just heard you cut off. That's the reason why I kept talking. And now she's frozen.
Nothing. The mountain has lost connection.
I be having to remind myself Trav is over 30, bro.
Say what again?
I be having to remind myself that you're over 30.
Nah, don't worry about that.
Boy, you got a trail curve.
Nah, because I really be thinking this man like around my age, bro.
Which one?
I'm turning 27 on April 18th.
Damn, nigga, you look mad young.
How old is you?
Nigga, I'm 21.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I feel like she was like 24 4, 2.
You said I'm mad young, nigga. I'm 20. You about to be 27.
You look mad young.
Oh yeah.
Honestly, I'm closer to a different age.
300.
Yeah, I
Right?
already know what age you closer to. But I ain't gonna put you out like that because you ain't put me out like that.
Nigga, you ready to put him out like that? Damn. Oh, so you cool with it now?
Who, me?
Yeah, but last time I did that, you got tight.
Oh. I keep looking at this avocado toast, man. I'm starting to get very hungry.
That's a sign.
Do you put salt on yours, Trev?
My Ayurveda says I'm not supposed to, but yes, I do.
Oh, you taking it serious like that? You following the instructions and everything?
Yeah, I saw changes when I started giving up certain foods.
What, salty, sweet, and sour?
Supposed to give up salty. I'm supposed to, sour. Sweet was okay. I'm supposed to give up coffee. I'm supposed to give up spicy, cayenne pepper, and all that shit.
When was the last time you had coffee?
Today.
Yeah.
I didn't give up. I already stood firm on that one. I'm not gonna do that.
Does ginger count as spicy?
I think ginger was okay.
Ginger is hella spicy.
No, it's not. You just got a soft ass tongue.
Ginger is spicy. Ginger is going to heat up the body. It's a stimulant.
It's weird because you said sofrita is spicy, but I don't think it's spicy, and ginger is definitely not spicy to me. It has that spice feeling, but it's not spicy.
I'm not talking about on a level of like spiciness. I'm just saying like it's going to heat the body up. It's going to like put holes in your stomach eventually.
This Ayurveda one has the full list of what they recommend and what not to eat. I think astringent was spicy. No.
I think astringent. I think astringent is good for me. I think astringent, bitters, and something else.
Pungent is the spicy one, and it says chili and ginger right next to each other. Garlic, cayenne pepper, and that causes heat, fire, and air. So with the Ayurvedic system, the certain flavors are what causes the elements to arise. So when you talk about things like sea salt, that's going to be water and fire. Sour foods are earth and fire. Sweet foods are earth and water. That makes sense.
We talking about natural or like fake sweet and sour, like a Sour Patch Kid?
Natural.
That's natural?
And what it says is that it causes certain things. For example, sweet foods cause a cooling effect. And like what Aaliyah said, the pungent foods, the spicy foods cause a heating effect. So that has more to do with your actual, your body composition. So if you've got a lot of fire element in you already, you don't want to have too much fire foods. You want to have more cooling foods.
Yo, that makes sense. I never thought of the system like that.
Yeah, that's what makes it a little bit different.
Like for example, for me, they say like cold water isn't good for the natural body, whatever. But because I have fire in my chart, cold water is very like refreshing for me.
So if you're like a Cancer, it would be more recommended for you to have like spicy food, like cayenne.
The body the body dosha doesn't depend on your astrological sign. It depends on your body. So like you have to analyze yourself. For example, the questions it asks your frame. Is your frame thin? Is it moderate or is it thick? It asks about your body weight, your skin type. Is it dry and rough? Is it oily and soft? Is it thick? And you know what I'm saying? Your hair type, how your teeth are, your eyes, your appetite, your thirst, your mindset. Are you reckless and active? Are you aggressive and intelligent? Or are you calm and slow? Those are, you know what I'm saying? So you go down like a checklist like those, and it tells you which one of those body types you fit into primarily. And from that categorization, you could look at a list like this and it lets you know what foods may or may not be best for you.
Can you read the one for sattva?
Kapha?
No, not sorry, not kapha. Siva, sativa.
What are the elements of the one that you're talking about?
Water and fire.
Pitta is water and fire. Yeah, that's Pitta.
That's Pitta. Okay. So yeah, let's see. You want to know about fruits? You want to know about vegetables?
I want to know about the mind.
Oh, mind. Gotcha. I just left that.
Is it impulsive?
I think that's the aggressive and active one.
Yeah, I think you have this book too, don't you, Kirk?
Which book is it?
Ayurveda.
No, I don't. Not yet.
Well, yeah, he's right. Pitta.
I have it downloaded, but I don't have it on my.
Mind is going to be aggressive and intelligent. Emotional temperament is aggressive and irritable and jealous.
Ooh.
The faith is fanatic. The memory is sharp. The dreams are fiery, angry, violence, and war. The sleep is little, but sound sleep. Good sleep. Speech is sharp and cutting. Your thirst is excessive.
Yeah, I'd be excessively thirsty. Oh God. I mean, oh no.
Excessive.
I could tell.
Nah, Kate, don't do that. Don't do that.
You could tell what?
Nah, don't even listen to him. Ignore it. That was between me and him.
Thirsty for knowledge.
Yeah, thank you. KP trying me, dog.
Yeah, Pitta falls under the average.
So it says angry and aggressive and warlike and jealous. That sounds
Do
more
you
like
not see
Aries.
that within you?
I'm not. No, not the like real aggressive part. No.
Girl, you literally just said suck my dick.
Well, okay, but I was
That's
talking
different.
about.
That's
Let's check this out. They chunk it into 3 big categories. Which one do you fit in best with? Emotional temperament, fearful, insecure, and unpredictable, aggressive, impulsive, irritable, jealous, calm, greedy, and attached.
Wait, can you repeat them one more time?
Fearful, insecure, and unpredictable, aggressive, irritable, jealous, calm, greedy, and attached.
I think it's more so the first one.
Fearful, insecure, and unpredictable.
Yeah, I do tend to have a lot of fears, and I could be insecure about a lot of things.
And that would be
yeah,
valid.
that's something.
That would be valid because most people aren't going to fit all the categories straight down. So the way to do this is you take the ones that you score the highest in. So there's like a checklist of how.
Because I'm aggressive when it comes to like myself. I don't think I'm aggressive like outwardly.
I think the thing to remember is Pitta is water, fire. So water, emotion, fire, anger. You probably get angry and emotional when it comes to things that deal with emotions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Is that all it said?
Yeah. I had another book that went more into detail, but it's been a few days, so I don't remember which one.
And well, but I don't understand. I mean, I do understand it because you have to balance the temperament. But overall, in Ayurveda, cold foods isn't like necessarily, and not just Ayurveda, just in a lot of cultures, like cold foods don't tend to be good for the body, and just in general, like eating food cold.
Mm-hmm. For some, it is though. I think for Kapha, it is. If we were to look at this system,
You're thinking Kapha or pizza? Because I'm thinking pizza. It is, bro.
I'm thinking Kapha because they're more earth element, earth and water.
That's earth and water. But to break up earth and water, don't you need fire?
I did find this about a little bit more about the Pitta constitution. All right. So just in general, Pitta constitution. These people are of medium height, are slender of body, and their frame may be delicate. Their chests are not as flat as those of Vata people, and they show a medium prominence of veins and muscle tendons. They have many moles or freckles, which are bluish or brownish red. The bones are not as prominent as in the Vata individual. Muscle development is moderate. The Pitta complexion may be coppery, yellowish, reddish, or fair. The skin is soft, warm, and less wrinkled than Vata skin. The hair is thin, silky, red, or brownish, and there's a tendency towards premature graying or hair loss. I just found my first gray hair. The eyes may be gray, green, or copper brown and sharp. The eyeballs will be of medium prominence. The conjunctiva is moist. What? And
What is
copper colored.
conjunctiva?
I'll have to look that up. The nails are soft. The shape of the nose is sharp and the tips tends to be reddish. Psychologically, these people have a strong metabolism, good digestion, and resulting in strong appetites. The person of Pitta constitution usually takes large quantities of food and liquid. Pitta types have a natural craving for sweet, bitter, and astringent tastes and enjoy cold drinks. Their sleep is of medium duration but uninterrupted. They produce a large volume of urine, and the feces are yellowish, liquid, soft, and plentiful. There's a tendency toward excessive perspiring. The body temperature may run slightly high, and hands and feet will tend to be warm. Pitta people do not tolerate sunlight, heat, or hard work well.
Hold on. So you could determine what type of shits you take? Yeah, I think they went a little bit too far, but
generally.
So that's you. That's Pitta, because that's not me. Like I got cold hands and feet.
Okay, well, let me finish the psychological part. Physiologically, Pitta people have a good power of comprehension. They are very intelligent and sharp and tend to be good orators. They have emotional tendencies toward hate, anger, and jealousy. They are ambitious people who generally like to be leaders. Pitta people appreciate material prosperity and they tend to be moderately well off financially. They enjoy exhibiting their wealth and luxurious possessions. Well, that doesn't really sound like you, then maybe I'd recommend doing another one of those online tests to see which one you are.
I never did a test. I just kind of like.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, if you look online at the, there's Ayurvedic tests all over the place, just like, what animal are you? What Harry Potter character are you? All that shit. There's plenty of Ayurvedic tests where you can kind of see which one you score highest in. The ones I've taken.
It says it too. It says it on Cosmic Insights too somewhere. I did see it.
Yeah, but it says it's for each of your planets.
Ah.
Oh, okay. So there's still one that prevails like more than all the other ones. I gotta find out.
Yeah, for me, like I have like 30% Kapha, 30% Vata, and like 10%. And the rest in Pitta. I gotta check one more time, but for me, like the test that I took in online, it says I'm Pitta. But what Trav just read about the average height, I'm not average height.
It's 4, right? It's four dashas, or is it 5? How many? 5. How many dashas are there?
3.
3. Kapha, Pitta, and
Vata.
Kapha, Pitta, and Vata.
So you can only go down between 3 of those. There's nothing else.
That's right.
So with all the people in the world, you're either gonna lie in one of those 3 categories.
Well, everybody has all of them, but it's just one. It is always leaning more towards one element, like that's just most within your chart. For me, I think it is. I think it is Pitta because I have a lot of water in my chart, and I also have a lot of fire because of the Sag, like the Sag Scorpio thing I got going on there.
Rod Chanel in the chat says the conjunctiva is the pink part of the eye. Now we know.
The pink part of the eye is wet. Like,
the conjunctiva, which is moist.
She talking about that cusp. That cusp, brother.
Cusp. Cusp. The conjunctiva.
As long as you got that cusp, you good.
Gravy. Full moon. All right, y'all. Look, I'm about to head to the kitchen and get started on this sweet potato toast with avocado and maybe an egg on it and some fake chorizo meat that in a red wrapping.
He said, I gotta go, guys. He said, get your ass out.
Man, that sounds like you making a sub.
Namaste. Namaste. I see the God in you. I see the divinity in you.
All right, yeah.
Good night.
Good night.
Peace, everybody.
Care. Be safe. Keep studying. Keep doing your mantras. All that good stuff.
All right, gang. Later.
All right.
Peace.
Remember, the next book is going to be taught with Shooty, so be sure to get your copy of that. I'll remind you as long as you are paying attention. It's worth it. You're going to see for yourself, especially when you start doing the meditation. And all the stuff that we were talking about here in this last segment with the different body types and the different elements and all that stuff, it still applies. In order to really understand it, you got to get down to understanding the elements, the tattvas, and how they compose your being and how they make up all that stuff. So going in the right direction. All right. I'm going to go and slice up my sweet potatoes, put them in the oven, put some avocados on them, eat them slowly in peace and quiet. So I appreciate you guys. I really do. I love you guys. I thank you for being here because there's so many other places that you could be. Liberation is possible. We're getting there. Good night, everybody. All right. So yeah, 1 o'clock. This is TK
It's 1
Trav,
o'clock.
aka Travis Mages, here with LVX 777. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. I'm thankful. I'm grateful to be here. Peace.
ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्ष्यति